I just want to say before this video starts, thank you for everybody that's watched these or watched even any of the parts of this, but this is a full review. It has every part, my full coverage on A Dance with Dragons, starting from chapter 1 all the way to the end of the book, my review, my ranking of the POVs. I hope you guys all enjoy. This was a long project. It took me a long time to get this fully done, and I hope you guys all enjoy it. So I'll see you guys maybe in another retrospective, or maybe not. Maybe we won't do it. I know the series wasn't viewed the best, but again, enjoy the video, guys.
When you play the Game of Thrones, you
Subscribe and like.
or you die. There is no middle ground.
A Dance with Dragons came out on July 12th, 2011. About 6 years after the release of A Feast for Crows and 11 years past A Storm of Swords. So, in a lot of regards, we had not seen characters like Daenerys, Jon Snow, Tyrion, Davos, Bran, a lot of our major characters that we had come to love for 11 years. And when you put that into context, think about it like this. Us waiting for Winds of Winter right now is a comparative length of time of reading those certain characters, right? So again, it's a bit different because Feast for Crows came in that time, so we still had a Song of Ice and Fire content, but your favorite character more than likely probably was not in the last book. So you hadn't actually seen your best characters, your favorite characters, in a very long time at this point when this book was coming out. So let's also think about it from this point of view. And so I want you guys to think about this. If you are a Song of Ice and Fire fan, within a couple months of each other, during the first season of A Game of Thrones, as it would premiere on April 17th, 2011, and would broadcast the entire first season, getting to the release of A Dance with Dragons. So A Dance with Dragons, in a lot of ways, was on a high, right? Because people were reinvigorated to get back into their favorite characters, but also Game of Thrones, its popularity. Now, it wouldn't reach its popularity in the first season, but it would garner a lot of that interest back. The first season is loved by many people. It's one of the best seasons of the show. And so it really would have drawn all those fans that were still waiting for the series right back into this series. And so A Dance with Dragons had a lot of hype around it, in my opinion. Now, was I someone that was reading this book in 2011? No, I was 11 years old. So I would not have been reading this when it came out. But I want to think about it from this point of view of Dany, Tyrion, Jon are back. 3 main characters are back. Game of Thrones Season 1 has just come out, along with the rest of the series that's going to be coming out as well. It was well received, the first season, in this regard. Everything was looking really up. And so we get into A Dance with Dragons. And that leads us to, does this book pay that off, right? Is this a good book? Is this a bad book? What is this book? And when we get into this retrospective, I'm going to talk about it in a lot of ways. This book has a lot of ups. It has a lot of downs, right? It's almost the polar opposite of A Feast for Crows in its structure. A Feast for Crows has a lot more minor characters. It has a lot more of the plot lines in the background that were happening almost off screen or building up to off screen in Storm of Swords. And then they kind of explode in A Feast for Crows. There's a lot of reactionary things that happen because of things that happen in Storm of Swords. A Dance with Dragons is almost no different. But think about the comparison between A Dance with Dragons and Winds of Winter. The beginning of this story in A Dance with Dragons is going to be a lot about reminding the audience what happened, right? It's been 11 years since we've touched a lot of these plots, but that'll get us into the first chapter of the book with Varamyr. Now, I will say right away, I think of the 5 openings of the main books, this is my least favorite. It is a lot of, and why I say that is because, in my opinion, it does the least in terms of the entire world. Like, when you look at Pate is a really interesting POV into our first look at Old Town. He is going to connect to a bunch of different plot lines, whether that be Arya, whether that be Sam, whether that connects to future stuff with like Morrowind and things like that. He also gives us kind of a fresh perspective, the common person, and how the corruption of this world works, which I find very interesting, and also going on that really awesome idea of the heart and conflict. This is not that. This is very much a POV that is focused solely on really one plot line in this book. You could argue 2, but I would say it's really just for Bran. And this is a very interesting way to start out a book. If you look at all of the main POVs that people do not like, Bran is by far the least entertaining POV, I think, for most people. And so starting out the book with a POV that is directly correlating with Bran is interesting. And so to me, I don't like it too much because it's just straight up, it's warging, right? How does warging work in this world from somebody that's other than Bran? We haven't seen warging too much in this world when it comes to how does it work? What is its powers? What are the rules to it? And so a lot of this is setting up Bran. It really makes us think about Bran quite a lot and how we think about the character, because when you think about what you shouldn't be doing, right, as your animal, it really relates to Bran, because we've seen Bran take the mind of another human in Hodor. That's a big no-no. We're going to see Bran eating a man's flesh through a wolf. Kind of a no-no once again. So there's a lot of no-nos that we're seeing through Bran. So this chapter makes us, in a lot of ways, recontextualize the way we think about a character like Bran. But let me talk about it, a little bit, a brief summary of what happens in the chapter. So we're introduced into this character of Varamyr, who is a skin changer like Bran, but just a very powerful one. And he is fleeing the Battle of the Wall. This is taking up directly after Stannis had come through and won the battle for the Wall. We see the rest of the wildlings that had survived and how they were falling back. Some were going to the east and some were just dying off, right? These are people that struggling to find food, struggling to find warmth. And it's a lot about this desperation, Varamyr trying to live on. And it's seeing that, again, the others are still a huge threat north of the Wall, and really establishing why the wildlings came south to kind of begin with. And again, personally, it's almost a reminder chapter for the Jon plotline, but it's a big plot. It's a big POV to set up Bran, and it does it pretty well. Like, I won't say, like, this chapter does well for what it's trying to do. I just don't like what it's really trying to do that much. I think there's a lot of other POVs that would have been more interesting to start this book with, other than Varamyr. And so to me personally, I was not a big fan to the way this book starts. Now, I will say, another thing I want to mention here, because when I looked at A Feast for Crows, I think George R.R. Martin took a step back and realized some of the issues people had with A Feast for Crows. Because one of the things I talked about with A Feast for Crows that's so different than this book is going to be, is A Feast for Crows, George R.R. Martin takes a lot of leaps. He kind of front loads a lot of the newer plots, right? The Greyjoy plot and the Martell plot are almost completely front loaded into the first half of the book. And so when you look at that book, the way it starts, it's, you have Pate, you have, I think it's Aeron is second, and then Areo Hoda. You have three, newer POVs people are just not going to care as much about until you get to Cersei, who is chapter 4. This book does not do that. This book jumps right into the characters that people were wanting to read, and it starts in probably the best way. I think everyone wanted to see what Tyrion was going to be up to after that stuff that happens in Storm of Swords. How is he going to be affected as a character? What is his plot going to be looking like as the story goes forward? And so we get to Tyrion I as the second chapter of the book. And I think Preston Jacobs sums up this chapter perfectly. In a lot of ways, it is just a catch-up chapter, trying to remind us what happened in the last book, and now catching that up to how is that affecting Tyrion now? We see Tyrion as this character he's defeated in a lot of ways. He's gone straight to alcoholism. He is questioning if he even wants to be alive at this point of the story. It's a really interesting psychological dive into what Tyrion is going to experience in this chapter. And Tyrion is a character that I think is a tale of two stories. I think I really like him in the first half of the book, and the second half of the book, he's not so good. I like Tyrion when he's interacting with characters that are interesting to the story, that can either outwit Tyrion or make Tyrion use his wits or have some bigger relevance to the plot. And so seeing Tyrion try to figure out what Illyrio Mopatis's motivations are is quite interesting, because we as the readers also don't know what Illyrio's motivations are. Again, remember, the last time we really see Illyrio is in the first book with Arya. And so we've heard about Illyrio here and there, right? We know that Barristan was sent to Dany through the help of Illyrio, but we don't know what game Illyrio is playing at this point, right? Because the plan doesn't really go well, right? The Dothraki are supposed to come over with the Targaryens and start a war, right? But that is kind of up for suspicion here in this chapter. It's already brought up, like, why is Illyrio helping Dany? And it just isn't for profits. And Tyrion kind of notices that. So I like the back and forth between the two characters. But again, this chapter is pretty dark. It's a lot of Tyrion dealing with his trauma, drinking himself nearly to death, and being as pessimistic and awful as possible, whether that's interacting with Illyrio's servants, whether that's interacting with Illyrio as well, whether that's Tyrion interacting with himself, the way he kind of beats him up or things like that. All of this makes perfect sense to the psychology of Tyrion, and I know a lot of people have an issue with the way Tyrion is in this book, but it's completely natural. It's the way Tyrion should be as a character. And so that old Tyrion, which again was still Tyrion, right? Tyrion is still Tyrion. It's just because of the events that have happened, he has leaned into that darker side of Tyrion that's always been there. Alt Shift X makes a really good video on the real Tyrion Lannister, and one of the things he really talks about that is he looks back at a lot of the moments of especially a Clash of Kings and some of the things that Tyrion did that were quite awful, whereas us the audience were rooting for Tyrion, but they are quite awful things. He leans into more of those things, especially in this book. Again, I noted here that I think a lot of people dread Tyrion and some of his earlier chapters because it is a lot of a recap, but I personally really do enjoy Tyrion 1 and 2, and even, again, I like Tyrion really from here all to the Young Griff stuff, and so I don't have a big problem with Tyrion at this part of the book. I also do like, again, him playing the Game of Thrones with Illyrio, and I also like the reveal at the end of Tyrion going to Dany, which again was obvious. Like, I feel like anyone reading Tyrion, or even, let's go back in time, let's say after Storm of Swords, there was, YouTube wasn't really a big thing then, but if there was, I think if people would have been making prediction videos, it would have been obvious that Tyrion was going to help Dany. That would have been an obvious prediction. So this isn't like this huge big reveal, but it is something that George needed to establish, right? Give Tyrion that focus, right? The big focuses of this book for Tyrion are going to be getting to Dany, and 2, his character, right? Is he going to lean further into that darker side of Tyrion, or will he find some sort of atonement? Will he find some sort of higher purpose to bring him out of that state? And that's really what Tyrion 1 is all about. Again, that gets us into the 3rd chapter of the book, Dany I. So again, Dany I is another one of these chapters that it's really a lot of a catch-up, but I will say, this just really goes to prove that George does listen to feedback. He does understand what things people don't like in previous books and is willing to adjust accordingly. Because think about it. The first 4 chapters of this book are Varamyr, which again, it's the first chapter of the book. You knew it was going to be a different POV, right? So you give him a pass there. But then 2, 3, and 4 are Tyrion, Dany, and Jon. The 3 POVs everybody wanted to see. And so I think that is not a coincidence. George understood what he wanted to do. And I want to get this out of the way right away, because very similar to Tyrion is that Dany has a stigma, especially for this book, that she's just pretty meh in this book. And I can see where that is coming from. But personally, I do like Dany in this book. I think she goes on a different journey and George puts her in a very uncomfortable situation. Whereas Dany, her whole life after book 1 has kind of been this conqueror, this person that is trying to gain power then to go to Westeros. And we have this big reveal in book 3 that she's not going to do that, right? She's going to try and rule. And so she's going to struggle with that. She's never ruled anything before. Even back in, book 1 or book 2 or all these things, she's not exactly ruling over a place, right? The Dothraki, yes, she has some sway over Drogo, but she's not the person in charge of everyone, right? That is still Drogo. Here, it is her. She is the one making the decision. She is the one that, if the society fails, it's on her. And so she's dealing with a lot of different things. And so George sets this up all perfectly in this first chapter, because we have to see what is Dany's goal of this book. What is George going to do in this book for the character? And so we have the Sons of the Harpy creating issues for Dany. And this is very interesting right away, because in the past, Dany has gone against other forces, right? In battles and sieges, but she's never fought a war of a shadow war, more or less, of people being killed in the streets. How do you find these people? What motivates people to give you information to track them down and kill them or imprison them? Dany has never had to deal with that. And that's going to be something that's very relevant to this book for her as a character. But again, we see that an unsullied man has been killed. It is interesting because we see that Dany's rule is far from secure and establishes right away the central theme of her arc. How to rule something that she has not really done before, right? How is she going to deal with different personalities like Reznak and the Shave Pate? How is she going to deal with a culture that's very different from her own? We have seen her integrate into other cultures like the Dothraki, but she's struggling with the ways of the Meereenese. The Meereenese are slaver people. That was built upon their roots or the past, 100 years or so. How do you change an entire society's culture in a blink of an eye? How do you do that? Right? Because if you even think about, again, I'm American, so I like to reference United States history quite a lot. How do you go from a point of slavery to everyone being free? How does that work? How do you get groups of people that have been against each other for a long time to reconcile and integrate into that culture? And we're still seeing some of those divides even now. But going into the story, think about that. It's very difficult because you have some people who might have had a better life in slavery, even though slavery isn't evil. They themselves benefited from slavery, which is an interesting dilemma for Dany to overcome, because Dany realizes, and us, the audience, agree with Dany that slavery is bad, but what do you do when someone tells you they would rather be enslaved? It's an interesting dilemma that Dany is going to have to go through in this book. But what this chapter does is set her up for the future. How is Dany going to deal with personalities like Varys and Littlefinger? Things that Robert had to do. This is really a lot of that prelude to what Dany will have to deal with in Westeros. And it's a lot of kind of that training. It's a building book for Dany. But we see her sitting on the throne, giving advice to multiple people or on issues like the Yunkai and the fighting pits, and eventually ends with Dany's worst fear, her dragons killing a child. Again, this is great because it plays exactly on what Dany is going to have to overcome. Outside of all the politics going on, her trying to rule, she also has to deal with her dragons. Her dragons are getting bigger. They're growing more fearless and violent. What does she do with that? And we're not going to figure out what she does instantly. That's going to come in the next chapter, but it poses an interesting question for Dany. Is she still in control of them? Obviously not, because they've killed a child at this point, something that Dany's not really had to worry about up to this point. She has to now realize how dangerous they are, and that is a really awesome way to build a Dany's chapter. I think Dany's first chapter is obviously better than Tyrion. Her chapter is not as much a catch-up chapter. It still is, but it kind of gets right to the point. It really focuses on exactly what her POV is going to be about. Whether you like that or you don't like what her POV is about in this book, I like that George is direct with this character and we understand right away there's no dilly-dallying about what her POV is about. All right, so getting into Jon I. Jon I, I think, is very similar in a lot of ways to Dany I. It's really about exploring, again, what happened in the past, so where are we at this point of the story, but also it's about just establishing where this character of Jon is going to be, right? This chapter follows Jon dealing with Stannis and the issues of trying to please a king who saved them while also trying to stay neutral, because again, if you're in the Night's Watch at this point, you're in a very precarious position. You don't want to be seen as helping Stannis, because if Tywin and the Lannisters rule, that's not a good look for you. You want to be able to get as much aid from them as possible. You're in a very sorry state, so you have to deal with how do you manage those different personalities. We also see, again, a lot of this chapter also focuses on Stannis. This is almost a like POV into Stannis as a whole, because we see that Stannis is struggling to gain support in the north. He has sent Davos to treat with White Harbor, but again, if we go back to Feast for Crows, we know that that doesn't seem to have gone well, or at least something happened to where Davos is presumed dead. So that is a play that Stannis is trying to do. But we also see that Stannis is not garnering much support from the northern houses as a whole, as the Mormonts have now recently turned him down and White Harbor has gone silent. But Stannis also talks on the fate of Mance and how he will be burned, which also Jon is not a big fan of either. Jon is going to come to respect Mance quite a lot, and burning is not a good way to go. It's probably one of the worst ways possible to go out. It's not a painless death. It's you are in pain for quite a while and then die. And so Jon kind of sees this as a stupid, because you can use Mance in a lot of ways to control the wildlings more if he's alive than if he's dead. And that's something that we even see, that I think even Mel realizes as well, but at this point that's not the case. But Stannis wants to reinforce the castles on the wall with his own men. Again, Stannis is seeing this as the Night's Watch has all these castles, but none of them are manned. So Stannis thinks, okay, let's man these castles. Let's get the wall to be strengthened. But that runs into a problem, because these castles are not Stannis's to do so, right? These are the Night's Watch's castles. They stay neutral. That is not allowed. And Jon says that, right? He refuses this, only allowing that his officers be in charge. If Stannis wants to give him men, fine, but he will have the men that will be over them. And this frustrates Stannis, right? Stannis, in a lot of ways, this is a frustrating time, right? The North is not rallying to him like he would have hoped. He is not getting as much as he would require from Jon as he would like after he believes he saved them, which he did. But he's, again, a very precarious position for Jon, and this is going to encompass a lot of the early part of the story for Jon. How does he deal with people like Stannis and Mel? But Mel follows him and warns him of foes behind his back and daggers in the dark, and quotes a line from Ygritte, he knows nothing. Again, it's a great open, because in a lot of ways this chapter is just a refresher for the Jon plotline and the Stannis plotline, which will be heavy focuses of this book. But it also kind of is foreboding for the future, right? We already have this foreshadowing of Jon's death. We see that Jon is someone that is struggling to play politics, to be a leader, and also getting this very cryptic line of Mel knowing Ygritte's famous line. All very interesting, and also kind of peels back some of that wound that Jon still has for Ygritte. Again, it's been quite recently she died. So again, just something that would get under Jon's skin a little bit. But that gets us into Bran I, Chapter 5. Something I want to point out. Bran is a character that I think we give a lot of criticism towards. He's probably one of the worst POVs of the entire story, in my opinion. But I will say, at least his first 2 chapters in this book are pretty good. I have them ranked pretty nicely. I'm kind of doing it differently this time than I did for Feast for Crows, where I'm ranking them as I read them, so it's a little bit more fresher in my mind on how I want to rank things, instead of ranking them all at the end based on my summaries and what I can remember from them. So try to make it a little bit more fresh. But I really enjoy this first chapter for Bran, because it adds a bit of tension to their story, because I feel like a lot of the problem with Bran's chapters are there's not a lot of conflict, or there's not a lot of tension. It just kind of feels like we're wandering around. This chapter is not that. This chapter is focused. We need to get here, but how do we get to the cave? We are struggling, right? And again, it picks up on the ideas of who is the three-eyed crow, who is Cold Hands. That's a lot of this chapter's focus. When you look at my video talking about who Cold Hands is, a lot of that information comes from this chapter specifically. A lot of this chapter's focus is on who he is, and he is not of the living. But again, this chapter is filled with intrigue and mystery. This chapter almost directly correlates with the Varamyr open to the story. And again, that's one of the reasons why I don't like the Varamyr one, because I feel like it's almost a connection to one part of the story and really none of the others. But it's really apparent here, because we see Bran continuously going into summer, taking more and more time out of his body as he's just being lugged around and not much is happening while they wait for Cold Hands to come back with food and things like that. And we also get this disturbing description of how Bran is going into Hodor, who does not like the process. Again, it makes you question Bran. And it's a lot of foreshadowing to maybe things that will come to the future, but it's very weird that Bran is going into Hodor's skin a lot, and George even takes the time to describe, very similar to Varamyr's first chapter, how Hodor is very uncomfortable with this process, and Bran is basically overpowering Hodor's will and taking over his body and mind. That is very scary to think about. And if Bran grows more powerful, what is that going to have on the effects of the story? What will he do with that? Again, people have kind of thought out, because of the show, was Bran someone that went into other people's minds? Was Bloodraven doing this in the past? Was he going into Aerys's mind? That's why he went insane. Maybe he was trying to give him warnings, but instead it was something that drove him mad. That's all very interesting to think about when you look at the future of the book series, things that we could look at going back to the past and how that could possibly be affecting the world. At this time, we also see that Summer interacts and takes over the pack that we saw in the prologue of wolves. So again, just Bran asserting his will and dominance, which again, very interesting to see as well. But we see Bran and Summer's body actually eating the Night's Watchman. And this is very key because in a lot of ways, Bran is once again doing something he shouldn't be doing. He is eating man flesh in his wolf's body. That is not good. That is cannibalism, more or less. Because eventually we also see that Cold Hands comes back to the group saying he slaughtered a pig, which is highly doubtful. Think about the way Varamyr is described as there's no food around in the first chapter. We even our group here, they're not finding much food to eat. And you think about it and you go, wait a second. There was just some people that were killed. The wolves were eating them. And now, all of a sudden, it seems that Cold Hands has found some food. So it's very much led for us, the audience, to believe that, yeah, they probably went to some cannibalism here. So Bran, again, eating other humans, not good. And so there's a lot of intrigue, a lot of things we can look to speculate on the rest of the story. But again, really good opening chapter for Bran that I really do enjoy. That gets us to number 6, or chapter 6, Tyrion II. So Tyrion II is definitely not as good as Tyrion I. I think there's much more interesting stuff between the two characters of Tyrion and Illyrio, whereas this one, it's a lot more of a travel chapter. It's more about giving us the histories of Essos, or where they are specifically in Essos. It's more to establish where Tyrion is going to be going in the future. Again, it is explained at this chapter that Tyrion will travel with a man named Griff to deliver him to Dany. Already, this kind of seems fishy because Illyrio notes that the Golden Company have broken a contract, and we get a famous line here that it doesn't matter what the dragon is, red or black, as long as they can go home and it's a dragon. That is a very interesting line that does not seem to add up with the history of the Golden Company. And that already is going to get the wheels kind of turning for us, the readers, as to what is Illyrio actually up to? Because we're going to get more of this in the 3rd Tyrion chapter, but that's very fascinating because we also get more into Illyrio's backstory as well here. But again, we get to some interesting lore about Essos and the political climate, but the more interesting points is about Illyrio and Varys' past, how the two operated, how they interacted. It really paints the picture of why Varys has become the person that he is, but we also get his ex-lover, in which Illyrio still has her hand. And could this be a Blackfire? That would make a lot of reasoning as to why young Griff A would be a Blackfire and why Illyrio loves him so much. That's a really interesting point. And this, again, Tyrion connects with about his past in Tysha. Again, the two can connect on their really flawed pasts when it comes to love. And that gets me to, I think, probably my weakest chapter of the first, 200 pages of the story. And I've talked about this a lot. I'm not a Quentyn guy. I just do not like this character. I don't really feel like he provides much to the story. I think if he's a lot like Sam to me for A Feast for Crows, where I think if we just skip Quentyn's journey and have him be brought up when he meets Dany through Dany's POV, that would be completely acceptable. I just don't feel like this is needed. But let's talk about what the first Quentyn chapter does and maybe what things I just don't really particularly like about this storyline. This chapter is a main focus on Quentyn, who he is as a character. And again, he has been keeping his identity hidden and is on a mission to reach Dany and marry her. Again, all of this is self-explanatory. We already knew this from the Already On chapters in Feast for Crows. So really, it's just bringing that to the table. As I know, there are people that didn't like a lot of the more minor plots, like the Dornish plot. And so George wants to refresh the reader onto what is going on here. But to me, it's just nothing particularly interesting happens in this chapter outside of, okay, our crew with Quentyn realize they're going to have to become part of a sellsword company to get to Dany, because there's not really a good way in which they can get to her, because Slaver's Bay at the moment is a very dangerous place to travel to. We get some interesting things here and there that during their passage, some of their companions have already died, one of them being a maester, which was very detrimental to them. But they are again struggling to find passage to Meereen because of the war breaking out. They are stuck in Volantis for the time being. Again, they attempt to get passage from a smuggler, but this seems like a very bad idea, as it seems like they're being fooled and it's unlikely to actually end well. But either way, on their way back from the docks, they encounter some windblown looking for recruits, and the party realize this is their only option to get to Dany. Again, personally, I don't really care about Quentyn. I don't find his character that interesting. He's just another failed love interest for Dany, really. And I think his death, if he is dead, I believe he is dead, other people do not, his death will have more meaning on other characters, like Arianne, like Duran, and some of the moves that they go forward with. So I feel like Quentyn is not exactly his own character. He's more a character for other characters like Daenerys, like Barristan, and like the other Dornish I've talked about. And so this character just comes off as flat. Like this chapter, by far of all the chapters we've gotten so far, is the least impactful. Like this chapter didn't need to be here, right? Like what is the difference between getting Quentyn with Dany later on in the story, and Quentyn just goes, yeah, I tricked the windblown and I ended up traveling to you, and then getting the big reveal that, Viserys was supposed to marry Arianne, but now he is going to marry her. That's going to be how they're going to do the deal and all of that. I think that works the exact same, except it gets rid of some of this fluff and or filler that I think Quentyn has in this book. But that gets us to Jon II. Now, Jon II is very interesting because it's a flip of Sam I in A Feast for Crows. And I mentioned this a lot when we did that chapter in the last book. It's an interesting take of how to do this, because something that chapter really does well for Sam I and Feast for Crows is it shows, like, why is Jon making these decisions? It makes us, just like Sam, questioning Jon. And so even in that book, one of the big things that it builds up for the story already is Jon is someone that is really isolating himself from his friends. He is not making people like him and or respect him as much as they probably could. It's leading people to question him because his communication skills are not the best. And so I love the way George flips this. So in this chapter, we can actually see a lot of what Jon is doing, and we understand his motivations, albeit I think that he could do things a little bit better and explain things better. But the whole chapter is really the focus of Jon killing the boy and becoming the man. He is trying to make some moves that he believes are not going to make him well liked, but are what needs to be done for the greater good. Again, we see Jon commanding Gilly to take Mance's child, and Sam is forced to go south with Aemon. And again, it's a hard chapter to look at because we know all this stuff is going to happen and what it ends up leading to, right? Like we know because Aemon goes south, that ends up getting him killed. So in a lot of ways, Jon is responsible for Aemon dying, even though Aemon kind of dies more of natural causes than anything. It's interesting to realize this stuff with hindsight of looking at what Jon's decisions are going to lead to. And we can understand Jon's rationale perfectly. We understand that this baby is going to die if Gilly does not take him. We know that they need more maesters. Sam needs to become a maester. That's for the greater good, to find more about the others. We know that Aemon needs to go south or else he might get burned, and that's something Maester Aemon does not deserve. And so we understand all of Jon's decisions, but still it's hard to read because these are hard things that he's isolating all the people that we care about a lot and are Jon's staunchest supporters. But at this, we get some of my favorite parts of this. The rest of the chapter, again, the second half, focuses on some of the forts remanned and repaired as best as possible. But this leads to a great payoff, and it's really awesome for me because I'm just now reading, I'm getting to that section in the Game of Thrones reread where Janos Slynt is coming into prominence. He's betrayed Ned. He's just gotten to Harrenhal on Tuesday in the video we did with Sansa 5. He is finally getting his comeuppance, and so Jon basically gives him an order, and he refuses it. And watching Jon figure out how to deal with Slynt and executing Slynt is fantastic, because we see Jon, once again, he is not a boy anymore. Slynt is pleading, saying he's a coward, and Jon still kills him. And one of the best scenes that they executed from Season 5, from the book to Season 5 anyway, is this scene, and we see again Stannis' nod of approval at the end of the chapter. It's kind of that nice little cherry on top, and by far it is my favorite chapter of the first 9. It's just a big moment for Jon's character and for the story as a whole, something we've been waiting on for a long time. So Tyrion III, again, chapter 9 gets us to meeting young Griff and getting to that party and getting away from Illyrio. And so in this chapter, he meets Halden and Duck. We get some nice little nods to the Blackfire theory. Again, as Illyrio is gifting many things to young Griff, and makes us think about, wait, how come Dany and Viserys did not seem to like they got any of these things? Only Dany seemed to get a lot of these gifts, and that was because she was married or marrying Khal Drogo in the first book. But the three travel to the ship, having conversations about the Shrouded Lord, which is also very interesting, given some theories about this could be Tyrion's uncle, which is also very interesting, and how Duck was knighted by Griff, because this is very interesting as well. We now know that Griff must be a knight, and there's not many knights in Essos. So all of that's very fascinating, because it's going to get the gears turning for Tyrion. But all this is very interesting, but the best part is him meeting young Griff and eventually Griff, because Tyrion sees a lot of his father Tywin in Jon Connington, which is interesting given that Jon Connington wishes he had been more like Tywin. He could have ended Robert's rebellion. And so a lot of this is very interesting. It gets us into, I think, the best part of Tyrion in this book. And I think the first three Tyrion chapters are all solid. I don't think any of them are spectacular, but they are good enough to get the job done and really get us to, I think, really the peak part of Tyrion in this book. So moving on, we get Davos I, and this is, again, it's a prelude. It's really a prelude to the amazing chapters we're going to get going forward with Davos in this story. But again, it's a reflection chapter. It's really what it is. It's reflecting and piecing together what happened between A Storm of Swords during the timeline of Feast for Crows and here. And so we see that because of storms, they have shattered Salador San's fleet, and Davos has been left stranded in Sisterton. Davos has been captured as he was trying to smuggle his way to White Harbor, but is caught. Again, this is going to directly reflect what happens to Ned in Robert's Rebellion, something I talked about in a past video as well, but this is interesting, right? Because how is this going to work with the Lord here, with Lord Burrell? How is he going to deal with this situation, right? But Lord Burrell and Davos have a conversation about what to do with him, and we get some interesting information about the history of the sisters. Again, as I talked about earlier about the Robert's Rebellion stuff, it's a direct comparison to what's happening here. Stannis, albeit maybe isn't in the best position at the time, who's to say he doesn't actually end up gathering the North? If he was to defeat the Boltons, that'd be a huge win. Rallying the North behind him, who knows what could happen? Tywin is dead, right? That's something that Davos finds out in this chapter. Tommen, at this point, is on the throne with really bad counselors. We see how all that plays out in Feast for Crows. And so, yeah, there's something that Lord Burrell really has to think about. But we also not only get the Robert's Rebellion stuff, we also get the kind of the history of the Sisterton and the sisters as a whole, as how the Vale of the North would constantly fought over it until it was eventually brought into Aegon's kingdom. But overall, this chapter is a great chapter to build on for Davos. George is really just showing us what happened with Stannis in this book, building up this plot line, and giving us a taste of what is to come in the North with Davos. So that gets us to Jon III. And I want to point this out, right? We are only 11 chapters in, and we've gotten 3 Tyrion chapters and 3 Jon chapters. Half of the first part of this like little section is just Jon and Tyrion. If that doesn't show you that George took the advice of readers in the past, of his fans and his readers about the criticisms of A Feast for Crows, this should tell you everything, right? If we even think about the next chapter, right? Out of the first 12 chapters, 8 of them are Jon, Dany, and Tyrion. I just want to point that out as we go further in here. But Jon III, again, I really praise what George is able to do with his character, because this is just a really great chapter. I love everything that it has relating to Jon. Again, his plotline in this book is really established by these first 3 chapters, but the chapters open with Mance Rayder's execution, or what we believe is Mance Rayder's execution. And this is a really big moment, right? Mance Rayder has been built up as a really big character at this point of the story. And so hindsight, we know that this is a Mance Rayder. But given what we know at this point of the story, this is a big moment. Like, this is really Jon's, I wouldn't say his villain of his arc, because that's the others, but it's been like his anti-hero of his story. And so a really big character is going out, and we see Mel performing this ritual, but we again see the way Jon and Stannis handle things quite differently. Jon is not willing to let this man be burned to death and commands him to be shot with some arrows to, again, just allow that to end quickly. Now, this is not actually Mance Rayder, so it is quite different. But it is quite interesting. But something else we're left to ponder here is that Mance Rayder starts saying that he was not the king and that he wasn't all these things. That leads you to think about this. Is this just one desperate plea for Mance Rayder to get out of this? But no, we know this is really the Lord of Bones yelling this because he doesn't want to get burned. It's very interesting. What also does this tell us? It tells us that Mel doesn't really believe that king's blood is needed because it's the Lord of Bones. It's not the king. And so we've kind of already realized this by the time we get to Winds of Winter, but it's not really king's blood that does it. It's blood in general. It's blood magic that's powerful. That's what gives power in this world. We also see more of why Jon is killed as he continues to try and struggle with ruling and dealing with people, because at this point Bowen Marsh does really respect Jon, but Bowen suggests he block the gates, but Jon disagrees, doesn't really express why. Like, he just says, oh, it'll leave us blind, but he doesn't really expand upon that. It just feels like a one-sided conversation where Bowen Marsh is, giving all these reasons as to maybe why this could be beneficial, and Jon just going, nah. That's kind of how it feels. And we as the readers understand why Jon doesn't want the gates to be blocked, because we're in his head. So we're looking at his thoughts and going, yeah, I understand that rationale, but he's not saying those things to Bowen Marsh. And so when you have a building conflict, right, where Bowen Marsh is going to have a lot of these moments, and a lot of people in the watch will have these moments with Jon where they're giving him some sort of idea that Jon doesn't like, but Jon doesn't really give them anything back. He just says no. And so that's an interesting point. But we also see that the wildlings are basically given a choice. You either bend the knee and get some food and shelter, or you're basically told to leave. They can go back up north with no clothing, or well, with the clothing that they have, but no food really. Basically a death sentence. And so many do bend the knee to Stannis and all of that and get food and things like that, but it doesn't really go the way I think Stannis was kind of hoping it would. And so at this point, right, this is why Bowen Marsh is like, we need to close the gates, right? Because the wildlings are going to come back. If we seal the gates, it'll be much easier to defend. We don't have the men to defend against another assault like what happened with Mance. And that's a very interesting point, right? If you think about it, if you think about Bowen Marsh's rationale, we know the others are out there. We know the wildlings are out there, and they're going to be coming south. We know all of this. What is the point of having scouts? What's the point? The last time that they went on a really big scouting party in book 2 didn't go well. A lot of the watch's strength died because of Mormont's decision. Now, it was important to understand what was going on, but at the same time, it was also detrimental. So again, you can see both of the rationales of both Mormont and Jon Snow, which is what makes this chapter so interesting. But not only that, we also see this chapter having some internal conflict about the wildlings and the Night's Watch relationship, right? How is Jon going to circumvent that? But also, when he looks at his Night's Watchmen and how they react to the wildlings, a lot of them are not too pleased. A lot of them are not happy to have all of these wildlings south of the wall. It makes them feel uneasy. And if you're a Night's Watchman, think about this. For thousands of years, you've had these issues with the Night's Watch and the wildlings, right? And so a lot of these people don't have those experiences with good wildlings, right? Or people that are just normal people trying to make their way to safety. They don't have those relationships. A lot of people have lost friends to these wildlings, or maybe even if you are living in the north, family members. All of that is very relevant to this whole argument that's going to go on with Jon and the other Night's Watchmen. But we also see Jon struggling with being a leader. He has regret over Gilly, Aemon, and Sam as he hears of the storms that occurred in Sam 2. Again, if you guys don't remember, there was a big storm that happens that ends up basically having them struggling in around Skagos. It's a really filler, one of the worst chapters of A Feast for Crows, but that is what Jon is kind of referring to at this moment. But he also knows he can't be friends with his men anymore and goes a step farther. So yeah, we see Jon basically going to the dining area and his friends want them to sit with him. And Jon is about to, but then he thinks this. He thinks about how Ned always told him he can't be friends with his men, right? You can't do that because you may have to send them to die or basically be sitting over them if they commit a crime. And so Jon goes a step further. He has all of his staunchest allies, people that we have known from book 1, and sends them away, either to Shadow Tower or Eastwatch. And it's another misstep from Jon. Because what does this do? It isolates his staunchest supporters, people that would be able to understand him more, and sends them other places. And all in all, again, it's a great chapter that really is a culmination of Jon's entire arc in this book and foreshadows much to come. And that'll get us into chapter 12, or Dany II. Again, I think it's another really good chapter because just how I talked about with the last 2 chapters for Jon, this is a really good one. It's a direct continuation of the issues built up in the first Dany chapter. We see more deaths have occurred with her unsullied being slain by the Sons of the Harpy. Again, one of which is actually a brother to Missandei. Doesn't really happen in the show, but again, this is a very big event. Missandei is much younger than she is in the show, and so this really impacts her. But we see how Dany deals with the Sons of the Harpy and what lengths she will go to get information, right? She goes as far as having these witnesses that who knows if they're innocent or actually guilty, but possibly tortured by the Shave-Pay because she's that desperate for information. Again, you see those glimpses of things that George can play on in Winds of Winter, where it's like Dany in her desperation sometimes can make bad decisions even if she thinks it's for the greater good. But other things that I find are very interesting in this entire situation is how Dany, again, is not really asserting herself. She's playing more of a passive role, which is much more different for her as a character than we've seen in the past. But Dany then has to be the one to confront or comfort Missandei and struggles with how can she protect her people, right? How is she going to protect all these people that are calling her mother, right? There's this really cute line where Missandei calls Dany basically her protector and her mother. And Dany struggles with that. She feels guilty because she has the weight of all of these people's lives, but yet people are still dying. But this also makes her think about her real children, the children that she has always said as being her dragons. The dragons have been imprisoned and how they have failed to capture Drogon. Dany is feeling an overwhelming sense of loss of control. She feels like she can't handle this whole situation. And again, what do we always talk about? It seems like when Dany is at her lowest point, her weakest point, she's either having dragon dreams or being visited by Quaithe. And this is by far the most interesting part of the chapter because we always use this section of this chapter to foreshadow things to come with Dany's plotline. But we see Quaithe appear, and it comes at a very interesting point as Dany is in many ways losing her way. Quaithe tries to remind her to be a dragon and remember who she is, but also to warn her of people to come like Tyrion, like Victarion, like all these other people, like young Griff possibly. But she also has once again to deal with the growing issue of the reopening of the fighting pits. Again, Hizdahr has brought some of these pit fighters, and what's very interesting is that the pit fighters want the pits to be reopened. This is where they get glory. They feel like they have some worth in this world, and Dany doesn't know what to say to them, right? It's the same idea that we talked about in Dany I, where slavery is definitely a bad thing, but what do you do when there's certain people that are enslaved that had better lives because they had better masters when they were enslaved than they do now? Now they're, looking for bread and not being able to live a normal life. How do you deal with that? And that's the issues that Dany is trying to come to, is like, how does she deny the people the fighting pits if that's what they want? That is a very compelling issue to play with the character of Dany. But lastly, again, like we talk about, whenever she's at her weakest, she goes to her dragons. She goes to see them. She has to think of what to do. They are no longer children, but in her words, they are monsters. She has to recounts how she had to deal with a farmer after in Dany I, she had to attempt to buy his silence as Drogon had killed his child. Again, Dany is locking up her dragons, right? She believes they're too wild. She can't control them anymore. She's losing her way, right? She is very similar to me with like a character like Robb, who as the story goes on at times seems to become very disconnected with his wolf, Greywind. And that's something that's very detrimental, right? Because he's kind of going away from his Stark instincts and going away from who he is. That's something that Dany struggles with in this chapter, and why I think it's a really good chapter for Dany, because it plays on her identity, her growth in this character, a lot of her struggles and things she's dealing with. It's all going to culminate into the end of this book, that this chapter is pivotal to understanding that. We get to chapter 13, which is Bran II. Now, Bran II is a really, really awesome chapter as well, right? Like what I talk about with Bran is he's really good at the beginning of this book. We see, again, picking up from where we left off, Bran and our group has been traveling, and this is the most desperate they've probably ever been. The cold is getting to them. Many of them haven't eaten in days, and they're struggling to reach the cave. You can see it. It's in sight. They're finally there, but it's this tough uphill battle. And I mean that literally. It's going uphill. It's hard to walk. And even some of them can't even walk anymore. Even Jojen himself cannot walk any longer and is having to be helped by his sister, even to the point where they really are kind of left behind. As Cold Hands notes, the others are approaching, and even the wolves are close by. They must hurry, so him, Hodor, and Bran hurry to the entrance, but before they can get there, they are run upon by the others. It seems a trap. The others come from the ground, pulling Hodor to the ground, but also having Bran fall from his basket. It's a really intense scene in which our characters seem like they're about to die at many points, but it all leads to, once again, the question of Bran warging into Hodor. And again, we see that ethical issue as Hodor doesn't like it, but Bran sees it as he must do it or they are going to die. Bran, using Hodor's body, allows them to survive, again helping Meera and the others. But at this point, they are saved by the children of the forest, something that's been foreshadowed really since the first 2 chapters of Bran's story in A Game of Thrones. But either way, they are led through this really weird area where it seems like there's these deep white roots that they think are snakes at the beginning. They come across skulls of things like ravens and such. But at this point, they find Bloodraven. And this is a really interesting point because Bran at this point asks if he will walk again, but Bloodraven says no, he will fly, which gets Bran to the point of crying. He's gone on this insane adventure, abandoning, the North, his family, and coming to this point just so that he could not be a cripple anymore, which has haunted Bran from the beginning of the story and is one of the biggest reasons why he came to seek out the Three-Eyed Crow. At this point, that's kind of been crushed. This seems as a lot of manipulation by Bloodraven to get Bran here so that who knows what could happen. If Bran is basically becoming a vessel for the old gods, who knows? But it comes off as very strange, and a chapter that will start Bran's arc as becoming probably the Three-Eyed Crow, or at least some sort of vessel for them. It puts a lot of tension and unease and a huge twist for Bran's story, and is by far one of his best chapters of his entire POV throughout all 4 books that he is in. And again, it's a definitely standout chapter of the opening story. I will say I actually made a little bit of an oopsie that I don't think anyone pointed out in the first video, so I'm glad people didn't notice. But I actually forgot to do Theon I in the first part. I was going through my notes and I was looking through, I'm like, wait a minute, I don't seem to have the number of chapters that it says I'm supposed to have. And so I went back and I actually missed Theon I, or Reek I. It's supposed to be right in between the Bran II chapter that we ended the last part on and the Dany II chapter. So I'm going to start with that chapter, even though we are a little bit out of order once again, but we'll get back on track. Given that we're starting with Theon I, this is going to be a really interesting chapter because you have to remember, we haven't seen Theon for 2 books. Right? The last we see of him is at the end of A Clash of Kings. And so there's no information about Theon in book 3. There's no information about Theon in book 4. There's alluding to that he's dead or he's just not anywhere to be seen. And so when you come back to this character, and again, we don't know it's Theon, right? It's just Reek. Who is this character of Reek? And maybe if you were a very detailed reader and you remembered, you would have remembered that Reek was a character that we learned a little bit earlier on in book 2 and or book 3. So you might be thinking already, okay, this is related to Ramsay. So, okay, well, who is this character then? And we see that this character is basically a husk of himself. He's starving to death. He's desperate, looking for a rat. He's living in complete fear. And we as the character with Big Walder and Little Walder find this character and realize that this is Theon Greyjoy, a character that has lost fingers. His hair is turning gray. He looks visibly aged, even though it hasn't been that long. He looks like an old man at this time as he's malnourished. It's a horrifying thought. And this chapter really is not like a big plot chapter in terms of what actually happens, but it's a huge revelation because us, the audience, you know, especially looking at the last book where it kind of really develops into that Greyjoy plot line, it kind of has in the back of your mind what happened to Theon. Well, this is what happened. And so as a reader, you're going to be very conflicted in this book about how you feel about Theon. Theon is a character that I think a lot of people do not like in the first two books. And when you come back to him here, you're sitting here going, I can't help but feel bad for him. Nobody should have to endure what Theon, you know, dealt with. Maybe Theon deserves to be killed for his actions, betraying the Starks, whatnot, but at the same time, does he deserve to be tortured and all of these things? It's an interesting little way that George plays with it. It's something I think it's very interesting with Cersei as well, where he takes a character we really don't like and puts them through the ringer to gain them sympathy, and we can understand that character. It makes us question our feelings on a particular plotline or character. And so Theon, during this time, really what mainly the focus is he is going to have to do this mission of helping freeing up the North from the Ironborn at Mokalan. We'll get into that at the end of this video as his next chapter's kind of towards the end of this retrospective, or this second part of the retrospective, but I did want to come back and make sure we did do that because it's a vital part of this chapter. It's a vital part of this book, and it's one of the best plot lines, and so I apologize for missing that in the last video if any of you guys did wonder that. So that gets us back on track. So we're back on with chapter 15. And Tyrion IV to me is, of the first 4 chapters we get of Tyrion, it's the best one of the first 4. And something else I want to point out as we're going into this chapter, you got to remember, we're only 15 chapters in. That would point to the idea that over a quarter of the chapters so far have been Tyrion chapters. Again, it's George taking what people had on complaints about Feast for Crows and giving them it here, right? Giving us the main characters, front loading them quite a lot in this book. But in this chapter, we are introduced into some very interesting characters, notably Septa Lemore and young Griff. We still see how Tyrion is a very pessimistic and broken person, but he's being given more of a role, trying to actively figure out what's going on here. And so we have some of that darker side of Tyrion, but we also have a little bit of that clever side of Tyrion, how he's going to be able to manipulate things and how he's going to be able to manipulate people. He kind of realizes something is just not right here. Young Griff is getting a better education and attention than most lords in Westeros. Why is that? What is so important about young Griff if he's just some sort of sellswords kid? It just doesn't seem to add up. And so Tyrion goes through this chapter trying to figure that out. And we see that his mind starts to work when he plays a game of Savas with Halden, the Half-Maester. And he basically puts on the line that if he wins, he wants a secret. Well, we know Tyrion eventually wins, and we find out, and he finds out a secret that we don't know yet. But there's a very cryptic ending to foreshadow what Tyrion has just found out. As at the end, they see a great turtle of the Rhine, signifying the crowning of a king. Now, us, the audience, don't know what Tyrion's talking about here. At this point in the story, it's very difficult to conclude, as us, an audience member, that this is young Griff or some sort of Targaryen. And so Tyrion realizes that. And so he won't get the payoff of that till the next chapter. But this is a really good chapter just to kind of give Tyrion something to kind of work with, right? I think one of the biggest complaints of the first 3 chapters for Tyrion is it's a lot of contemplation in those first 3 chapters for Tyrion. And yes, there are really interesting parts between Tyrion and Illyrio, but it's not like it's focused, right? There's not a lot of focus to Tyrion in those first 3 chapters. This gives him something interesting to develop, right? Us, the audience, want to know, who are all these people on board? We want to know why this cryptic ending, and that is going to help reshift Tyrion into what is he going to do with this character of young Griff? Is he going to help him? How does he feel about this? So that kind of really helps the character of Tyrion. I think, to me, it doesn't feel the same as like Tyrion and Brienne, because Brienne goes on to have one of the strongest arcs of A Feast for Crows. Whereas Tyrion, he kind of has like the first half of the book being pretty middle of the pack to then some really good chapters, and then he really falls off a cliff. But it kind of feels like that, where there's finally some like real focus for the character of Tyrion in this chapter specifically. So that gets us into chapter 16, Davos II. So Davos II is a weird one, right? Because Davos has 4 chapters in this book, and the first chapter is him in Sisterton. It's really a nice catch up of what goes on after Storm of Swords, nice reintroduction to the character, building the world out in terms of how Ned once came here during the Robert's Rebellion era. All that's really awesome. And then you have chapter 3 and 4 also being fantastic chapters dealing with Wyman Manderley and the Manderleys as a whole. This chapter is kind of that middle ground. It's Davos kind of contemplating his options. He's arriving at White Harbor, but what does he do, right? He's kind of arriving as someone that nobody knows. He's not with an envoy. He's not showing up as like this rich hand of the king. He's kind of showing up as a smuggler. But really what this chapter is trying to do is build the atmosphere and analyze White Harbor, kind of showing what's been going on here because we haven't been here, right? The closest we kind of have been here in reality on screen is in book 1, Catelyn comes with the Manderleys to moat Kaelin, but we don't see White Harbor. We learn a little bit about the Manderleys from that chapter, but it's not really enough in my opinion. So in this chapter, we kind of figure out what's going on here. The Freys have shown up to White Harbor. It seems like the two are forming an alliance, but there's also some tragic things going on there. Like, where is Wyman's son? He's a captive? It's presumed he's a captive of the Freys. Well, okay, then how is Wyman going to support Stannis? And so it's Davos kind of rationalizing through all of these things. And it's Davos having to use his smuggling skills, learning about the situation as he goes to inns and things like that. But by the end of the chapter, he realizes either way, he has to present himself to the gates and needs to speak to Wyman. Again, it's a good chapter. It builds up the plot line going forward, and it really helps those next 2 chapters that Davos is going to have truly be great chapters. But the fallout is, not a lot really happens in this chapter. It's just kind of a basic block chapter where you're building up things to come. There's not too much to really talk about in this one. And so it's a good one, but it's not great really in any way. Number 17 is going to be Dany III. Dany III is a chapter that I really think is good as well. I think Dany is a weird character in this book because, especially early on, where I am in my reread, so about 400 pages in, she's definitely like a middle of the pack POV. Like, she doesn't have any chapters so far that are like your best of the book, or any chapters that I think are like terrible or the worst of the book. She's just kind of there in the middle. She's just there. And so in this chapter, it's really focusing on if Dany will go back to Westeros. Will she go to that place that she believes is home? As she receives Xaro, I'm not sure how you say his name, from Qarth, one of the 13 from book 2. So a nice callback to her arc in book 2, but he comes offering 13 ships to take her home to Westeros and leave Slaver's Bay behind. And for Dany, to me, this doesn't really make sense because 13 ships is not enough for Dany to go home. You got to remember, she has a ton of Unsullied. There are people that are still with her, like Khalasar, that she has very small at this point, but still, any of the people that want to come with her to Westeros, it's a struggle, right? That's not enough ships, so it kind of is interesting in terms of, does Dany just take his ships? What does she do with them? And it's great for building the wars to come, as the Yunkish are already marching on Astapor and will continue towards her. And something that I think is very interesting, and one of the reasons I don't really understand Quentyn's plotline in this book is information like that we get here in like a couple sentences or a paragraph. We learn about what's also going on in Essos or around Slaver's Bay. And so we don't need things like Quentyn. I'm going to talk about that when we get to Quentyn II. But I think that's important because this chapter really focuses the landscape of what is going on in the world at this time, or at least in Essos, I'll say specifically. But we see that Dany really has no leverage. She's struggling to get any of this economy going, as she wants to trade with Qarth, but again, she has nothing to trade. And Xaro tells her that. But all in all, Dany must decide what to do: stay and attempt to rule with a people that dislike her, or leave for home where she is presumably wanted, but leaving her people to be enslaved. It's a really interesting predicament that Dany's in. It's the one she's going to battle pretty much this entire first half of the book, because staying is something that she personally doesn't want. It doesn't have much of a benefit to her. She's not well loved here, but on the flip side of it, if she leaves, she abandons her people. She abandons the people around her. So she's kind of split in half. Whereas personally, what was motivating her, she wants to go reclaim the Iron Throne. She wants to go back to where her presumed home is. But her moral conscience and what is holding her back is the people she's slaved, the people that she believes she's a mother to. And so this chapter is really good because it paints that right there front and center. You know, we're not shying away from it. It gives Dany an ultimatum as to what she's going to do. But I also find something that is interesting that George uses. George uses Viserys to impact Daenerys' thoughts all throughout this chapter, in terms of going home, in terms of what she should be doing that is to her own personal benefit, how she thinks about him and how she acts. All is very present in this chapter, and I like that George does that callback because Viserys was such an integral part of her story and why she became a Khaleesi, why she became the mother of dragons. All of that is vital to understanding. But in the end, she decides to stay, to the anger of Azaro, who leaves a bloody glove declaring war. Again, Dany has once again made more enemies. She now has enemies on all sides of her, things that will collapse in on itself as the book continues to go on, and it's something that still has yet to be resolved in Winds of Winter. Again, I noted that this chapter was not as good as I think her second chapter, but was still very enjoyable, had its own kind of contained story, and I really did enjoy it. And that gets us into chapter 18, which will be Jon IV. Again, this is another good chapter for Jon, as it's his last with Stannis. It's kind of the breaking of the early Jon chapters, where Jon has been a character that's kind of been divided in things taking up the time in his POVs. You know, with the Stannis stuff, with kind of other things going on with the Wildling plot, with, you know, the Sam, Gilly, Aemon plot of sending them south. There's been a lot of things that have kind of struggled to focus Jon on like one thing at this time. And so here he's kind of trying to do a lot here, because the chapter opens with the issues of food, right? Jon goes down to see their stores, see what their reserves are looking like for winter, and it's not good. Right? Bowen Marsh even states this. We don't have enough food for all of Stannis's men, all of these wildlings. We just don't have the food. And Jon is basically forced to make a choice to start rationing the food. Another thing that's going to lead to why people don't respect him and or why people dislike him and are willing to kill him. But on the other side of that, you also have Jon who's not listening to Marsh. They don't have enough food with the wildlings and Stannis here. And the problem Jon faces throughout all of this book is he's not willing to tell the people why they are doing things, right? He just does them and expects people to just go along with it. One of the things, if you want to look at if Jon is a Targaryen, that one of his ancestors did really well, is Jaehaerys would be someone that would sit down with people, hear their grievances, and explain why he thought maybe that was not the right course of action. Jon consistently in this book does not do that. And this chapter puts it on full display. He doesn't listen to Bowen Marsh, and when he does, he kind of just says a bland answer and then just leaves. So he says, yeah, we'll ration the food. But he doesn't give a, how do we fix the solution? Rationing the food will help the situation, but it's not a solve. We're still going to have the same end result. We don't have enough food. And whether Jon doesn't have a solution to that yet at all, already, fine, but you still have to explain what's going on. That's where people will lose trust in you. And that's exactly what we're going to see in this book. But the second part of this chapter is almost completely on Stannis. It's about what Stannis is going to be doing in the north. Stannis is someone that realizes he cannot stay at the wall forever. The longer he does, the more he'll be forgotten about and all of that. And so he decides, okay, maybe I should march to the Dreadfort. A lot of people have been suggesting that, Arnulf Karstark being one of those. Again, we know this is actually a trap, but us as the readers don't know that at this point, but that is what is going on. And we again see that a lot of our counselors agree to this, right? And many of them, all of them are not from the north. They don't really know what the north is like, and it's a dumb plan. Think about how long the march is to the Dreadfort. They're at the very top of the north at the wall. It would take a long time to get there. They'd be extremely lucky if they went if they even got there without being noticed. And two, the Dreadfort is a very strong castle. How were they supposing they were going to get in, even if it is lightly garrisoned? But also moving that far south puts you right in the crossfires of not only Ramsay's army at the time, that's this far down south, and also Roos's army coming up from Moat Cailin. And you could be thinking, okay, well, they hope the Ironborn are going to be able to hold Moat Cailin. But Stannis is smart enough to realize Moat Cailin is going to be attacked from the north and the south. It's going to fall very quickly. And so in that regard, this is a terrible plan. And so Jon disagrees, being the only one really able to step up and tell him this. It won't work. And instead, he makes a trade. He wants to keep the wildlings and tell Stannis of different men that he can get in the mountain clans. And so, more or less, we have a whole new plot. Stannis is going to head to Deepwood Motte after getting the mountain clans, and that is where Stannis will go. And this is the end of the Stannis and Jon plot. The two will not see each other in this book. They may see each other in the next book, but this is kind of the end of the Stannis plot for Jon. Now, this kind of has an interesting question, and I want to talk about this more when we get to it. But you as a reader then might be thinking, okay, where are we then going to get our Stannis POV? Davos is in White Harbor. Mel is going to be staying here, and Mel wasn't even a POV at this time anyway. There's no one that's a POV that's going to be with Stannis. So are we going to hear about these events? Are we going to see them through Theon's eyes, but it's going to be from the Ramsay camp? We're going to definitely see that, but what is going to happen there? And so you also, I think as a reader, you don't really realize, wait, who could be at Deepwood Motte? Asha. And so when you get to that chapter, it all feels like it flows perfectly well. And some people might be saying, oh, well, that's convenient. You lose one POV and you pick up another one for Stannis's camp. But I'm going to explain when we get there why it's not a plot convenience and it makes perfect sense. Where something else we're going to talk about with Quentyn is a plot convenience, and I have a lot of problems with that plot line. But I wanted to bring that up here because it is important to understand. But again, I think of another really good chapter for Jon. I think Jon so far is definitely been one of the stronger POVs of the book, and that'll get us back to Tyrion. And this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, Tyrion is a dominant POV this early in the story. We only talk about 3 POVs after Tyrion's, and we're already back to him with Tyrion 5. But Tyrion 5 is definitely one of my favorite chapters, especially of the early part of this book, as again, it's Tyrion just in his element, right? This is one of my favorite chapters from Tyrion this early in the book, as they're continuing their journey getting past the sorrows. But more importantly, we get the reveal of who is in the party. Well, some of them anyway. That young Griff is Aegon Targaryen, the child of Rhaegar and Elia, who is supposedly killed at the end of Rhaegar's rebellion. Now, we still don't know if this is actually true, but either way, this is a massive shakeup to the entire story. And that's regardless of if he even is a Targaryen. Him being perceived as a Targaryen is huge. If he's a Blackfire, that has huge implications on the story. And so this chapter takes this Tyrion storyline that's kind of been somewhat muddied and really struggling to get going, and it just has an explosion, and you're sitting here going, whoa. But then not only that, but we also get, this is Jon Connington, one of the Hands of the King that had been exiled to Essos after his loss at the Battle of the Bells. A lot of interesting characters are just revealed at this part of the book for Tyrion 5. And when you look back on it and you realize what is to come next, you understand why this had to happen so quickly, why we got so many Tyrion chapters. And I think you can make the argument that maybe Tyrion 1 and Tyrion 2 could have been combined into one chapter, maybe would have helped the flow of this book, not having 5 Tyrion chapters within the first 19. But you understand going forward why there were so many, because we need that Jon Con plot to get rolling. We talk about Winds of Winter, how there's just so many different plots and so much stuff that George needs to get through. Well, think about if this plot had taken even longer, right? Now, I would also argue that the way you could have fixed this is you would have given Tyrion less chapters going forward and given more to Jon Con. But, you know, that we'll get to that as we go later on with Tyrion's arc. But right after we get this huge reveal, Tyrion also reveals himself to the party. So no longer is Tyrion really playing the role of being this bastard type. He is now revealed that he is Tyrion Lannister. At this, though, they are attacked by stone men, and this scene just plays out very horrifyingly. Like, these stone men could get you infected just by touching your skin. Us, the audience, have no idea what is going to happen here. Could this get young Griff killed, or Jon Connington killed, or any of our companions killed? And we end up seeing Tyrion actually pushing young Griff out of the way so that he can get this stone man off of him. It shows that Tyrion does have some semblance of a good morality. Now, was this done because Tyrion was trying to get in good with young Griff? Possibly, but I would go away from that idea, given the fact that Tyrion kind of acts just out of instinct. He does the same thing with Catelyn Stark. It seems almost the same, right? Tyrion has no real reason to help either young Griff or Catelyn, but he does so. He acts. And the chapter ends with Tyrion falling and drowning. And the chapter ends with a really interesting moment, because it's like, it's kind of alluding that Tyrion is going to die, but I think us, the audience, we know he's not going to die. Tyrion is not going to die by drowning in a river. It's just not going to happen. But the implications here are much more dire. Tyrion's being dragged down. Is Tyrion going to get infected with grayscale? Could it happen? What could happen because of this dire moment? Tyrion going completely into this river filled with the stone men, possibly infected and or cursed. There's a lot there. And so this chapter does a great job in terms of building the tension, in terms of having a huge plot twist that changes up the entire story, and to me is by far Tyrion's best chapter, I think, probably in this book. When I wrote it down, I said best so far of my notes and of these first two parts. But honestly, reflecting on Tyrion in this book, this is probably his best chapter within the entire book. And that will get us into Davos III. Now, Davos III, what can I say about this? It's not Davos's best chapter of the book, but it's a good one. Because this chapter, I think, of a lot of the chapters that are in this book, it does the best to immerse you. It almost puts you in the story, right? Because we as the audience like the Starks. We know what happened at the Red Wedding. We are kind of like the overlooker of the world. We know all the information. But when you go into this chapter and you see Davos has become more or less a prisoner, it's a luxury prisoner. Like, he's getting a nice cell. It's very similar to like Sansa in book 1 after Ned's coup. Like, she has her own apartments and all that, but she's not really able to go anywhere, right? That's kind of where Davos is right now. And so he's awaiting audience with the Manderleys. And we see him interact with Wyman's court, and specifically the Freys. And what is great here is George makes us feel like we are in this meeting. We, the audience, are playing the role of Wyla Manderley. Because Wyla Manderley is the one that's like, no, we shouldn't be, going with these Freys. This is wrong. The Freys suck. They killed Robb, our king. We should help Stannis. That's us as the audience, right? We know that. Like, that's what they should be doing. And we're sitting here going, why don't they do this? Why is Wyman Manderley believing the Freys? But George has already given us all those answers. He gave those answers to us in the last chapter, which is why this chapter flows so well. We already know all the information. We know that Davos is doomed, but there's still that hope in us. There's still that Wyla Manderley, that feeling of just, we can't do anything. The story is going to continue with or without us. And that's what the beauty of this chapter. It puts us in the minds of these characters. But we see how the Freys manipulate this game. They say the Starks were in the wrong, and Wyman seems to agree with their reasoning, as Robb broke this vow to marry a Frey girl. He also turns into this wolf and starts attacking them during the wedding, and so do the Stark men, painting the Starks as the bad guys. The arrogance of the Freys in this moment. But in reality, when you think about it, nobody was there, so nobody exactly knows what happens. Again, the Freys can kind of spread this lie, but we all know this is bullshit at the same time. But it all sets a perfectly to the reveal we're going to get in the next chapter, because all this makes sense. Wyman is stuck in this situation where his son is a hostage. The Freys have men here in White Harbor to make sure that he is loyal. He has to play this game, right? He can't straight out say that, oh yeah, I'm going to back Davos. The Freys suck. He has to play this game. And so we come to the end of this chapter, and Davos loses the argument and is sentenced to death, which again lines up exactly with what we know happens in Feast for Crows. In Feast for Crows, in one of Cersei's middle chapters, we learn that yes, Davos is killed at White Harbor. And that's what prompts the Freys to release Wyman's son. Now, with this being said, though, we're left with the conclusion of what is to happen with Davos. We don't see him die on screen in this chapter. He's just being arrested, but it seems pretty bleak, right? Like, what can Wyman Manderly really do? He seems publicly to be backing the Freys. He has a knife to his back. There's not a lot he can really do. And it continues to make Davos one of my favorite POVs of this book. And that concludes it. Again, that is one of the best chapters of this early part of the book. I think I had it in my top 5, if I'm not mistaken. As of right now, it's not in my top 5, but it's number 6, but it is one of the best of this book by far. We talked about, firstly, Theon 1 or Reek I in this retrospective, but now we're with Theon II. And again, this is a really good chapter for Theon. It kind of builds, it takes everything that was great about the first chapter and just heightens it. It makes it more plot relevant. It gives us more time to expand Theon's logic and how he is as a person. How is his mental health at this time? Very awful at this time. We see that Theon is being cleaned up for his role to play his past self, with the goal of taking Moat Cailin still occupy the Ironborn. Now, what does this setup already do? It puts us in the mind of Reek trying to play his former self. So it's again him having that split personality of his younger self, of reflecting on his actions, things that he did, the mistakes he may have made, or the people that he used to care about. But it also takes that part of it. It takes the Stark side of him, and it also puts that in direct conflict with his Ironborn side as well, as he also is having to play the role of being the prince of the Ironborn, taking control of them and making them surrender, offering them generous terms. It's a really great chapter because it takes all these things that are pivotal to this character at this moment and puts it right there. But the beauty comes from, I think, the psychological torture that Theon has gone through. Even in this situation where Theon could try and run, he could get himself killed, let the Ironborn kill him, do any of these things to escape what he's going through, he's still scared. He is someone that I think most people are scared of what comes after death, right? Is there some sort of afterlife? Is there nothing? That's what Theon could be feeling, that, you know, even though all this torture is horrible, you know, that is also another thing, is the fear of the unknown. And Theon subconsciously wants to die, but at the same time, he doesn't do it. And so you have a lot of things that are very compelling for the character of Theon, but that kind of gets Theon to remembering, you know, the last time coming here with Robb and the choices that he made. Again, he recounts basically the Catelyn chapter of coming to Moat Cailin, of where all they were situated in these towers and all the 20,000 men going south. But at the same time, we see a bit of Theon come back as he takes control in Moat Cailin and convinces them to leave the castle. Unfortunately for those men, they are killed, but Theon gets a reward. And this again shows the power dynamic of how low Theon is. Even when faced with being able to get a reward, all Theon asks for is wine. And what does Theon get promoted to? Not to a normal human, but to a dog. We see the mental games Ramsay is playing, keeping Theon as this pet that is completely damaged. But we end the chapter meeting Roose Bolton and the Freys. But he also realizes that the Arya that they have brought with them is not actually Arya, which us, the audience, already knew. This isn't really like this big twist of us, the reader, but it's a really cool twist for Theon, because we're going to put, again, something that connects Theon to his past. We're going to connect him with Jane Poole, someone that he would have known. And so that's interesting, but it also unravels that, well, we already knew that the Boltons were planning to marry a fake Arya. And that gets us into chapter 22, Jon V. And chapter 5, just like I talked about chapter 4, it's kind of the end of Jon's early book arc. It's a chapter mainly used to refocus Jon's plot at this time. We're going to see Jon as he tries to recruit wildlings into the Watch. Not exactly into the Watch, it's more like defending the wall. They don't have to say the vows or wear a black cloak or any of those things, but he's trying to get the wildlings to help him and help the Watch, but he's also trying to give them food and all of these things. So we see Jon traveling to Molestown, and again, what is the focus of Jon's story going to be going forward? It's going to be integrating the wildlings into the Watch. But what he does is he doesn't do anything. He doesn't explain to the people why this is a necessity. Us, the viewers, are inside Jon's head. We know why this is a necessity and needs to happen, but others do not. And again, this is not a very long chapter for Jon. It doesn't have a lot in here that really needs to be discussed, but I find this chapter good for exploring why Jon is killed. Again, it's not really explaining or expanding on his reasoning to Marsh or the Watch into why they are allowing the wildlings to help. Think about what Jon is asking. Jon is asking for not only wildlings to be part of the wall, but women. Well, there's a big reason as to why the Watch doesn't allow women and why that you're not allowed to take a wife or anything like that, because it's going to shift your loyalties. And so it puts that to the test. Should there be these wildling women on the wall trying to defend it? Should there be wildlings and Night's Watchmen together? Who knows? They can't really trust each other, and an army that can't trust one another isn't really an army. So you're putting two groups of people together and you're just mashing them together. You're not trying to let each side understand why this is necessary. You're just kind of mashing two brick walls together and hoping they mix. It's just not the best way of going about things. But again, really what I think George wanted to do with this chapter is, again, starting that process of integrating the wildlings into the wall, but also showing Jon's lack of communication to be crucial to his arc. Now, this gets us to a very conflicting chapter for me. Tyrion VI. It's a really, really weird one, because the first half I love. I love the first half of Tyrion waking up from being saved by Griff and all that comes with that. But I really enjoy what we get between young Griff and Tyrion, because it's Tyrion being at his best, you know, manipulating people, talking to people, and getting them to do what he wants them to do. And so we see young Griff and Tyrion playing Savas, and Tyrion gives young Griff some very interesting lessons and things that are going to be crucial going forward with the story. He tells young Griff that he should go to Westeros. Again, going to Westeros is very beneficial. The realm is not united at the time. Cersei is basically in control. We see how that worked out in Feast for Crows, so we know Tyrion is right. The North is in open rebellion. The Driverlands are all screwed up at this time. The Westerlands' power has been completely weakened during this time period. The Dornish are ripe for rebellion. We know that to also be true. So Tyrion says, take this Golden Company army and go to Westeros. And we also see another rationale that Tyrion uses to justify this. If he goes to Dany, he's going to look like a beggar. He's going to be looking like someone that is asking for her hand. They're not going to meet on equal terms. It's going to be kind of like the way Quentyn goes about asking for Dany. And so we see a lot of this play out. But what we end up seeing is that Tyrion, during this Savas game, was also lying to him, trying to get young Griff to do things like keeping his dragon away from his king so that he can beat him in this game. That's what ends up happening. We see that Tyrion's point is driven home. Trust no one, because that's how Tyrion thinks. He doesn't trust anyone. He is a very pessimistic person. And I don't really think that's the outlook you should have in the world. I think you can trust certain people. You just need to be understanding of who you can trust and who you cannot trust. And so Tyrion gets the better of young Griff, and young Griff has a bit of that Targaryen fieriness to him, something that people have speculated on in the future of how young Griff is going to be. Young Griff basically rage quits. He knocks the board and the pieces to the side. He forces Tyrion to clean them up, very similar to the way Joffrey has like Tyrion pick up his goblet during the Purple Wedding. And all of this is very interesting because it paints a lot of what we could see between the characters of Ygritte and Tyrion going forward. But the second half is where you get a little not so good in this chapter, because it takes place in a town where they are to get some information on the political climate going on with the war in Meereen. But more importantly, we see Tyrion's dark side as he pays for sex and even asks for the woman to kill him, as he is suicidal. And there's some really dark things that go on here in terms of really bad alcoholism, in terms of Tyrion, raping this girl, in terms of just Tyrion being an awful human being. And eventually, why I say this is a mixed bag chapter, not only for those bad things that we see from Tyrion, but he is eventually captured by Jorah, starting probably the worst plotline of the book. I think it's like this plotline plus Quentyn's plotline are probably the worst two of this book. I personally cannot think of a single chapter I like of Tyrion's after this moment. And so it is that point. And another thing I find that's kind of a big problem I think George has in this book specifically, it just seems like a really big plot convenience. Like, really, out of every single brothel that Tyrion could go to, he ends up going to the one with Jorah in it. And it's not one of those things where you can point to, oh, well, in book 1, the same thing happens with Tyrion and Catelyn. It's like, no, because both were heading towards the Crossroad Inn, and so it made sense. It's a logical hub of where things would happen and where you would go either to the west, the east, the north, or the south. This, it just feels very random. It feels like very convenient. And again, that's not bad to have every once in a while. That's not to say conveniences are a bad thing, but it's when you have a lot of them, that's when you start to look at these and go, I don't know if that was the best point here. And I think the difficult part George has here is George had to come to an idea where, how does Tyrion now get away from the young Riff group to go to Daenerys? That's the issue. And I think, how would you have willingly gotten Tyrion away from them? That could have been something difficult. Now, what you could have explored, and this could be something interesting that would have, I think, worked a lot better, is if we would have seen Tyrion actually willingly leave Ygritte, willingly leave our party and try to search for Tysha. One of the big things we see throughout this entire plot line is Tyrion looking for her. Where do whores go? And he's not going to be able to really find that with Dany and Ygritte. So you could have his personal motivations kind of getting through in terms of finding love again. So that would have been something where maybe he breaks off from their party. And then maybe while he's out at these docks, maybe we have this chapter, the second half of this chapter is just him kind of wandering around in the city, and eventually he's spotted. That way it feels much more natural in terms of people would have known that there was a dwarf going around, and then maybe Jorah would have heard this and found him. It just doesn't feel as natural in terms of just Jorah being in the same brothel as Tyrion at the same time. A complete coincidence. It just doesn't really feel right to me, but I get why George did it. I just think it could have been executed a bit better, in my opinion. That gets us into chapter 24, Dany IV. Again, another chapter that has kind of its strengths and its weaknesses. On one hand, I really like the opening of this chapter with the Green Grace and Dany. It oozes suspicion. Something is not really right here. The Green Grace, once again, is talking down to Dany, kind of putting her in her place, kind of knowing information that it seems very suspicious that she already knows before Daenerys even tells her. But not only that, but we also have reflections of the past. Dany trusting older women. Very similar to Meereen. It's very apparent, given that I just got done doing my review of the Meereen Mazdur chapter where she meets Dany, it almost feels so similar here. But one of the things that comes out of this conversation is that the Green Grace suggests the only way to fix this situation is for her to marry someone with old Giscari blood, someone that the Meereenese people can get behind. That leads to the Hisdar plot. But before we get there, I want to talk about another interesting moral question that is brought up here. The Green Grace kind of brings up, they have hostages. Why don't they kill them? Why doesn't Dany kill the hostages? When there are people dying, freemen are dying, or people are dying, but she's not using these hostages. And it's a part of, again, Dany is someone that is not a bad person. She tries to be a good person, and she likes a lot of these people. A lot of these young children that she's being given as hostages, she's starting to enjoy them. And that's the issue, because it comes back to this idea that Ned talks about, that Jon and Robb try to kind of go through with. Don't be friends of people that are your subordinates. You may have to kill them one day or send them off to be killed. Especially in the case of Theon. Ned never got close to Theon because Ned knew he might one day have to kill Theon. That's something that Dany doesn't do, and that's some advice that she probably sorely needs. I like all that. But on the flip side, I find the romance side of this chapter, which is the back half, to just be kind of boring, kind of repetitive. It's just, Dany has so many love interests over the entirety of the series. She also is someone that consistently thinks about Daario early on in this book. It just gets so repetitive. It's Dany setting up the terms of a marriage with Hizdahr. If he can keep the peace and no killings happen for 90 days, she will marry him, albeit she doesn't really like him that much, and even kisses him to see if there's any type of, you know, thing there. There isn't really. And so Dany just sees it kind of as a win-win type scenario. If he can give the peace for 90 days, well, at least she saved her people, and it shows that there can be some stability. But on the other side of it, if, again, he doesn't, it just kind of forestalls stuff like the marriage for now. And then we get to see Daario, and Daario comes back, and Dany's real excited. She's getting all dressed up, and then he just knows she can't be with him. You know, he's a sellsword, and so part of this angers her, but it also angers her because Daario tries to give her advice, telling her to be a dragon, telling her to strike at her enemies, killing the masters. And that's not who Dany is at this point. Dany is someone that's not morally bad. She tries to be a good person. And so she struggles with that. It's something that the Meereenese plot is pushing her further and further to the edge of how does she, again, get these people to respect her, get these people to stop killing each other and bring order to Meereen. How does she do that? And that's something she struggles with a lot. So there are bits and pieces of this chapter I really love. There's bits and pieces of this chapter I really dislike. And that's kind of where I am with Dany at times in this book. But again, I don't think it's a bad chapter at all. But I do think out of the Dany chapter so far, probably her weakest. But just as I say that, this is probably my least favorite Dany chapter. George, once again, seems to intersplice his chapters perfectly. And I want to just kind of look at the next 3 chapters as they are the last 3 we're going to be doing in this retrospective for this part. We have a Dany chapter that's not so good, followed by a Jon Con chapter, his first one of the best chapters of the book, very highly rated for me and is my favorite of the first 27. We then get a Quentyn chapter, one of the worst chapters of the book, the second worst for me at this point. And then we're followed up by another banger in an Asha chapter. It really does show that I feel like George knows kind of his weaker chapters, and he follows them up with great chapters to kind of hide them a little bit in his book. And so I really love that because that's been a consistent thing that I've seen in both Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons in this book. So Jon Con 1 is a chapter that I remember when I first started reading this book, did not know we were going to get this POV. I did not know that we were going to have this, but looking back, it makes sense, right? You can't really just introduce the young Griff plot line and then Tyrion leaves and then just have no plot point here or no POV here. And so Jon Connington is the perfect POV because he reminds you so much of Ned. He is someone that reflects on the decisions he's made in the past. He is someone that's a very complex character that has strengths and weaknesses. And we get a look into the history of the Battle of the Bells. But we see that Jon Con is someone that is highly untrusting of some of the people below him. As again, Tyrion has been lost. Something that would have been a very valuable piece, being that he is Tyrion Lannister and he was lost. But we see Jon Con and co. heading to the Golden Company's camp. We get to learn on their history and customs, which is always fun to reread given the context of the Duncan Egg novellas and what goes on there. It's just a really awesome chapter that provides a lot of world building to the lore of the Blackfire rebellions and Bittersteel and the Golden Company as a whole, how they operate. Really fantastic chapter that I love. We see the military leadership and how it's changed from I believe it's Blackheart to now Harry Strickland. And I really love that, because this is kind of the reveal of young Griff, where young Griff comes out looking like a prince. He's not just this, you know, knight squire or sellsword squire. He's now looking more like a Targaryen. He's wearing rubies, fine clothing. And we see young Griff kind of reveal himself to the Golden Company. Now, what I find is interesting here is that the Golden Company are quite frustrated with the situation going on. There's been all these different type of plans. First it was Viserys, then it was Daenerys was supposed to be, they were supposed to back Daenerys, but then all those plans went awry. And now we're here with young Griff. And young Griff steps up. He takes this chance, this thing that we haven't seen him do, and he really basically takes Tyrion's advice and uses it. He tells them, screw Daenerys, screw trying to get to Meereen, because that's insanely difficult. We've seen that with Quentyn's chapter. Let's go to Westeros. It's ripe for conquest. And at this, the Golden Company realize they have a new leader. They realize is to be their king and to lead them back home. Again, this is by far my favorite chapter of the first 27. I am a big sucker for the Blackfyre lore at this time. I love young Griff. He's one of my favorite characters going into the next book. I'll give you guys a bit of a spoiler for my other series going on right now, my top 100 characters of A Song of Ice and Fire. Young Griff is unfortunately not on that list just because we haven't gotten a lot with the character, but I'm really looking forward to getting more of this character personally. But yeah, it's just this awesome chapter. It feels a lot like, for instance, Robb Stark's King of the North chapter, where it's like Robb coming into his own. Now it's very different because Robb in that is not really declaring himself as king, that's his bannerman. But here it's young Griff proving his worth and them kind of making him their king. It's one of those things. It feels very similar. And so I love everything this chapter does. And it's very vital that it's placed here, because then we get Quentyn II. And I'm going to have a fairly big rant here about Quentyn's character so far. And that gets us to Quentyn II. So Quentyn II is a chapter that it's slightly better than the first one, which isn't saying much. If you guys remember, my rant for Quentyn I was a chapter that was unneeded, didn't make really much sense for this plotline to even exist. That didn't change in this chapter. Again, the only reason this chapter is more interesting is because we get more of like the tattered prince, and we also get like some battle stuff with Astapor, but what do we really get out of this chapter? It's a somewhat long chapter. It's a chapter in which we learn that Astapor has fallen, and some of the stuff that we already learned with Daenerys' chapter in terms of Yunkai and Astapor. It just doesn't matter. I mean, nothing in this chapter really adds anything to the story. And this is why I think one of my biggest complaints with the early start of this book, very similar to Sam in Feast for Crows, Quentyn didn't need to be introduced in terms of a POV if you wanted to until he meets Daenerys. He just doesn't. Because once then he actually gets to Meereen, then you can kind of explore his character. The only thing that I can see as to why George put this character and gave him more POVs is because he dies at the end. And so you want him to be more of a character we like so it hits harder and give him more time to develop. But the problem becomes I find the character to be, every time he's a chapter, he slows down the pace. It comes down all the way down to a crawl. And this chapter just does not, and this character doesn't really have much going for him. Like, there's not much in terms of defining an actual character. Like, the best we've got is he feels like he maybe is not worthy of Daenerys. He's not the most attractive guy. And maybe some stuff in terms of like honor, right? Breaking oaths. Like, that's something that could be interesting to explore in this chapter. And it's one of the only things I find interesting in this chapter. But like, why is this character here? He's not interesting. There's no reason to have this character. It's very similar, in my opinion, to like Tyrion later on, where it's like, we just don't need like 9 chapters or whatever it is of just Tyrion being a slave and all of that. It just, you don't need it. And so I'm not going to really explain the chapter too much, but more or less what we get is we see Quentyn with the windblown, how they've taken part in this battle with Astapor, and it was kind of a slaughter. It wasn't really even a fight. All of this we kind of already know from Dany's POVs later on anyway. So like, doesn't matter. This information doesn't really matter to me. We also then see that the group is trying to get out of the Windblown Company. Whatever. I mean, it introduces some interesting conflicts of having to break oaths and vows, which are more sacred, especially to higher born people in Westeros, which is kind of interesting, but they don't dwell on it very long. And also, they give them a cop-out. They give our main, like, 3 Dornish or George gives our main 3 Dornish, like, a point where they have to make a decision. You know, if you go back to book 1, Aemon with Jon, it comes to every point in someone's life where they have to make a huge decision. Here is that decision, you would think, but then the story gives them a cop-out. The story goes, oh yeah, the Tattered Prince goes, yeah, you guys are gonna basically start scouting, and then we want you to basically go over to either the Second Sons or the Stormcloaks, and then more or less be an in with Daenerys. And you're sitting here and you're going, how convenient can we get? Like, oh wow, the main conflict of our character's story is instantly solved. Not because of anything they did, but because the Tattered Prince wants them to do it. And I can understand the Tattered Prince's logic. It's not impossible, right? It's not like not plausible at all. I understand his rationale. But at the same time, for it to be out of like this group, I think it's like 1,000 or 2,000 men, Quentyn and the Dornish as new recruits are sent to do this mission. Kind of questionable. I know it's because they speak the common tongue, but like, okay. It just seems too convenient. That's what I've been talking about. There's been a couple conveniences here and there throughout this first part of the story, and this is the worst one because it makes you kind of stretch what I would believe the Tattered Prince would do. It makes me question, why did we even have this whole chapter set up of, oh, you know, will we break our vows? Is that dishonorable? When are we going to break away from this? Could be a huge danger to our lives. And then the chapter just resolves the conflict for them. They didn't do anything to earn it. And so I don't like this chapter. I don't like Quentyn as a character. The story is very bland for the character. I don't know what else to say. This just isn't a very good chapter, and it's down there with Quentyn 1. At least this one has a bit more stakes to it. There's more interesting concepts brought up. It just doesn't go anywhere. And so I just did all of that ranting, right? And what does George come back and give us? He gives us Asha 1, a chapter that I have as my number 4 ranked chapter of the first 27 chapters. And it's just a fantastic chapter. We get brought back into the character of Asha, and it's really awesome because you think about Feast for Crows, Asha kind of just disappears off the face of the earth. You know, after the Kingsmoot, we get, I think it's one more Victarion chapter after the Kingsmoot, and that's it, right? We don't get a lot of what happens after. And so you almost forget about Asha. And then what's great is because this is what an actual plot line looks like. Because where I just talked about there was a convenience with the Quentyn stuff, you might be thinking, oh, well, it's very convenient that Asha becomes the new POV for Stannis. But it's not convenient at all. Asha makes logical sense, would go to Deepwood Mott. She has nowhere that's safe that she can stay in the Iron Islands. So what does she do? She could go to Deepwood Mott. She could maybe flee and go into kind of like an exile type situation, go become a merchant or a pirate. But she goes to Deepwood Mott. And that makes, I think, a lot of sense for her. It's something that she's taken over. She can maybe kind of feel some sort of safety there for now. That all makes sense. Stannis would take Deepwood Mott because A, it's closer to the wall, and 2, it gains him leverage to say he's the one taking out the Ironborn. As well, it's close to where he is. So it all adds up into why this occurs in terms of storytelling. And so let's look at the actual chapter, the content that we get here, and how good it is as well. So the only thing I will say that kind of brings this PO down for me is that we get a very extended sex scene with Carl the Maid and Asha, to the point where I'm just like, I get that Asha had sex, but do we really need almost like 2 pages worth of this? Like, it feels like you're reading like a, I don't know what you would call like a sex novel, or like, I don't know what you would call it, but it's basically how it plays out in the 2 pages it's on, more or less. And so I understand why it's necessary for George to show that Asha is having sex. You can just do it in a better way. Just like be like, oh yeah, they started doing it and then that's it. Cut it off right there. We don't need to hear the whole thing. But the point of what George is trying to do with it is showing that Asha feels all the pressures of the world are slowly boxing her in. She sees her life will be ending soon, as either the Northmen will come for her, or if she leaves, the Ironborn coming for her in Euron. She sees her life is coming to a close. And so just for these few, minutes or whatever long they're having sex, she's taken out of that. She's able to, have a life and enjoy things going on. And so it's a point of that. It's trying to take away some of that stress on Asha. Outside of that, this chapter is pretty perfect. We see Asha trying to figure out what to do as she has fled the king's move for Deepwood Motte. Should she flee or fight? And we see Stannis, along with the Northmen, attack her in the middle of the night as they try to sneak into the castle to open the gates. But Asha has faced with a decision. She can either flee back to her boats or try to fight them at Deepwood Motte. And her rationale is pretty sound. When she tried to take Deepwood Motte, the castle didn't help them. It wasn't that defensible. She was able to take it pretty easily. And so she comes to the same conclusion. She must flee to her boats. The only issue is the Northmen know these forests better than she does. And in the night, they are caught up once again by Stannis and the Northmen. And Asha fights for a while, being able to kill many men along with some of her companions. But eventually, she is caught. And she sees as the banner of Stannis comes upon them and leaving Asha to an interesting fate. Is Asha going to die or be captured? I think for any reader, they know she's going to be captured because we need a POV for Stannis, but it makes sense as to why she would just be captured, as Asha is a very valuable hostage. And that ends Asha 1 for A Dance with Dragons. The 28th chapter of Dance with Dragons being Tyrion 7. And so before we get into this specific chapter, I want to talk about Tyrion specifically in terms of the rest of the book. Tyrion still has a lot of chapters left. Even in this only 14, 15 chapter part of the book that we're going to be covering, which is more the middle to then a little after the middle, he has 3 chapters in here, and I don't think any of his chapters are particularly good after he leaves the Young Griff section of his story. So the first half of his story, I thought he was enjoyable. I think he was really good in some chapters, just kind of okay in others. Pretty much every chapter, the rest of the book, for me with Tyrion, I don't have a lot of positives to say about the character. I don't enjoy really much of what's going on in his chapters or even who he's with. And that's, I think, part of the problem to me is Tyrion's journey is basically now the same as Quentyn's. It's, I have to get to Daenerys. How do we get to Daenerys? And all of that. Now, for Tyrion, I will say he's a more interesting character than Quentyn, so that helps his case quite a lot because I still have Tyrion's chapters so far above Quentyn's. But if you even look at this chapter, so Tyrion 7 is our first chapter post the Young Griff storyline, and it is not a good one. I think Tyrion 7 is probably one of the worst chapters of this book because all that happens is it's Tyrion and Jorah, and the two are not very interesting to read with each other because Jorah does not really talk to Tyrion at all, just kind of lugs him around, wants him to shut up a bunch, and this isn't the Jorah of the show. I think that needs to be made very apparent. Ian Glenn, who played the character of Jorah in the show, was much more likable. Jorah in the books, in my opinion, is not the most likable character given what he does and how kind of weird he is towards Daenerys and kind of the things that he does in specifically, I would say, book 3. He's not the most likable character. And so you pair him up with Tyrion, where Tyrion is kind of on this journey of self-discovery and what comes after King's Landing and his family and being in exile. And so you pair the two up together, and they're not the most interesting duo whatsoever because Tyrion has nobody really to play off of, right? It's him almost talking to a brick wall. So that part of the chapter is not very interesting. And so then the other part of the chapter is trying to figure out how do we get some sort of passage for Tyrion to get to Daenerys. It's the same idea as of Quentyn, right? It's basically just taking what that chapter was and just recycling it here with Tyrion. And so Tyrion and Jorah end up going to see the Widow of the Waterfront after they spend the night in an inn. And basically, at first, it's like she doesn't seem like she's going to give them passage, and she's questioning Jorah's motives to go to see Daenerys and all this stuff. And she kind of basically turns them down until Penny attacks Tyrion. And then she's like, okay, well, you guys can, go there, as the boat is suspected not to reach its destination. It's just a really weird, awkward way of them getting transportation. The Penny attack, I guess, is the most interesting part of this chapter because it is adding another level to the Purple Wedding, being that Penny was one of the people in the actual joust that started almost the whole conflict that Littlefinger bought so that it would pretty much put Tyrion and Joffrey at odds during the wedding to frame him. It's interesting that layer comes about in this book, but I don't, and this is specifically going to look at the next couple of chapters. I don't particularly enjoy the characters of Penny and Tyrion together. Again, it's putting Tyrion with a bunch of people that are not really that witty. They're not really playing off of Tyrion's best parts, and that's, his political mind and things like that. It's putting him in this other element that I just don't really find that enjoyable. And so the chapter kind of ends with them getting passage. But as of right now, I have this as a bottom 3 chapter of the book so far, even with the chapters we're going to do in today's video. And even as I'm a little bit further in my retrospective in terms of actually reading chapters, I just didn't want to make it as long in this video. But even going further, this is still, in my opinion, the worst chapter outside of Quentyn chapters. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of Tyrion 7. So let's kind of move on to maybe some better chapters. Now, getting into chapter 29, we have Jon 6. Now, unfortunately, once again, I don't really think this is the strongest chapter for Jon. I just think it's a, fine middle of the book kind of chapter. It's not anything crazy. We're still post Stannis being at the wall, so a lot of the, I would say, more interesting parts of the wall, which Jon has been a very consistent and good POV so far of this book, and will continue to be one. This is definitely just another building block chapter. It doesn't really have like any real massive reveals. It doesn't really forward the plot a ton. It's just kind of one of those middle chapters. So this chapter with Jon and Jon 6 is focused on about 2 or 3 things, really. So the first thing that you have happening in the chapter is Jon is sending out 3 rangings, one with Alliser Thorne included in it. And this could be seen as a very good play by Jon, even though this isn't what it is meant to do, is that you're ridding yourself of a big threat to your power. Alliser Thorne being basically Jon's biggest rival outside of maybe Janos Slynt, who is already dead in this book. And so you can see it from that point of view. It's actually a good political move to do so, because it's kind of a win-win situation. On one hand, if he does die, well, oh well. He's somebody that was he was somebody that was not a big fan of you and would have been probably plotting your demise. But if he does come back, well, all the better, right? He comes back with successful ranging, finding out whatever information, and Alliser Thorne is a good warrior. And in that sense, it makes a lot of sense for Jon to send Alliser Thorne, but that's not really what Jon was intending. But Thorne has to go regardless. He realizes, he can't deny this order. If he denies an order, he's going to end up like Slynt. The next part of this chapter kind of follows Jon doing some training, as he first starts with sparring with 3 new recruits. It's him just beating up on them. Kind of reminds me of Jon's first chapter at the wall in a Game of Thrones, where he's just vastly better than everybody, here in these recruits specifically, and kind of plays out the same, except Jon is doing a 3-on-1 and basically takes them out pretty easily. But then you have Rattleshirt, who we know is Mance, but is pretending to be Rattleshirt. He has not been revealed yet, but he will very soon. Rattleshirt, or Mance, actually challenges Jon to a fight. Now, the fight is interesting because Jon doesn't actually fight with Longclaw here. So it's quite a different fight if these two would be fighting to the death if they'd actually met in the field, because Jon would have Longclaw. And I do think that makes the difference, because Mance does end up getting the better of Jon. And the fight itself is kind of interesting, because some people kind of speculate that this is Arthur Dayne. I don't think so, but I think it is interesting. Like, that's what really sparks this debate, is kind of this fight, and then also some of the songs that Mance seems to sing. But yeah, I mean, it's a fight. It doesn't really have much consequence to it. It's not really that important in my opinion, but it is some action and passes the time in this chapter a little bit. After this point, Jon gets a letter saying Arya will marry Ramsay, and he thinks on kind of their time together when they were, young in book 1. And that leads him to taking a walk. He's dealing with a lot of issues right now. He's dealing with, what does he do about Arya, somebody that he deeply cares about, marrying this Ramsay person that doesn't have a good reputation. Then you also have issues with the wildlings and the Night's Watch and other issues going on, and he just seems overwhelmed. And it even seems to get to him because he seems like he spots Ygritte. He sees this woman in front of him, and it looks like Ygritte, but it's actually Mel. And it's Mel kind of, I would assume, doing tricks on Jon's mind to basically show that she has power, right? Mel is very clearly trying to get on Jon's good side, but she tells him a couple things. The first thing she tells him is that she has seen 3 of the men coming back eyeless, as well as Arya on a dying horse fleeing her marriage. Now, not much truly happens here, because it's really just George setting the table for things to come later, right? So, for instance, in the Mel chapter we're going to get, those things are going to be important to understanding Jon's plotline and going forward, because it has to be established. Jon is not going to automatically just trust Melisandre because she spouts some visions. He's going to need proof that her magic actually works in her visions. Kind of the same idea with like Stannis. And so those things will happen a little bit later. This chapter really is just setting up Jon and Mel's relationship going forward and what they're going to be kind of doing and how, Mel will use Mance and all that stuff. It's very much a setup chapter. Doesn't have a terrible amount of substance to it, to be honest. It's just kind of a mid chapter for Jon. But saying that, right, it's not a bad chapter of this book, right? I like this chapter significantly more than, say, like Tyrion or Quentyn chapters. It's just, for the Jon storyline, it's probably one of the weaker ones of the first kind of 6 for him. You might be thinking, we're starting this video, we've had 2 chapters that I'm not too thrilled with, especially the first one. The second one's fine, but, not any bangers. But then George comes back swinging, and I've always said this throughout my Feast for Crows retrospective and this retrospective. George has to know what his weakest chapters are going to be, or at least perceives which ones are not going to be received as well. Because think about those 2 chapters, right? One of the worst chapters in the story, and it comes between an Asha chapter, which I think is one of the best of the early section of the story, and then it comes between the best chapter, in my opinion, of the book. Now, there is also a Jon chapter in there, but I think these 2 chapters are going to hide those. Because we get, at number 30, Davos IV. And I've talked about this. I even just made a video talking about this chapter a little bit because, for me at least, early on in this retrospective, we're going to be, by the end of this video, about 41 chapters into the book of the possible 73. And this is my favorite chapter of the book, I'm pretty sure. But we'll see if that changes by the time I get done with this series. But Davos IV is the North Remembers chapter. And I love this chapter so much because it parallels, actually, Ned's last chapter in A Game of Thrones. If you guys remember with Ned's last chapter in A Game of Thrones, it's kind of all about, him thinking about his life and the choices that he's made to, getting here and the possibility of him dying soon or whatever, right? Now, it's a little different in terms of the ending, right? Because Ned, his whole plot line is about, will he give up his honor and all these things to protect his family? Davos's isn't like that because Davos is in a better situation than Ned is. But you still see those same things kind of playing out with Davos' chapter, right? The beginning of this chapter opens with kind of his situation, right? His connection with the guards and learning the history of the Manderleys and also this jail cell that he is in, the Wolf's Den, which has a very lengthy history and is insanely awesome to learn about in this chapter. And we even get a little bit more about how Davos seems to be being treated well, right? If you think about Davos III, Wyonne Manderley publicly wanted Davos's head, right? So why is Davos being able to have simple requests being filled out? Things for parchment, to be able to write, to be able to read. He's getting a lot of luxuries that he wasn't even getting when he was a prisoner of Stannis in A Storm of Swords. Davos is treated quite well. And so there's a little bit of this unease building in you, the reader, and Davos. Why has he lived this long? Why is he being treated kind of okay? It's a little weird until all of a sudden, during the night, Robert Glover comes to Davos in the middle of the night, asking for him to follow him. And obviously Davos is going to be very wary of this, right? Is this the time when Davos dies? What is truly happening here? And as the tension kind of builds, Davos is introduced once again to Wyman Manderley. And you have this whole huge reveal that ends up actually changing the northern politics completely. Because we learn here that Wyonne Manderley is playing the phrase for fools, right? He's trying to act, but he can't because his son is being held captive. And so Wyonne Manderley is playing almost 3D chess, right? He's trying to make some moves to get the phrase out of power and the Boltons out of power, but he needs some certain things from Davos. And we learn about Wex, a character that mysteriously kind of disappears in A Clash of Kings with Theon. But we never see him again, right? Theon doesn't really think of Wex, none of those things. But Wex pops out here as Wyan Manderly and Robert Glover have found him, and they reveal that Bran and Rickon seem to be alive. And specifically, they know where Rickon is. He's in Skagos. And that leads Davos to then go to Skagos, but it's so great because this chapter is so perfect for the reader. Because not only is it a huge reveal to Davos, but we're kind of in this dark period where the Starks have been scattered, right? And none of them are really trying to get power, right? If you think about Arya, she's learning. Sansa's in a learning position. All of our Stark characters are kind of growing at this point, but none of them are looking to reclaim the North. It's only Stannis. And so when you have the Manderlys have this idea that, yeah, we'll back Stannis if you get, Rickon, it introduces another element into this chapter that's interesting. And the one thing I also find that's interesting about the set of chapters we're doing in this, set, in this retrospective, in this part of the video, there's a lot of different plot lines that just end, right? That's one thing I find very weird about Dance with Dragons is there's a lot of plot lines that even like halfway into the book, they just end. Like, for instance, this is our last Davos chapter until Winds of Winter. Whenever we get Winds of Winter, it will pick up after this chapter. There is no chapter in this book after this. And, others that I'm going to talk about in this video, for instance, Mel only has one chapter. She does not appear until probably Winds of Winter. If you think about Arya Hoda, he has a chapter in this book, and we won't see him again until Winds of Winter. Bran, he only has 3 chapters in this book, but this will be the last chapter that he has until Winds of Winter. So you see a lot of the plots kind of ending quite early on in this book, which I find really fascinating, and I wonder why George did it that way. Now, part of it is the timing of events. Maybe you want a passage of time to occur before we go back to Davos, right, of him sailing to Skagos, and then maybe in the next book we pick up on him actually being in Skagos. Who knows? Number 31, we have Dany 5. So, again, what I've talked about with Daenerys pretty much throughout the early portion of this book is she's just a POV that's pretty okay, right? She's not good, but she's not terribly bad, but she's not really good either. She's kind of stuck somewhere in the middle where none of her chapters really feel bad, but none of them are like the best chapters of the book, right? So, like, even if you look at my ratings, which I'll talk about by the end of this book, a lot of Daenerys' chapters are just in the middle. So that's kind of how I feel about this chapter as well. Because Dany in Dany 5 really feels that the trap is tightening on Meereen. They are being blockaded but have no navy to combat it, and Daenerys refuses to use her dragons. She's completely lost control of her dragons. Brown Ben Plum is someone that keeps pushing for that. When Daenerys doesn't listen to him, those have repercussions. That we'll see the repercussions in the following chapters because Daenerys is not using her true power, the dragons. When she gets her army and she starts, becoming a conqueror, it's because of her dragons, right? Her dragons allow her to get the Unsullied, but now she has no control of them. And that is really screwing her up because that's her advantage. But outside of that going on, we also see a lot of suspicious activity going on. Dany has had Hizdahr followed just to see what he's up to, and we know from the reports that he has visited all the families at the pyramids, and the killings have stopped. So how is it that Hizdahr is able to basically quench any of these killings going on where Daenerys can't? Because it makes it feel like Hizdahr has to have some connection to the Sons of the Harpy, or at least know of the people that are in charge of them. And so if that is the case, Hizdahr comes off as very suspicious. Is Hizdahr part of the Sons of the Harpy, like many of the characters in Daenerys' council believes, or is he actually just a puppet figure for the Sons of the Harpy? Like they're using him to get what they want. So for instance, if you are somebody that is in the Sons of the Harpy, if you're the Green Grace, let's say she's the head of the Sons of the Harpy, which is what I believe, you're going to want Hizdahr to become king because you want some sort of representation of the customs and the things that the Meereenese people, want, right? Dany is very progressive. She doesn't listen to the cultures a lot of the times of Meereen. And so you're putting Hizdahr on the throne. And so the only way to do that is to stop the killings, right? So once those killings start, you can now have that influence through Hizdahr. And then after that point, if Daenerys was to say die, well, Hizdahr has already been declared as the king. And so you can rule through him. And so that even comes down to later on when we see the poison, locusts. those probably were meant to kill Daenerys. And if that was the case, Hizdahr would have become the king. There's a lot of that going on right now. There's a lot of like suspicious politics going on, building up for the kind of the last stretch of the book. But we also find out about what is going on at Astapor, right? And we saw with the last chapter of Quentyn what was going on there. But one of the reasons I don't think that chapter is even necessary is because Daenerys hears all of it in the next coming chapters. And so it feels like that was kind of a waste of time. It didn't really establish anything. And even when you think about that Quentyn is given to get to Daenerys, that's also kind of basically described to Daenerys by Daario. It's just not very needed, but here she finds out what is going on, how there's a bunch of refugees coming to Meereen, that Astapor was basically sacked and many people died and were killed, and just the horrors of the sack of Astapor. These refugees, who Daenerys feels very bad for, of course, these are her people, they are carrying a disease. And that is the first issue that Dany has to deal with. It'll become more apparent in the next chapter, but what is Daenerys supposed to do? She's helpless. She can't face the Yunkai in open battle, because if she does so, she has to rely on the Brazen Beasts to keep the city. And who's to say they don't just close the gates and start ruling over Meereen? She can't trust them. And so it's Daenerys being backed into a corner. She can't break the blockade without her dragons. She can't meet the Yunkai who are coming to Meereen in open battle. And she also can't even help these refugees at all. She doesn't have enough food to even support Meereen. If you open your gates to these refugees, that whole disease is just going to carry throughout the city, and then bam, you're going to be, not only are you going to be starving because you don't have enough food, but you're also going to have people that are going to be sick and ill. And that's when the people turn against you. And so Daenerys is kind of forced into an action. She doesn't want to marry Hizdahr, but it seems like the only action she can do. She sets aside her own personal wants and does what she thinks is best for the city, because if Hizdahr is able to give her peace, then that's something that she has to do to try and save her people. So I really like this chapter from Daenerys, even though I don't think it's like anything crazy. I think it really puts to the test how Daenerys is failing in her rulership and how she is as a person. She wants to help people, but she doesn't really know how to do that. She doesn't know how to rule. And so she thinks that the way that she can rule will be with getting Hizdahr, right? Appeasing people to then bring everyone together. And that gets us to number 32, Mel. So this chapter to me is probably the biggest shock to me. I remember reading A Dance of Dragons for the first time and seeing this chapter, and this chapter really is weird to me because you never would have thought George would have given Mel a chapter, because she's kind of like a mysterious type of character who has a lot of information that we, the audience, don't know. So like, for instance, it would be weird if we ever got like a Varys or Littlefinger chapter, because you would have basically all their plans in their head, and so how would you even do that? And so George kind of navigates that with Mel, and a chapter that I could have seen going very wrong for him actually goes quite right. I think this is a chapter that has a lot of different functions for George. One, George, I think, wanted to explore the magic of R'hllor and the Red God more, but how is he going to do that? There's not a lot of characters that are able to get kind of close to that and finding more out about the Red God. And we see a little bit of it happen in two different storylines in this book, one with kind of Tyrion and Victarion with Maquoro, and then also here with Mel. And this chapter also serves another function, because if you think about it, right, the wall right now has two POVs, right? It has Jon and Mel. But the thing is, by the end of this book, Jon is going to die. And so if you're George and you are going to have Jon come back, and even if you aren't, you have to have some other POV take over the wall, right, as our eyes into what's occurring there. And so it actually makes a lot of sense that he makes Mel a POV here, because he's going to need her to basically carry the wall plot until Jon gets back. But again, I really do like this chapter. It shows us how difficult Mel's magic is to her and how it's giving her pain and being harmful to do sometimes, but she makes it look easy, something that we've thought about the entire series. Like, how does Mel's magic work? It seems very, easy for her to do, but it's not. And a lot of her stuff is, sometimes it's interpretation with her visions, and other stuff, it's just tricks. So we see kind of what Mel is doing and how she's able to play this role of this powerful but yet scary sorcerer or priestess that Mel is. We see her looking for visions as she seems to see Hardhome, maybe dragons, and the Eyeless Rangers again, Alice Karstark, who she believes is Arya, and she sees Jon's danger. And that's the biggest thing here, right, is that Jon is basically being surrounded by death. It seems to be coming for him. but Jon won't listen to Mel. And that is supposed to be our warning to his death, kind of like all the subtle ways George, say, foreshadowed the Red Wedding. We see her even doing a kindness for Davos, keeping his son actually close to her so that he wouldn't have to go off to march in war in this horrible thing that Stannis is dealing with right now that we'll see in the next Asha chapter, probably in the next part of the series, with them in this blizzard and this storm and people dying because of the cold or from starvation, all these different things. She has saved him from that, even though Davos' son probably won't thank her for it. But it's also going to be a big reveal is that Rattleshirt is not actually Rattleshirt, and he's actually Mance Rayder. Now, we don't get that to the very end of the chapter, but it's important because she basically calls for Rattleshirt to basically discuss some things about Arya, and she hears the horn. And it's, once again, like she sees in the visions and like what she saw, and like what she told Jon, that these three eyeless, rangers come back to them, right on, and their heads basically on spikes. And so it's Mel now having an in with Jon because her visions now are true. If you're Jon, you can't question it, right? She's predicted something that is pretty unpredictable. And so Jon is now forced to listen to Mel. And the two go to talk in her quarters when it's revealed. Mel basically, again, trying to gain Jon's trust because she's like, hey, let me send Rattleshirt to go help, Arya because my visions are real. You now believe that, Jon. And Jon, of course, he's not going to trust Rattleshirt, and that's when the Mance reveal happens. And this is a huge reveal because it kind of proves something else. If Mel believes, right, that it's King's blood that matters, right, why does she burn Rattleshirt instead of Mance? Mance is a king. Rattleshirt is not. And so I think that's very fascinating. It tells us more that it doesn't really have anything to do with King's blood. It has something to do with actually blood, blood sacrifices and those types of things. But it also makes us question, if this is the case, why does Mel believe Stannis is Azor Ahai? She knows Lightbringer is not the true Lightbringer. It doesn't produce heat like Aemon said. And she also does these trickery things to basically fool people. Why does she believe in Stannis, right? That's the one thing I think is fascinating about this chapter, but basically the end of it is just she gains Jon's trust to send Mance and some spearwives to go save Arya. But I think the thing that's even more interesting is when you see that Mance actually does arrive for Arya's wedding, it kind of disproves the vision that Mel believes she's having. Because Arya, why would she be fleeing on a horse if she's already at this wedding and already Mance is there and all of those things? It kind of makes that vision not be true. But Mel doesn't know that. Again, it's hard to interpret these things. We know it's actually ended up being Alice Karstark. But that'll get us to chapter 33. And that gets us to Theon III. So Theon III to me is weird because of all the POVs, Theon is the one that I think every single chapter he just gets better. Each chapter that goes by improves and is more interesting than the last. And Theon III is no different. As we see Ramsay and his boys coming back to Barrowtown, who went out searching for the missing Freys that were with Wyman, and it seems very suspicious, right? Of course, the Freys are the ones that go missing, and Wyman Manderley would have a lot of issues with the Freys. But Theon is scared because Ramsay didn't find the Freys, and that would mean he failed his hunt. He would want to hurt someone, and Theon knows more than likely that will be him. Now, Theon does realize that Ramsay has to be a little bit more discreet because they are in Barrowtown. They can't be flaunting his cruelty and things like that. But still, Theon is a bit on edge and scared. We even see that Ramsay killed a man just for calling him a Snow. It shows you how insecure Ramsay is and petty and how cruel he is. But that leads us to a feast that is held. As Theon doesn't get any of the perks of being at this feast, he's chained to a wall to watch, basically, and getting any types of maybe scraps like a dog, or maybe even less than a dog. Theon must watch all of the festivities, but this is all interrupted when Roose Bolton comes into the hall. And Roose and Ramsay, I think their discussion is fascinating. Because it's really Roose telling Ramsay how fragile their rule over the North truly is. Most of the North hates them. Again, they betrayed Robb Stark, the king that they all seemed to like. And not only that, but Ramsay's actual character is not very liked either. He's already been shown to be a horrible person. There's been all these rumors about him, and the way he holds himself is also not great. And the way Ramsay is kind of using only fear, right? He's not understanding how you balance those things, and Roose is basically putting Ramsay into his place this whole time. And I find it so interesting because up to this point, we've kind of only seen Ramsay being fully free to do whatever he wants, right? That's kind of what Theon worries so much about. But here's somebody else that checks Ramsay's power, and it's something that could maybe lead to Ramsay killing Roose or Roose killing Ramsay. It's very interesting to think who is going to win out because it's kind of gone back and forth. But they also speak about how Stannis is also coming to try and get rid of their claim because of what they've done, and Stannis is gaining support, not losing it. At this time, Stannis looks really good. He seems to have about 5,000 men, with more men supposed to meet him basically when they go to Winterfell. So Roose's position is not looking great. But then something else shockingly happens. Theon, who's just been allowed to watch this whole conversation, is actually wanted for. Now, Ramsay basically threatens Theon to not say anything and all those things, and basically be a spy. And Roose knows those things. Roose is not stupid. Roose seems to be nice to Theon, which is quite weird, right? He talks to Theon as if he actually cares, if he wants new clothes or things like that, and he kind of apologizes for Ramsay's behavior. It doesn't seem right. This isn't the character of Roose Bolton that we know. And Theon himself kind of thinks already that this is a trap. Roose is using him for something, but he just doesn't know what that is yet. And Theon's 100% right. Roose is trying to get Theon to play a role, to play Theon again, to give away Arya at Ramsay's wedding, because that's going to give Arya a lot of legitimacy. If Theon, somebody that knew her really well, is saying publicly, or basically being shown as publicly accepting that this is Arya Stark, it gives the Boltons a lot of legitimacy, and that's the game that Roose is playing. But Roose even goes further, talking about the backstory of not only the first Reek, but also Ramsay himself. And so we get some of the great conversation between, it's mainly Roose talking to Theon, but that some of that back and forth is very fascinating. And when you get to the final part of this, where Barbary Dustin, sees Theon, because they were basically going to, see her, she is like shocked at him, right? He seems to be gone half mad, and he doesn't look like Theon at all, right? People that used to know Theon wouldn't even think that this is Theon. Think about Theon 1, or I guess, Reek 1, but I'm just going to call it Theon. They don't even recognize him in that chapter. And that's kind of what we see. It's Theon being groomed into a role to give away Arya to Ramsay, and that psychological damage that's been placed there by Ramsay upon Theon. Really great chapter. And again, I think he only improves through pretty much each and every chapter. And that gets us into chapter 34. Chapter 34, which is Tyrion VIII, to me, is a chapter where not much happens. That's basically the way I'll sum it up. It's like a repeat of like Tyrion with young Griff, where they're on the boat pretty much the entire chapter. But at least in that chapter, right, you had interesting things going on. Tyrion trying to figure out who all these people are and their interesting backstories and some of the conversation with those characters. Well, here, that's just not the case. There's really a very few amount of people that even speak the common speech on this boat that they're on. And of those people, none of them are truly interesting outside of Moquaro. And so this chapter follows basically 2 or 3 things. 1, Tyrion's relationship with Penny, right? And trying to, be friendly with her and make her feel better, because they basically took Penny along with them on this little boat trip. And that really, to me, I don't really like Penny and Tyrion's dynamic in this book. It's just, to me, a lot of fluff. There's not a ton of substance there. It's, one of those things where it's like, oh, Tyrion tries to speak to Penny. Penny runs away. They speak again a little bit later, and they become kind of friends. And it's like, I just don't really care that much about it. Now, the interesting part of this chapter is the Moquaro stuff. Learning more about, about R'hllor and, the visions that he's seeing. And he even has this very cryptic line that seems to be about Euron, which I do find quite fascinating. And again, I think of really the next 2 chapters, this one and his next one, the only interesting part about the chapter is the Moquaro stuff. And even that, Moquaro is going to go to Victarion's plot. There's just not a lot going on for Tyrion. Unfortunately, I don't find much interesting with the character. I think his chapters are just not needed. Like, I almost think that you could have just gone from after Tyrion 6, you just basically quickly retell this stuff, because again, like I've kind of reviewed for these chapters with Tyrion, there's not much really to say. They get on a boat. They stay on the boat for a while. Tyrion talks to Maquaro and Penny, and that's it. Like that's it. It seems like, why didn't we just pick up with like maybe Tyrion already in slavery or whatever? Like, we just don't need this chapter and the next chapter. Like, we almost didn't even need 3 of Tyrion's chapters. Like, the 3 chapters between the young Griff stuff and then also becoming a slave or being sold into slavery. That stuff, like, in between just doesn't do anything. It doesn't really particularly matter. But that'll get us into chapter 35. So again, like I talk about, Tyrion's chapter, which again is not a very good one in my opinion. It's very much in the bottom like 5 chapters so far of the book. It's placed between a really good Theon chapter and placed between a really good Bran chapter. Again, I just think George knows those things when he has weaker and really good chapters. So this is the end of Bran's actual journey within the story that we have right now. Until Winds of Winter comes out, this is the last chapter we have of Bran. And it basically fulfills, in my opinion, all of Bran's arc up to now, right? It's him finally awakening his powers and becoming somewhat of either the Three-Eyed Crow's apprentice, or possibly maybe the Three-Eyed Crow in the future, or whatever you want to say, right? But I never thought I'd ever say this in a book, but Bran is significantly better than Tyrion. This chapter is fascinating, right? As Tyrion is, warging into Hodor and forcing his will upon Hodor. He's in summer and he's exploring these caves and the deep places of the children of the forest and learning a bit more about them. But at the same time, even though they've escaped, the perils of their journey, Jojen seems to be becoming sadder and sadder. It seems like he knows something about his fate is to come. And I've kind of talked about a lot of the hints. I've done multiple Jojen paced videos. I think the best one I've probably done was last year when we did the 25 Winds of Winter theories, or some of the more popular theories. I think it's pretty set in stone that Jojen became Jojen paste, this blood paste that Bran is forced to consume, more or less. And I really do think it's more like a blood sacrifice with the power and the blood of Jojen awakens Bran's basically his third eye, more or less, and becomes, of someone be able to see. As Bran drinks this blood paste, it begins to show him visions, and he sees a bunch of things through the Godswood and the tree that we talk about. I even reference this in my reread of Game of Thrones with Catelyn's first chapter, where she thinks that the heart tree is basically following her. Its eyes seem to be watching her. That seems apparent here with Bran, because Bran sees a number of things. He sees a vision of Ned, it seems like right after Robert's Rebellion, talking about how, Jon and Robin helping them to grow up as like brothers and things like that. We also see, again, we don't know confirmed who these people are, but in the vision it seems like we see Lyanna and Benjen playing at the pool. We see some other stuff, right? There's some other stuff, like a pregnant woman coming out of the pool, past Starks, which I think is really interesting. But it goes to show that Bran is connected to a place of home, of, his interests and his emotion. And Bloodraven sees that right away because he himself is drawn to his past. And he gives one of the most famous lines of this book, and, trying to speculate on, him as a character during the first Blackfire Rebellion. He talks about how he had a brother he loved, a brother he hated, and a woman he desired. 2 of these are quite obvious, as it's Shiera Seastar and Aegor in terms of the brother he hated and the woman he desired. But the brother he loved is left up to interpretation. I personally really subscribe to the theory that that is actually Daemon Blackfire. That's the person he loved. But this could also be Daeron, of course. But to me, I think it'd be really cool if it was actually Daemon Blackfire. But at this point, the story kind of ends for Bran. He doesn't get another chapter in this book, which I think is a shame. I know why, though. I think George is going for this kind of similar to Arya and Sansa route of the character just needs to have a lot of time off screen to be developing and learning. And so that when we come back to the character in Winds of Winter, he's probably going to be a very changed character. Not to say he's going to be like a robot like he was in the show, but he might not be as maybe human, or might not be as much of Bran as he used to be because of these visions and all these things he's seeing and the knowledge that he may now know. But that gets us to chapter 36, Jon 7. And I do want to say, Bran, this is probably his best book. Even though this is the book that he's in with the least amount of chapters, I think he's really good in this book. And I wish we got a little bit more of him. I wish we got like 1 or 2 more chapters, but we'll have to wait until Winds of Winter. So getting into Jon 7, again, this is just another one of those chapters that it's just in the middle of Jon's arc. It's building things to come for later on. Not much really happens. It's Jon going ranging with some new recruits who are going to say their vows with the old gods. It's the same thing that Jon and Sam do in book 1, but it seems a bit more risky now, right? You just had this wildling attack on the wall. The others are becoming more and more prominent. It seems a very dangerous mission to say some vows. But Jon, rightly so, says, these men are swearing their lives to the wall. I will go with them, right? It's a very important thing for them to see me there. And I think that's a really good moment from Jon. But outside of that, there isn't much happening, right? You have one thing where Jon is trying to reopen some of the castles, and he's going to have one where it's basically all females. That's going to be all the spear wives and things. That's going to be led by Iron Emmett and Dolorous Ed, which to me is another kind of mistake. I know why he's doing it, because he needs men he can trust to overlook the new castles, and especially with a castle full of women. But at the same time, he's taking, in my opinion, 2 of his last real loyal supporters and doing away with them, right? So that he is slowly isolating himself even more. But upon arrival, they find a group of wildlings and a giant, and they actually end up surrounding them just in case, they're going to have to attack them. But we have this weird moment of peace. These wildlings and this giant, they're basically dying. They have no food left. They have no hope of getting, south of the wall. They won't be able to make it to Hardhome. They're dying. And so Jon, after hearing these vows, decides that he should help these wildlings as well. They are men. They are human. They should defend them as well. And they basically are deciding to let them come with them through the wall. But not only does he allow wildlings through the wall, he also brings 2 of the bodies of the wildlings with them. He wants to study them to see if the others are able to come back or not and what that means. But the problem I once again have with Jon, and this has been a prominent theme throughout the entire story for Jon, is he just doesn't communicate things well. And don't get me wrong, he is the Lord Commander. He doesn't have to tell everybody everything. But when you're bringing 2 dead bodies south of from north of the wall to the south, it's a little weird. And he doesn't really explain that to the people. Maybe he explains that to Bowen Marsh or whatever. But if you're an average Night's Watchman and you're seeing this and you're going, where we brought back some wildlings and a giant, people that we've been against and fought against forever, and you're bringing back 2 dead bodies. It's just a weird look for Jon, and he doesn't help himself. And that's what it's so frustrating to read Jon sometimes, because he does not express why he does things. And so you're leaving it up to, rumors and what people think Jon may be thinking, and that's what a lot, I think, leads to his death. But that is not exactly the end of it either, as he hears news of Stannis' conquest, as his army is growing. But he wonders if Winterfell is a trap for Stannis, which it is, right? We know that is the case. It is a trap, because the Boltons are going to get to go to a defensible position. They're going to have more food and ration than Stannis. Stannis will have to siege them and be outside of the wall. And we also know that he is going to be betrayed by the Karstark coming here as well. So yes, Jon is quite right. And also Arya isn't the real Arya, but that doesn't matter to Stannis. He doesn't know that information. And the mountain clans that he has with him, they are going to want to save Arya. And that's going to force Stannis' hand. He has to go to Winterfell. He can't just allow this marriage and all this stuff to actually happen. But that gets us to chapter 37, Dany 6. I really like the opening of this chapter, but I don't like the end. And so we'll talk about it. There's 2 parts of this chapter, and it's weird to me because it's the main 2, I think, conflicting forces of why I like and don't like Daenerys in this book. Because part of it is the side of her trying to rule, right? It's her trying to save people, but she doesn't know how to do that. And so it's her inspecting, the refugees and the horror that this war has created. People are left dying outside of Meereen, these Astapor refugees. They're, going without food and supplies, and people are too afraid to even, go near them. And so they're just left to die, really. It reminds me a lot of one of the Daenerys chapters in a Game of Thrones. I believe it's Daenerys 7, if I'm not mistaken, where she's basically seeing all these people being, sexually abused and killed by the Dothraki. And that's kind of the same idea here. It's just, it's not because of people actually harming them. It's because this shortage of food. It's because of, this disease that has been created because of war. And it's George really hammering into us that war, this is what it does to people. And it's Daenerys trying to do her best, right? It's her trying to give these people comfort, whether it's just, blessing them or trying to clean them or, care for them, trying to show that she cares, because that's the only thing that she can do for them, right? Her men are too afraid to bring them food and all of those things. So all she can really do is try to give them attention, right? She's helpless to their pleas for help. She can do really nothing. And so that's the part of the chapter I really do enjoy. I love putting Daenerys in these situations where she doesn't know what she can do. She feels hopeless. She feels backed into a corner. That's going to lead to some interesting, conflicts. The part of the chapter I'm not a huge fan of is the part where it's Daenerys discussing like marriage traditions with Hizdahr, and they're at dinner kind of talking about some of those things. I don't really like that part of her story much. I don't really like Daenerys's kind of romance arcs in this, with whether that's with Quentyn, whether it's with Daario, whether it's with Hizdahr. Just not my favorite thing for Daenerys. And that really comes up, after this as well, because not only do we get kind of the marriage stuff going on, but after the marriage stuff, Daario arrives telling her of how things are going, right? Yunkai is marching on Meereen. But not only that, to Daenerys' heartbreak, Brown Ben Plum with the Second Sons have actually switched sides. And it's so heartbreaking because Daenerys really liked him, and that becomes very apparent. She thinks about him during like their council meetings, that she really does enjoy him, and to see him flip on her. And it seems to be because she's not using her dragons. Her case is looking worse and worse. She's not leaning into being a Targaryen. And so I really like that Daenerys is facing consequences for some of the things that she's done and for not listening to counsel. But the chapter ends with her basically having sex with Daario, which is always not my favorite stuff. But yeah, I think a solid Daenerys chapter overall. But for me, like, Dany 6 is the most, I don't know, how would I say this? The most Daenerys chapter of this book. It has its good things, and it also has its bad things, unfortunately. But that'll get us into number 38, which is thankfully another Theon chapter. So Theon 4 to me is a very controversial chapter to me. I'm not even sure how this chapter is viewed by most of the A Song of Ice and Fire community, because it's definitely one of the darkest chapters in A Song of Ice and Fire. This chapter is Jane Poole and Ramsay's wedding. So you already know where this chapter is kind of going, but I won't lie. This is definitely one of my favorite chapters, and it's weird to me that I say that because of such a controversial ending to the chapter and how horrifying that is. But at the same time, I'm a big Maester conspiracy fan, and I love Barbary Dustin's speech on the Maesters, and I'm right there with you, sis. I agree. Those Maesters are sus as hell. But let me, chronologically break down this chapter a little bit for you guys. Just a lot of things that come to mind about the chapter that I really do enjoy. So the first thing I enjoy about this is establishing that relationship between Jane Poole and Theon. Her basically pleading Theon for help and all of these things, and Theon, who is trying to help her by telling her to be Arya, right? Don't give him a reason to hurt you. It's right. It's literally Theon who's been abused by this person for a long time now. It really shows to us kind of how that abuse has worked and psychologically broken Theon. But it's also a very haunting chapter as well. This is Theon's first chapter back in Winterfell. And so it's a very dark chapter in terms of what it represents to Theon. So Theon not only has to go back into kind of playing the role of Theon, which is already very uncomfortable for him, he has to give away Jane Poole. It's basically him giving her away to be abused and tortured the way Theon has been. And it's just him struggling through that, struggling through this mentally, struggling through it physically as he tries to make sure he walks straight and doesn't fall or any of those things because of, his toes being taken or whatnot. It's an incredibly dark chapter. But even more so, after the wedding happens, because it happens, outside, Theon hears his name. Seems to be calling for him, trying to awaken him as being Theon and breaking him out of this Reek persona. It seems to be, in my opinion, Bran speaking to him from the Godswood, which is very interesting, telling us that maybe, what Brynden Rivers tells Bran, that he can't change the past, maybe not true. Bran may be more powerful than Brynden Rivers ever was, because he definitely seems to reach out to Theon. Or maybe Theon's imagining it, but either way, it's Theon slowly breaking out of this reek that he's been trained to play as. But we get to the feast, and this is where I think the chapter really gets interesting, because on one hand, you have the Frey pie theory that is prevalent here, where Wyman Manderley is very excited about these pies and having a lot of servings of pie. And so I really enjoy that part of it. It seems like that Frey pie is happening, but I really enjoy the conversation that Barbary has with Theon, where she's telling him a lot about her past and her relationship with Brandon Stark, and the reason Rickard Stark even went south, and trying to get these alliances with the South. It's really interesting to see the way this character was made through those things and some of the things happening before Robert's Rebellion. It's very interesting to see those things, and I love all of that. I love the Maester stuff. And then we get to probably one of the most horrifying things of this chapter. As soon as we read that Theon is called by Ramsay, you can tell where this is going right away. Because Theon is forced to, let's just say, get Arya ready for her husband on their bedding ceremony. Let's just put it that way. And it's incredibly difficult to read. It's incredibly difficult. Theon having to get Jane ready for Ramsay, it's just psychological torture. It's telling Theon that you can't do anything. Theon even has a knife. He could try to attack Ramsay, but he doesn't. It's just that breaking. It's slowly Theon being broken down. It's slowly Theon realizing he needs to become Theon again. And so I really like the chapter. I think it's incredibly dark. I know it's a controversial chapter of this series, but I do really like the chapter overall for what it does for the story. And that gets us to number 39, Arya Hoda. And I mentioned this earlier on in the video, but this is the one and only Dornish chapter we get. There's no Arianne chapters in this book. And so this is kind of our update chapter, right? Just to kind of tell us what's going on in Dorne to get us ready for Winds of Winter. And so we see Arya Hoda at the first half of this chapter is all about this kind of feast that's taking place, where Balon Swan has finally arrived to Sunspear, and now what's going to happen, right? Balon Swan was sent to get back Myrcella, but where is Myrcella? And how is Doran going to spin this tale of what occurred with Arianne's coup that was trying to put Myrcella on the throne? What is going to happen there? What is Doran going to tell Balon Swan in terms of Eris Oakheart's death and Myrcella's kind of missing ear? What is he going to tell him? And so the whole thing plays out as kind of just a performance from Doran. Even allegedly Gregor's head has been delivered, which is complete and utter BS, right? That's just not Gregor's head. And the first half of this is just full of tension. I really like that part of this chapter. It's full of tension. The Dornish, even when there's like a toast for Tommen, half the Dornish seem to not even toast at all. It shows how Dorne is on the brink of war. But the second half talks about the real Dornish plan and what Doran has planned. He is going to basically get Balon Swan to go after Darkstar's. Myrcella will be fed kind of a lie about what truly happened. And Doran is going to set out getting the Sand Snakes in positions of power or influence, or trying to basically make them spies. He's going to send Obara to assist with Darkstar's capture because he's somebody that knows what would have happened, and you want him dead more or less. He wants Nymeria to take Oberyn's seat on the council, and Tyene needs to get close to the High Septon. He wants the Sand Snakes in a position to bite if needed be, like a snake. And he also reveals the plot that was set before him, that what was really supposed to happen was when Trystane and Myrcella were going to be on their way back to King's Landing, they were going to be attacked by a group of basically mercenaries that was going to be shouting basically half man or the imp that were going to more or less make Doran not think it was Cersei that did it, as they were going to have Trystane killed, blaming Tyrion. And so you see how Doran is very smart. He's understanding what the circumstances are, and he's changing the field. And so I really like that part of it. Now, the other part of this chapter I really like as well is actually Ilarius and how she doesn't want any of this war and violence to happen anymore. She doesn't want killing. She doesn't want all these things. She's very smart. But yeah, but this chapter is a very good chapter of setting up the Dornish plot to go forward. But I think my only problem with this chapter is just Arya Hoda is not a very interesting POV. Since we're in his head, I mean, he just kind of stands there and watches everything. He doesn't really have too much of an actual personality. He's very much a passive POV character, which isn't necessarily a bad thing all the time, but it's when you have a character that doesn't have much enjoyment value. Like, he doesn't have, like, for instance, say, like Tyrion in the first 3 books where, you know, in being inside of his head, he thinks very interesting thoughts and he's a very interesting character. Arya Hoda is kind of one note, but still a great chapter. And that'll move us into 40th chapter, Jon VIII. Now, Jon VIII is not exactly a long chapter. It's actually quite short, but in my opinion, it is a pivotal chapter into the second half of Jon's story. Because on one hand, he's making a huge risk of sending Val to Tormund to try and get him to basically treat with him and to basically create a peace in which the wildlings can come south of the wall. This is a massive move, right? Because the wildlings that came through the wall before, not the ones like in the last chapter I talked about with Jon, that little small party that came through, the last time the wildlings were allowed to come south was because Stannis allowed that to happen and all of those things. This is completely different, right? This is having thousands of wildlings come through the wall willingly by Jon. It is very threatening. Because if you think about the wildlings and the Night's Watch have been enemies for years, right? And you're going to now allow them to go through the wall, your only defense against the wildlings. Well, what if the wildlings turn on you, right? What if they remember all these people that they have lost because of the Night's Watch? What stops them from rallying up and killing all of them, right? They don't have enough men to, man the walls. And the counter to that is obviously, well, the other's threat, right? It's at least they're human. You can negotiate with them. And so it's one of these weird things because Jon is getting rid of Val, who is Stannis' prize. Stannis would not want her to be released. And it's also, you're doing something that is heavily against the Night's Watch. And again, Jon doesn't take any type of counsel. He doesn't listen to anybody. He just acts. He does this thing with Val without getting any counsel from anybody else, seeing what they think about this. And so it comes off as Jon going against the Night's Watch and doing things just recklessly. And that's the big part of this, because the second half of the chapter is going to be people voicing their complaints, right? Led by kind of Bowen Marsh. Because Jon has been doing some things that are quite weird. Because from their point of view, who Jon is not really having any counsel with anybody, he's just making decisions on his own. People don't understand what he's doing. He just doesn't explain it. And so the reason he dies is really built upon this chapter, in my opinion. Because not only is he going to be, pissing off Stannis and his men, he's also going to be pissing off the Night's Watch as well. And so he has no backing, really, on any of the decisions he's making. He just does them. And so Bowen Marsh and the others talk about how Leathers has been made a master of arms, but he's a wildling. And how Satine has become basically what Jon used to be for Jeor Mormont. And that's meant to be, grooming him for rule. Well, that's not how that's supposed to work. Satine is very lowborn, right? He is someone that has a very troubled past. Why is he being groomed for rule, right? It's this hierarchy, and they just don't understand Jon's motivations. They don't understand why Jon is doing things, and Jon doesn't bother explaining it to them. But then they also argue about sending Val and to negotiate with Tormund at all, as well as these dead bodies Jon has brought back and said nothing about. And Jon, I think, in my opinion, is completely wrong in the way he handles this conversation. What these people want, they're not being antagonistic to Jon. They're questioning him. They want to know why he's doing the things he does, because he doesn't ask anybody for counsel. He acts alone. And yes, you can do those things, right? A king or a Lord Commander has that power. But what does it do? It isolates the people around you, especially when it's controversial things, right? Think about Aegon V. He's a king that is definitely a good person at heart. But a lot of the things that he does goes against his council. It goes against the people that are the wealthy and the highborn. And it puts a massive target on Aegon's back to where he's not able to ever really keep these things enforced because he just does things that a lot of people don't like. He doesn't make people understand why these things need to happen. And it's a bit different. I think Aegon V is way more justified than Jon is here, but Jon should be telling them a lot more. He just basically yells at them and just kind of like shuts the conversation down. There's no real discussion on ideology or thoughts in a meaningful way. It's Jon being very youthful and very egotistical, right? I am somebody when I was younger, I relate to Jon a lot in this. I was somebody that didn't know exactly how to converse with people when they have different conflicting views than your own. How do you deal with those kind of conversations? And Jon kind of reminds me of myself. I wasn't able to do those things. And, you know, I've learned, I think, a lot from that. And so, for an example, I don't believe in, you know, certain things like smoking because it may be health, you know, or whatever. But I still have friends that maybe do those things. But it's not like I hate them or anything like that. Like, that's what they want to do with their life, and that's what they want to do. So who am I to judge them for those things? That's kind of how I view, like, Jon right now. He's not doing that, though. Jon is somebody that is very much doing my way or the highway type philosophy, and he's not even explaining why he got onto his highway of thought. And so I think Jon is not the greatest Lord Commander because he doesn't know how to explain things. He's not very good at communication. But I really brought a lot of attention to this chapter, and I went on a little bit more of a tangent with this one because this is a pivotal chapter. It is a chapter that condemns Jon's fate because it's one, setting up the plot line for Tormund to come south of the wall and all the wildlings, the thing that basically nails it in the coffin that Jon is going to be killed. He's isolating the people that gave him power. So something I talked about on Tuesday's video with Catelyn in her first chapter of the Clash of Kings, she kind of gives Robb the same advice that like Jon's doing right now. Even if the people around you don't like what you're doing, you're still the king. They can't unmake you. And something that Robb responds with, which is very wise, is that the same people that make you a king can unmake you a king. That's the same thing that applies here to Jon. So I really like the writing that George does for this chapter because it needs to work. This is the flip chapter. But the 41st chapter is unfortunately Tyrion's. We're going to end on kind of a note. But we see that we pick up with Tyrion and Penny back still on this ship, and they're doing this joust thing. I guess it shows, again, Tyrion has put his pride aside and things like that. He's, I guess, growing as a character, even though it's still kind of But we see that they've lost the wind, right? That it's actually being very difficult to move their ship and things like that. And they think that they've won the day as they realize, you know, the wind is picking up, but instead it's a storm. And Moqorro gives a very cryptic line, like, this is why the ship will not reach its destination is because of this storm. And so it really is interesting because Moqorro is like the only thing interesting, really, in my opinion, of the 3 chapters that we've talked about in today's video. And so he kind of already knows what his fate seems like it's going to be. One of the things that Melisandre always sees first in her visions that she's basically trained herself to do is to look for things that threaten herself. And so it's interesting because I think Moqorro already realizes what his fate is to be with Victarion. But either way, they have this storm, and in the middle of this storm, Penny and Tyrion kiss, but it's not like a romantic kiss, or that's what they both say anyway. It's like, okay, you know, I don't really buy this relationship that much, and I don't really care about it that much, but okay. But eventually, their boat is basically destroyed. It's damaged beyond repairs. They are basically sitting ducks until they either starve out or die, more or less. And so for 19 days, they wait. And during this time, actually during the storm, I should say, some of the men were basically thrown overboard, Moqorro being one of those people. They are presumed dead by Tyrion and us, the audience, but that is not the case, as we'll know a little later on. But they eventually see a boat. And this seems like a good thing, right? They can maybe be picked up from being stranded, but Jorah sourly notes it is a slave ship. So Yeah, I think we end part 3 in kind of a more of a whimper than a big moment like we did with, I'd say, part 2. But that's just the case. Tyrion is kind of down there with like Quentyn right now for me, where anytime I see a Quentyn or a Tyrion chapter, I know it's not really going to be a good one. And that's just the case, right? It's unfortunate, but that's the problems of A Dance with Dragons. A Dance with Dragons has super huge highs like the Davos chapter or the Theon chapters or some of Jon and Daenerys' chapters. But then you have the really big lows. And that's kind of this chapter, the Tyrion's arc, Quentyn's arc, stuff like that. But still, in this part of the retrospective, this is where I think Dance really starts to hit its peaks. Now, we did see some really great chapters early on in Dance, don't get me wrong, but a lot of the POVs were kind of building towards things, and we were still kind of getting the ball rolling. This is where we're entering kind of the back, I would say, 2/5 of the book. There are some really good chapters. We start seeing more chapters from characters in Feast for Crows, getting some of their revelations and resolutions. Specifically, one we're going to talk about in this video, which I find very interesting, and I'm really glad we got more of, is Arya. I think Arya has her best chapters in this book, not even in Feast for Crows, which is kind of insane. But yeah, let's not waste any time. If you did want to listen to these on Spotify, I do usually put my longer videos on Spotify, so check that out if you want to listen to these kind of on the road and not on the YouTube platform. I will have that in the description as well, so look for that. But let's start off right away with Chapter 42, Theon 5. And what can I say about Theon? I feel like I say this every time a Theon chapter is brought up. I think that almost any chapter by Theon could be somebody's favorite Theon chapter of the book, because they're all that good. Now, personally, I like the Theon chapters almost as they go, because each one builds upon the last, and you have just more tension and more of Theon or Reek trying to find the version of himself that is Theon and trying to become a better person and man and overcoming the psychological damage and physical damage done to him. I just think like this chapter, the next chapter, the chapter after are just fantastic. And so what do we get in Theon 5? It's Theon after the kind of the dreaded wedding chapter between Ramsay and Jane Poole or fake Arya. And we see that Roose is kind of declaring the snows have come to wipe away Stannis. And this is before we actually get Asha's first chapter with Stannis's march to Winterfell. So this is kind of a revelation to us as an audience to kind of prelude what we're going to see with Asha in the next chapter. But it's interesting because you see that there's this sense of security, right, that it seems like Roose's camp has. But slowly as this chapter goes on, it seems to kind of slowly dissipate to where even the side that, is on the defensive, they're in Winterfell, the atmosphere is filled with tension. Theon himself gets approached by some interesting figures in this chapter. One of them being one of Mance's spearwives, wanting to know how he got into Winterfell so easily, which we know will have repercussions later on in the book. But for now, Theon kind of shrugs it off. Theon himself prefers to kind of wander the castles. He's kind of this ghost in Winterfell. He's this person reminiscing about his youth and all of the decisions he's made that's now led to Winterfell being in the state that it's in right now. And so it's so great because not only are we forwarding the plot and the Northern plot, which is by far the best plot of the book, it's forwarding Theon's growth, reminding him who he needs to be. And we get a lot of him thinking about, his psychological damage with Ramsay, because it's brought to the front with how he thinks about Jane, right? Jane is going through the same things, very similar to what Theon was going through, and he sympathizes with her. He even thinks about how he had planned, or at least thought of, trying to escape. And that's interesting as well, because he's actually going to do that by the end of this book. But it shows that Theon slowly through each chapter is becoming more and more part of maybe this new version of himself. I won't say the old version, because the old version of Theon, this isn't that, right? He's becoming a better version of himself and trying to atone for some of the things that he did. He even pleads with the old gods, something that Theon in his younger years never would have done. I just did Theon 1, A Clash of Kings, Theon's first POV in the entire story. And even when he talks to his uncle Aeron, he isn't somebody that prays to any gods, not even the drowned god either of the Ironborn. And so when you get to this point of the story and you see that he's been so broken that he's turning to the old gods of the Starks, it has a really interesting revelation, because when we get to the Barbary Dustin part of this chapter, you kind of understand why he almost goes to the old gods. And you also would think that the drowned gods have never done anything for Theon. If anything, him being an Ironborn has only worked against him, and the decisions that he's had to make to try and try and prove himself to his father. And so as we see Theon kind of wandering his way back, he is actually run into by Lady Dustin, who also asks something of him, reminding him of his past. Whereas the Spearwives had asked how he'd taken Winterfell, Lady Dustin only wants to look at the crypts, which is interesting considering the past, right? Theon never thought to look to the crypts for Bran and Rickon, but that's where they were the whole time. And there's even these subtle nods that we see swords missing, especially Brandon's. And it's interesting because you take a pairing of Lady Dustin and Theon, and they're quite similar characters in a lot of ways. Both of them kind of even stating to each other that they both wanted to be Starks, right? And that's that great revelation where you understand Theon, where he's very similar to Jon. I talked about this in his first chapter as well, is that Theon and Jon share a lot of similarities, even though they have very different personality traits. And so when you have all this happening, and especially in the crypts with this eerie vibe hanging over them, and you even get Lady Dustin's background and her bitterly talking about, her past, I just love everything that we get in this chapter. It's one of my favorites of the book. It's not going to be, like my favorite or anything. There's going to be better chapters in this book overall. I do have this chapter within like my top 20 of the book. I've already ranked all of the chapters and I've kind of gotten through most of my notes already. But I do think really strong chapter from Theon. And again, I pretty much say this for every Theon chapter. I could definitely understand if this is your favorite chapter. But number 43, and I gotta say, George was cooking when he started, giving us these chapters, like chapter 42, which is Theon 5, 43 being Asha 2, and even when we get to Jon 9, which is chapter 45, and even chapter 46, which is Arya 1, a really good string of chapters. But Arya 2 is our first chapter with her with Stannis, and so we see how this long journey is going to be from going from Deepwood Motte to Winterfell. It's not really even that long. It's only a 15 days journey is what they say when they leave, but we know that's not going to go well, right? We hear it from Roos's POV that the snows are going to start. So this is kind of going a little bit in the past and then catching up to where we're going to be at with Theon's plot line for the most part. But the way I described this chapter in my notes was it kind of feels like if you guys have ever played the Oregon Trail game that you can play on the web browser, or even know anything about the Oregon Trail, it feels like that, but gone very wrong, right? The temperature is going against you. Men are dying. Your horses are dying. Everything is going wrong. And the start of the journey starts, pretty fine. It has Asha being chained in a baggage train with Alysanne Mormont to give her company, which not great company. You can understand why the two wouldn't like each other. Bear Island being kind of an island nation on the west side of the north. The Ironborn would probably raid them. You can see that there be definitely divides between the two households, but we also see that she finds kind of a good companion, Justin Massey, or at least somebody that's easy to talk to and entertaining to, even though Justin Massey probably isn't talking to her for the right reasons, given her claim and all those things, but she kind of just endures it. And I personally love Asha. I like her personality. I love her POVs. It really helps that you put one of my favorite POVs going into the next book in probably my favorite storyline of this book. It just creates this beautiful storyline that goes horribly wrong for Stannis, because as the journey starts to turn, the northern storms begin, and these men of the south, they are definitely not prepared for it. Asha herself is even brought before Stannis, but she messes up talking to Stannis as she mentions Robert, because she's like, well, we could turn foes into friends. And that whole idea, which Robert was great at, Stannis has never been good at, it basically ends her meeting with Stannis, and it doesn't go particularly well. But they continue for 30 days, Stannis not allowing them to stop until they reach a crofter's village. Asha realizes the march has basically destroyed them. They've lost all of their mounts. Basically, they're running low on food. Again, if you're thinking you're going to have a 15-day march and then it ends up being 30 days and you can't really forage all that much to get extra food to resupply yourselves, it's not going to go particularly well. Morale is low, supplies are low, and they themselves seem to basically be getting thinned and aged. Asha notes that Stannis looks like a hollow version of himself, as he seems thinner and aged, like I talked about. But overall, the quality of this Asha chapter is just fantastic. And I talked about this, and this is kind of my frustration with Dance, is if all of the plot lines in the book had the same quality that the Northern plot does, this would probably be the best book of the entire series. But unfortunately, you have to balance the North plot line with things like the Essos plot lines, and that's kind of where I feel like this book stuck in the mud. But that'll get us to chapter 44. And mentioning Essos, we have Dany 7, chapter number 44. Now, this is a weird chapter to me because I don't particularly rate it that high in terms of Dany's chapters, but I did note I'm happy that this particular chapter was a Dany chapter, because this chapter, the thing that it's the most known for, the thing that has the most amount of, like, you're going to remember it, is going to be this is when Quentyn and Daenerys meet. Now, I love that this interaction comes from Daenerys. Personally, I hate Quentyn. I think he is just a bad POV. I would go as far as saying he's probably the worst POV of the entire series, given that he has multiple chapters and they're all pretty bad in my opinion, outside of maybe his last one. I think his last chapter where, you know, he dies in. Yes, he does basically die in that chapter. Is his only one of note in my opinion. But before we get to the Quentyn stuff, we do see some other stuff before then. We see her abed with Daario as she is having doubts about her wedding, as she's kind of feeling boxed in as they are besieged. And Daario tells her to marry him, even though he knows she cannot. Out of all the stuff we get with Daario and Daenerys in this book, I do like this interaction between the two because it does show Daenerys not being able to get the things that she wants as a queen, having to put her people first, and some of the more interesting parts of Daenerys' actual plotline. We don't get a ton of that in this because it's almost completely filled with just the romantic interests of Daenerys. And unfortunately, I don't really like a lot of the romance stuff, whether it's with his Dar, whether it's with Daario, whether it's with Quentyn, whether it's with, you know, whoever. I find that to be the weaker stuff in Daenerys' plotline in this book. But I will say, when we do get to when Daario introduced the recruits, aka Quentyn's party, to Dany, I find this interaction to be so funny because it's Daenerys like looking at this Prince of Dorne and just going, not attractive. She compares him to a frog because that's what he's kind of named, and she recalls a story, right, where the frog will turn into a great prince, or, you know, it's kind of this twist on basically our own story where the frog would turn into a princess and all that stuff. And yeah, she's basically saying, Quentyn, you're ugly, why don't you turn good looking? And it's like, man, Daenerys, that's kind of some wild stuff in there. But honestly, because of how bad Quentyn is in this book, I completely love Daenerys in this moment. And I think it's just so funny because, you know, you look at Quentyn, and I think he's not the best written character. I think he's a character that has a lot of plot conveniences. And you just have Quentyn rocking up like, yeah, you know, we're supposed to marry because of this contract, which does not involve me or you in it. But it is a major, like, reveal, right? The fact that we get this idea that there was this marriage contract that Oberyn and the Sea Lord of Braavos looked over, that was a marriage pact basically between Arianne and Viserys. It is interesting, right? That would seem to kind of confirm that the Red Door was in Braavos and was probably the Sea Lord of Braavos's, you know, house. Now, people still debate that to this day. I feel like, to me, this is kind of the proof you need, but I don't know. Some people will disagree with that, but I think it's either way, it's still a massive reveal for Daenerys specifically. But it's just Daenerys going, okay, but Quentyn, you don't have much to offer here. There's no swords that can help benefit me here as well. I'm already going to be getting married to Hisdar. I already have, not only do I already have somebody I'm going to marry, I already have somebody that I'm sleeping with. So, like, Quentyn offers literally no value to Daenerys right now at all. Like, at all. And I just think it's so funny the way Daenerys puts Quentyn down. You know, she tries to do it in a nice way, but, you know, us knowing her thoughts is what makes this interaction hilarious to me. If we would have gotten Quentyn's side of this, it would not have been as interesting in my opinion. But, like, to me, this is why I really don't think that we needed Quentyn as a POV, because Quentyn kind of recounts everything that they did to get here to Daenerys and like Dario here. So it's like, why did we need those chapters to begin with? And also, all it's leading up to is, okay, Daenerys is going to deny him. He's going to do something foolish and die. So the only real reason I can see why we needed Quentyn as a POV was because George wanted to make him a character that we cared about when he died. And it's like, didn't care about him in the beginning, so I'm not going to care about him when he dies. So, I don't know. But still, I do think that this chapter is interesting because it also does push the idea of Quaith's prophecy. Like, Daenerys believes it even more now because she was right about the sun's son coming, more or less. And so I do find that it's a enjoyable chapter, but it's not one of the better Daenerys chapters whatsoever. It lacks, I think, the really interesting parts of Daenerys and how she has to be a queen and ruling, the decisions she has to make, and a lot of the things that I find enjoyable about Daenerys' arc are just not present here. It's kind of dealing once again with the romance side of Daenerys' arc, which in my opinion is already bloated and too full already, especially when you think about Victarion kind of entering into this Daenerys lovers arena as well. I just don't really enjoy the overcrowded romance plot lines, but I don't think it's a terrible chapter by any means. That leads us to number 45, Jon IX. So in the last video, I think Jon was very underwhelming. I think a lot of chapters leading up to the kind of the end game for Jon, they are just building block chapters. They're very middle of the road chapters, but this is where I think Jon starts to get good. Again, right? Because I think Jon is very good at the beginning. I think he's very good at the end. I think in the middle is kind of where he takes a bit of a slowdown as we're rebuilding into the other parts of his arc. And I really like what we get to see here, right? Because we see the Queen's party coming to Castle Black before they go on to the Night's Fort. We see the tensions right off the bat between the two sides because Jon's doing a lot of things that maybe the Queen wouldn't like. There's just that built-in tension there, right? With people in the Queen's men who also are not the most friendly to Jon and are even antagonistic, like Axel Florent is kind of towards the end of this chapter. It's just building up the lack of support Jon has, right? Not only is he losing the support of the Night's Watch, he also doesn't really have the support of Stannis's, I guess, men, even though it's really Melisandre's men. You see all that playing out, and so I find that to be really fascinating. But the other part of this that is even more interesting is a member from the Iron Bank actually ends up arriving here as well, which is great because it kind of fulfills Cersei's arc, right, in Feast for Crows, where she's not willing to pay back the Iron Bank or any of those things. She very much dismisses them, and so the Iron Bank are going to try and place their bets on Stannis. But Jon takes the opportunity to try and get loans, use their ships for Hardhome, and it's great because you understand, we as an audience understand what Jon's doing because we're in his head. Right? He's trying to find a way that they're going to have enough food to survive winter. And so how do you do that, right? You're going to have to take loans. You're going to have to try and trade with other people and getting food and all those things. But the problem is going to be you're going to take out loans that the Night's Watch isn't going to be able to pay back. They don't earn a lot of money. They don't have resources that they can give away for money. It's very much placing the watch in a very, very difficult position because, yes, if he doesn't pay the loans, many of them are going to die in the winter. But if he does take these loans, afterwards, they're going to be in deep, deep debt, and who knows what the Iron Bank's going to do to get their money back. So you have this issue that you can see is kind of a lose-lose situation, in my opinion, but Jon is right. Like, this at least buys them time to get through winter. But he doesn't explain any of this to anyone. He doesn't take any counsel from anyone, see what maybe other people think about his decision and what they should do with the Iron Bank. Jon acts completely alone. Like he's done all throughout this book. He completely isolates himself because he's not willing to, have counsel with other people and see differing viewpoints and be able to communicate why he believes those things maybe aren't the correct way of doing things. And so I love this chapter because it exemplifies all those things. Because now that, if you're somebody else, if you're in the Night's Watch and you're sitting here going, this is all you're hearing, is that Jon took major loans from the Iron Bank, you're thinking, what is he doing? You don't understand his rationale because he doesn't explain it to anybody. He keeps it to himself, and those are the things that's going to get people to turn on him. even though these are people that maybe loved him or wanted him to be the Lord Commander, it's all these different things that you have working in tandem. You know, we're going to see the wildling plot really kick off, you know, after this chapter specifically. You're going to have him kind of meddling in northern politics with the Karstark situation. You're going to have him taking loans. You're going to have him sending away his, you know, closest allies and friends. You're going to have him doing all these different things that just add up. And this is just one of those things that I find to be very interesting because it is the Iron Bank and we don't really get to see them all that much. And so eventually they do settle on terms, but we do see as the tension begins to go up again because Jon talks with Axel Florent about Val, which they both know he doesn't have, and later he is woken up to find a girl on a dying horse has arrived. And Jon thinks about Arya, what he can do with her, so maybe sending her to Essos to be, you know, harbored by somebody over there, sending him back with the Iron Bank, all of those things, until he realizes it isn't Arya Stark at all. And he seems to recognize the girl, but he can't place it at first. But when we get the reveal that it is Alice Karstark, it changes everything. Because on one hand, we find out that Stannis is being played as a fool by the Karstarks. And two, we get to see this kind of interesting relationship between Jon and Alice, because the two have very good chemistry. The two seem like if things had gone differently, maybe they would have been the ones, you know, getting married, right? The two have really good banter, and just not only just this chapter, but the next chapter. It's interesting because Jon has such great relationships, in my opinion, with both Alice and Val, that it is kind of crazy. Jon's definitely got some women that I think like him a lot, but yeah. But it kind of does the next part of it, right? It kind of does this next, okay, now Jon is actually going to get involved in some of the northern politics. As much as he wants to say that he's out of those things, he is getting involved with it, right? He's getting involved with Stannis more and trying to help him. He's getting more involved with the Karstark situation, who Alice is eventually going to marry. All of that is very crucial in my opinion, and I really do think this chapter is great because it kind of takes it into the last stretch of the book and sets up all those things really, really well. That gets us to chapter 46, Arya 1. And so this chapter, in my opinion, is kind of the quintessential chapter for when I was younger and my first, you know, reread or two of the books. I had Dance above Feast for Crows. I think if you go back to my earliest, you know, rankings of the books on this channel, I might say Dance above Feast. I don't think my opinion on Feast for Crows really changed until I did the retrospective, and that's when I think I changed on that opinion. But this was a chapter where it kind of, this and the next Arya chapter really complete Arya's kind of journey from both Feast for Crows and Dance. And this is kind of why I think Feast for Crows at times, it gets kind of almost outdone by Dance, because Dance gets a lot of the conclusions to those characters that should have probably been in Feast for Crows. But because George is trying to keep the timeline somewhat coherent, because you have the POVs of one book and the POVs of another book, you have situations like this where you only see maybe one or two Arya chapters, or, you know, one or two Cersei chapters or things like that. But I really love this Arya chapter. I do think both of her chapters in this book are better than all three of her chapters in Feast for Crows. But we see when we catch up with her that some time has passed as she has become blind Beth. She continues to have dreams of Nymeria, and that's actually the very open to this chapter, is her dreaming of Nymeria and being able to, you know, see and all those things. But we see that because she's become blind, she's having more heightened senses, right? You know, counting the steps and touching and smelling and hearing, all those things become very much enhanced. And those things actually also seem to enhance her warging powers. And I almost find it interesting that maybe the Faceless Men know that, and they're using that, right? They're particularly trying to open up those abilities because they'd be very useful for a Faceless Man. It seems like they know that, which is also interesting because this chapter really starts to really delve into the magical elements of the Faceless Men. I'd say the next chapter way more than this one. But it's those things that I think we're lacking in A Feast for Crows from taking Arya to being some of the best chapters of that book, is because we were still introducing the Faceless Men. We were still introducing Arya into this plot line. This is where we start to get some of those payoffs. And I find that really interesting. And so basically what the Kindly Man and the Faceless Men are trying to do is they're trying to mold her, right? They're trying to get her to get rid of the Arya side of her, to not kill like she did with Daeron, and especially in the next chapter, not questioning who she's being told to kill, right? It's not about the reasoning of why you're killing them. It's just they need to die. The god of death is requiring that person's death. And so that's what they're trying to instill in here. And we do learn a couple interesting things, as Arya is basically being sent out as Blind Beth to find new informations. We do find that one of the ships that had been carrying wildlings from Hardhome was caught by the Sea Lord of Braavos as they were trying to sell the wildlings as slaves, which is interesting. Nice little tidbit showing what was kind of going on with that plot line with Hardhome before it's going to get really bad. But when she returns to the temple, we also get another revelation. She learned to see through the cat to figure out that the kindly one was the one who had been hitting her earlier in the day. She says that's one of the things she's found out. And I don't mean that she tells the kindly man that, but she figures it out. And that's what we know in her head. But it's interesting because it shows us that Arya is learning to warg things outside of just Nymeria. Something that we haven't seen, any real characters outside of like Bran be able to do. Just shows you, and this is something that the show completely didn't do, is going into more of the magical powers of the Stark kids. And I find that very, very compelling in this as we go forward into it. We also see things in this chapter like how hard it was to continue, being this blind girl. At so many times she thought about, leaving the temple because they would tell her, if she wants her vision back, all she has to do is say so and they'll give her eyes back, but then she'll be forced to leave. And so I really love that element of the story. It has tension to it. It has unease. It has a magical element and feel to it. But she eventually does get her sight, seeing a candle in front of her. Again, I love the chapter. I think it's a pretty good one. I don't think it's like in my top chapters of the book or anything. I think Arya 2, which we will get, is in my top 10 of the book. But Arya 1 is definitely, I'd say, an above average chapter in this book. I have it ranked on my chapter rankings at 30, and there's a possible 73 chapters in this book. So top 30, pretty solid. Both of her chapters are in my top 30, with Arya 2 eventually going to be in my top 10. But yeah, so that'll get us into chapter 47, Theon 6. So like I've said, for pretty much every single Theon chapter, all of them could be your favorite, and that doesn't change with Theon 6. I personally have Theon 6 as the best chapter of the first 6 for Theon. Again, I talked about a lot for me. As each Theon chapter we get, I think each one builds upon and gets better. We're going to talk about Theon 7 as well in this video, which will be his last chapter. And to me, it's his best chapter, and I'll talk about why that is when we get there. But again, it builds off of what we got in the last chapter. Where the last chapter was, we kind of start at Winterfell, and there's this sense of security, safety, and as the chapter goes on, the tension builds more. The weather starts getting worse. People are starting to kind of feel the effects, especially, the Freys, for instance, because they're from the south. And so this chapter takes what was just alluding towards that tension and has it kind of explode. We see a number of different things happen. Firstly, we see slowly as there are multiple murders occurring, each more unsettling than the last. And these are still up for debate. Some maybe being the Spearwives, some maybe being this hooded man that Theon sees, even another one of those being one of the Walders. So there's a lot kind of going on here. But we do see Yellow Dick being one of Ramsay's companions is brutally killed. This with the fact that they are wary of Stannis attacking at any point. The tension comes to a boiling point as the lords begin to turn on each other, only being stopped by Lady Dustin and Lord Ryswell. But my favorite little moment of this chapter, in my opinion, is when Theon, who's watching all of this stuff going on, he sees almost a rare slight of fear in Roos's eyes. Roose is kind of seeing his army is splitting, and he already is suspicious of many of the lords here, especially Lord Manderley. This is going to make it even more further. When people are going disappearing and people are dying randomly, it's not a coincidence. There's sabotage being done. But Theon is later questioned. Theon was basically seen in the whereabouts. He's always wandering the castle, so he is a suspect, but he's basically swiftly dismissed due to his condition. Again, he's not strong enough to be killing people very easily or overpowering people to begin with. And so Theon goes to the Weirwoods in the Godswood to pray when he hears a horn. And presumably this is meant to announce Stannis. It's not really. It's Moore's Umber, but everybody else doesn't know that. They believe that this is Stannis and that he's finally arrived at Winterfell. Again, the tension builds because already inside of the castle, they're not doing well. But now outside of the castle, you have a force that has made it to Winterfell. all the while Theon seems to be, praying, he starts to hear his name. It seems to be whispering Theon, but it also seems to be Bran. Theon kind of sees Bran in the tree, and it seems to be maybe his voice. All of this is very interesting given what we know about Bran at this point of the story, and we haven't seen a Bran POV in actually a very long time now at this point. And so this is all very interesting in speculation that can Bran, talk to other characters through the trees, and it seems to be the case. We'll see how that affects the story going forward. But at the last part of this, he is set upon by 3 of the washerwomen who need his help. And we know this is going to be to try and get Jane Poole, who they believe is Arya Stark, out of Winterfell and getting her to Jon, or it's going to end up being Stannis, but that is what they're trying to do. And so we'll see how that plot line kind of ends with Theon 7. But to me personally, really great chapter, because there's a lot of mystery and intrigue that we are still kind of thinking about even in our theories today about how Winds of Winter is going to wrap them up, especially with a lot of the killings, the hooded man, for instance, the Mance stuff, how that's all going to play out with the Pink Letter. A lot of intrigue here, and it kind of builds into the finale for Theon as a character in POV. Chapter number 48 we have is Tyrion 10. Now, I noted in my notes the Tyrion 10 of a lot of the chapters we've gotten post Young Griff. I would say this is probably one of the better ones. I still don't think it's like a great chapter or anything, because I have most of Tyrion's chapters, or I'd say not most, but I'd say all of the ones kind of post Young Griff are really they're probably like in that bottom 15 to 20 chapters. This one would just be on kind of like that higher end, I would say. And so when I look at this chapter, it's the reason that I think it's a bit better than some of the past chapters is we actually get to see Tyrion being an interesting POV, what made him interesting in the past, right? Him being able to outsmart situations or outthink things. And so we see him being sold into slavery, and we're also able to see him kind of seeing what people are interested in him, and even recognizing this Brown Ben Plum character who he asks about later and has an interaction with at the end of this chapter. But you also see him manipulating, getting Jorah to be part of their act. And so you have a lot of stuff that's really interesting, because you see Tyrion being in an element where he can use the things that make him so interesting to read. And so that part of it is interesting. And also you have this actual idea of, okay, we've never actually really seen a POV who's, being a slave. We've seen Daenerys being a POV where she is someone that is freeing slaves, but she's not herself a slave necessarily. And so we do get to see this side of it that, showing that slavery, how bad it is. And so part of that is interesting. I just don't feel like it's that necessary, given the fact that we do have such a big focus on it from Daenerys and really the last 2 books, that I feel like, yes, I don't mind it. And I actually do find that to be interesting with Tyrion. I almost don't feel like we need it, because of all the plot lines at this point of the story, it's the weakest. I don't know how I feel about it. And so Tyrion, to me, is like, I can understand why George made the chapter, and it is a chapter that needs to, I guess, be told. But I do feel like, especially this plot line going forward, a lot of it almost isn't really needed. You could really tell this through maybe one Tyrion chapter, instead of having a number of more Tyrion chapters left. We're not even close to the end of his plot line, really. And so I like it, but I don't like it at the same time. And so we do see, as Tyrion and Penny have to do their show for the slavers, and they're serving wine, and eventually we see Tyrion playing Savas against Brown Ben Plum, which is quite interesting. I think it's probably my favorite part of the chapter, and part of it is because I actually really like the character of Brown Ben Plum, and I just enjoy when we get to see him more. And that's going to be something that's even more apparent when we get to Daenerys' next chapter. I like seeing her conversation with him. But again, it's definitely a chapter that's a step up from the quality of the Tyrion chapters in the last couple, but it's still kind of in terms of the storylines that we already have right now. Like, I'd rather read a plot line about the North. I'd rather read some of these other POVs we're getting from Dance. I'd rather read, Dany, if we're just talking about the Meereen plot at this point. So yeah, I don't know, kind of a mixed chapter to me for Tyrion 10. Number 49, another big surprise. We see another character from Feast for Crows getting 1 chapter. This is the only chapter Jaime gets in Dance with Dragons, and I honestly think George has some big balls for this. Given that Jaime is the best POV of A Feast for Crows, and could be argued is the best POV of A Storm of Swords, that's not my take, but some people do think that, and so I can't really fault you for that. But you give us one chapter here, and what we do get is fantastic. It's not Jaime's best chapter. I think he has better chapters than A Feast for Crows, but I do think it's a really strong one. It's a really good chapter. None of Jaime's chapters are bad. In Feast for Crows, he was always consistently having all of his chapters ranked in the top half of A Feast for Crows. But to me, what we get with this chapter is we're seeing this siege that's being done on the Blackwoods by the Brackens. It's Jaime arriving and kind of settling the conflict, because the war really is over. I mean, at this time, Riverrun has fallen. There doesn't really look like any chance that the Lannisters are going to be taken down at this point. We know it's probably going to happen at some point, but at this time, it feels like the war is over. So the Blackwoods need to be dealt with, and the Brackens have already bent the knee rather quickly, Jaime kind of notes. And so it's Jaime having to deal with the two families. This chapter is almost completely about the Blackwood and Bracken conflict. We get a lot of our history about what actually maybe occurred in the past with both houses. And the moral of the story here is, you have two families that hate each other generationally, right? And it almost feels like for no reason. Neither one of the histories are really recorded that well. They could be blurred together. We really don't know what the true history of the Blackwoods and Brackens are. So these two sides could be fighting over, petty things that happened in the past, and that creates more issues, right? You think about characters like Bloodraven and Bittersteel. Those characters hate each other because of some things that did happen during that time, but also a lot of their hatred was built upon things that happened generations and generations ago. And so it's this pointless conflict in a lot of ways. It's George writing about this pointless conflict that leads to violence continually. And so I find that aspect of this to be really interesting. It's also kind of interesting to see how Jaime deals with Lord Blackwood, somebody that has been in the story really since book 1. It's interesting to see how he deals with him, and also dealing with Lord Bracken as well. Really awesome to see how Jaime works through all those things. But then he leaves us on a massive cliffhanger. And I mean a massive cliffhanger. I think of all of the storylines that ends in this book, this is the one that you're almost like, wow. It's kind of surprising George didn't give us more here, especially what we know with A Feast for Crows, right? Where Brienne's storyline ends there, and with Lady Stoneheart, we see Brienne, pop up here with Jaime, and that's just how it ends, right? The two are going to go off alone and all of that. And it's a really great cliffhanger because, you really want to see more of it, but at the same time, it's like, man, I could not imagine reading A Dance with Dragons when it first came out, and now you've waited, however many years, and we still have not gotten any answers to that at all. Yeah, great chapter by Jaime, of course. But yeah, it's very, very ballsy, in my opinion, that George gave us one chapter of Jaime, and then we do not see him for the rest of the book. He does that a lot with his POVs in this book. For instance, Bran, Davos, two of my favorite POVs in the first half of the book, they disappear. Jaime pops up once, second half of the book, don't see him again. So he does that quite a lot with a lot of the POVs in the book. But yeah, great chapter by Jaime. Let's move on to number 50, Jon X. So Jon X builds off of what we got in Jon IX, where we're seeing the fallout of the Karstark plotline. We see Alys Karstark and Sigorn, who is the leader of the Thenns at this time. They are being married together. And it's kind of very interesting because you have this mixed support. It's continually showing how the Night's Watch does not approve of what Jon's doing. Jon is at this time isolating many of the people of the Night's Watch, where at this wedding we see a lot of the Queen's men, because for now they kind of do like what Jon's doing, right? You're uniting a northern house with the wildlings and all those things, but they're not going to have a great relationship in the future. And so a little bit of that is foreshadowed here once again with Axel Florent. But yeah. And then we also see that Jon has almost no support. There's no Night's Watchmen really here whatsoever. And so it's interesting to see how Jon also is kind of playing northern politics. Like, he's trying to say, oh yeah, he's not, taking any side or whatnot, but at the same time he is. He's arranging this marriage between Alys and Sigorn, and also he's taking Cregan Stark captive. Now, he does have some precedent that he's trying to use. Alys Karstark came to them, and here's Cregan Stark trying to take her against, against her will. That is, a crime. But the way people are going to view the situation is they're going to look at it from an outside point of view. You don't have all the information. You're going to say, oh yeah, the Night's Watch is helping Stannis, or it's going against, Cregan Karstark. So I look at all this information and I find that very interesting because, for one, Jon is playing politics that it's kind of working against him, right? People are slowly becoming more and more against him, and he's losing support to do these actions. And we're going to see that kind of falling out in the next couple chapters. But we do see this marriage, and in a lot of ways, it kind of feels like this uneasy, bright moment for this late part of the Jon storyline, where everything that we're hearing in Jon's storyline is kind of not good, right? You can tell there's some sort of conflict coming between the wildlings and the Night's Watch, and you kind of feel that boiling over. And so when you have that coming into it, but you also have this marriage, which is kind of a happy marriage, right? Alicent seems to at least be happy, trying to get Sigorn to open up, and this interesting alliance. And Alicent, just as a character, is very fascinating. I really enjoy the character of Alicent. Again, her and Jon have really good chemistry in these chapters. And so you do have this happy moment in the face of impending doom for Jon. And it also really boils over when you have Axel Florn once again talking about Val to Jon, when we hear a horn blow to say that Val has returned. So again, this chapter really does a great job of building off of the reveal of the last Jon chapter, and also pushing kind of the story forward and moving us into really the last couple of chapters. Jon has, I believe, 3 chapters after this. So really good chapter from Jon. I don't think it's like top 20 or anything like that, but it's definitely a solid one. And number 51, we get into Dany 8. So Dany 8 is really weird because it has the issue of coming right before Dany's really big chapter, which is Dany 9. It's one of the best chapters of the book. And it also doesn't have a lot for Daenerys to really do, right? And so in a lot of ways, I don't feel like this is a bad chapter for Daenerys. But again, it's not a good chapter for Daenerys either. I just think it's very middle of the pack. And so this chapter really follows these Yunkai like peace talks, right? Where Hizdahr is entertaining the Yunkish, and Daenerys is just kind of sitting back, just observing. There's not a lot that she's doing in this chapter in terms of actions, right? And so a lot of this chapter, it's just kind of, whatever. It's her looking at the Yunkish, flaunting, their slaves, and all flaunting things in Daenerys' face, seeing how much she'll take. See if she will maybe break the peace, which she ends up kind of doing in the next chapter, or not of her own decisions, but because of Drogon, but still. And so you see, Hizdahr playing the king role, Daenerys just allowing it to happen, and Daenerys is kind of just sulking about this. But the best 2 moments of the chapter are definitely when Daenerys is able to actually do something and having conversations with people. And so we see her having a conversation with Brown Ben Plum. And it's interesting because Brown Ben Plum tells her straight up, like, the reason, we went against you is not because we don't like you. It's because, you are looking like you're on the losing side. You're not, being able to control your dragons, which is the thing that's going to make you, you're a conqueror. And so he says those things. And so you can see that, yeah, Brown Ben Plum is somebody that would be open to maybe coming back to Daenerys' side, like Tyrion inevitably, convinces him to do in the next couple of chapters. But at the same time, you can see that Daenerys is going against her Targaryen side, something Quaithe told her to not do. Remember who she is. That's something that she's going to have to realize in Dany 10. And Dany 9, I guess, as well. And then the other part of this chapter is where she basically has Quentyn come with her, and Daenerys is trying to basically nicely say, Quentyn, this is not a good place for you. Daenerys is now married to Hizdahr, right? Like, this is not the time for you to be here, and it's very dangerous for you to be here. And she also tries to show the dragons to him to kind of scare him and all those things. And funny enough, Quentyn takes this as, oh yeah, maybe I should release a dragon. The dragons will definitely like me. So again, I like what it does for Daenerys in terms of the last 2 conversations. Really, the back part of this chapter is more of the enjoyable stuff, not the front half. And it also kind of gets the Quentyn plot forwarding, keeping going, and somehow Quentyn rationalizes what he's going to rationalize, and getting kind of his plot for the last parts of this book. But yeah, it's a pretty solid Daenerys chapter. Has some good, has some bad, like a lot of this book does. Number 52, and we have Theon 7. And so George was just burning through these Theon chapters. I mean, we've only done about 11. This will be the 11th chapter we've done in this video, and he's already burned through 3 of them. So Theon 7, I do want to take a kind of moment here because this is his last chapter of the book in terms of a POV. He will show up in one more chapter, but he is not actually the POV in that chapter. And so Theon, to me, is the reason why Dance with Dragons, I think a lot of people might view it better than I do. Because I think without Theon's plotline, I think this book would be very, 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 very much viewed not as great. Because Theon, to me, is the constant of this book. Every chapter he has is a top 20 chapter in the book. He is fantastic. I think George does some of his best writing in the entire series in this plot line, and he concludes it here. And this chapter is just full of tension. Where it's been kind of building up and building up, it explodes here, right? In terms of Theon, his character, in terms of the actual northern plot, it explodes, right? Because you have people on the edge of their seats, right? Because in this chapter, we see that little Walder has been killed, presumably by Big Walder. And you see all that, coming to pass, right? The Manderleys and the Freys are coming to blows. It seems like there's going to be a battle that's going to go out between the two as Wyman Manderley is actually assaulted in this actual chapter. We see that Roose has to send them out to try and kill Stannis, because if he doesn't, there's going to be a battle within Winterfell, and it's not going to be a good look for Roose. And so Roose sends them out. And this is the kind of the catalyst for everything and to go into motion, right? Theon and the Spearwives are going to try and free Jaime. And so this is huge for Theon, because it's going to be him going against Ramsay. And so he has to have courage. He has to do all these things. But we know if he fails at any point, right, whether it's, getting the bathwater, whether it's trying to get past the guards, whether it's trying to get Jane to actually cooperate, if any of these things goes wrong and Theon isn't killed, he's going to experience even worse torture than before. And so you have that playing on this situation where Theon and the Spearwives, they're trying to get past all these obstacles. And we see, Theon becoming Theon once again. That's why this chapter is like Theon 1. And so we see him getting Jane to have some courage and to escape. And the plan just slowly starts to unravel, right? It just slowly starts to go wrong. Having to kill this person, that making a big sound, and not having the rope because the Spearwife that is kind of holding her ground, well, she had the rope to get down, so now you're just gonna have to jump for it. And so you see Theon and Jane escaping Winterfell in this last-ditch attempt where it's like, okay, if we die in the fall, that's better than living. So it's Theon taking this arc where we start the journey with him as Reek, as this character that has almost no part of Theon left in him. And by the end of it, through this transformation of a character, finding this new version of Theon, it is one of the best character arcs in terms of just a single book in the entire story. It is my second favorite chapter and or best chapter of the book. I still have Davos 4 ahead of it, but it is ranked number 2 for me. Theon, like I talked about, is a character that I don't rank outside of the top 30 chapters. The lowest one I have is Theon 1, which is number 28, and that's the Reek chapter, not actually like Theon 1 as it is in the book. I know it might be a little confusing, but yeah. So Theon 7, fantastic chapter. I got to give George all of his flowers for what he did with the character in this book, and it's a shame we won't see him really in the last 20-ish chapters of the book outside of just Asha. But yeah. So getting into chapter 53, and like I just talked about, Theon's last chapter of the book for me is the second best chapter. And right after we get through with that chapter, right, one of the best of the book, I think for most of the people in the community, George follows it up by giving us Dany 9. And like I talk about, no matter what book we are in, if Dany has a POV in it, she has just one banger chapter every single book. The Game of Thrones, her last chapter, the ending of Game of Thrones, is, in my opinion, the best chapter of the entire book. It's up there as one of the best of the entire series. Book 2, The House of the Undying, one of the best of the book, one of the best of the series. Storm of Swords, you could say a lot of different chapters are really good for her. Personally, the one that always sticks to me is when she does get the Unsullied, one of the best chapters of that book. And then you get to book 5. And book 5, Dany is kind of in this weird place, because when we do my chapter rankings at the end of this series, you're going to see a lot of Daenerys' chapters are kind of in the same area. They're kind of just kind of in that middle ground of this book. But Dany comes swinging in Dany 9. I think this is probably, I have it ranked as of right now as the 6th best chapter of the book. And this is the chapter where Daenerys finally rides Drogon. It's been this big thing we've been waiting for from Daenerys for a long time. She having to remember who she is, being a Targaryen, and pushing back on everything the Yunkish have been doing to her. And so there's that part of it, right? That is the climax of this chapter. But before we get to that part, it's the reopening of the fighting pits. Dany has to be here just for the customs, and she's required to be here and all of that. And so I even like how Daenerys is forced to, again, building off the last chapter, she feels awful that she has to watch this violence, right? That's pointless to her. Now, we know why some of these people might want this for glory, gold, all those type of things, but for Dany, she views it as violence that is just pointless. It doesn't do anything that is good in her eyes. We see a number of interesting things happen as there's an assassination attempt on her life, it would appear, but thankfully for her, Strong Bellows eats all of the locusts, and he's just that much of a Chad that he actually is going to live. But so we have that mystery. We still haven't solved that mystery going into Winds of Winter, and it's something we still speculate on till today. And to me, I still don't have a really concrete answer into what actually occurred there. I think it could likely be somebody like Resnack. It could be somebody, maybe it is like his daughter, but I don't really like that idea. It seems like too on the nose for George. Maybe it was the Green Grace. Maybe it was somebody in the Yunkish. Who knows? Could have been Skahaz, the Shave Pate. There's a number of people that would have wanted Dany dead. And so it's just an interesting thing to think about as you reread these chapters. And one thing that I specifically was looking towards, and it's kind of a video I already did, but the idea of who this perfumed individual that is going to betray Daenerys is something I kind of tried to think about. And it's just hard because in Meereen, there's just so many different people that would want her dead and just don't like her based upon how she's ruling Meereen, that it's going to be interesting to see the way George kind of connects all these plots and finishes them. But we also see a fight with a boar in which the boar wins. But at this, because of all the bloodshed and all the commotion, Drogon comes in and eats the boar. Now, I think this is interesting because if you guys remember, back in book 1, Robert Baratheon is killed by a boar. And so I find it interesting because you think about, after Robert's death, we've had this fight for who should be the heir after him, right? And so it's been Joffrey, Tommen, Stannis, Renly, all these different people. I almost think this is somewhat of some symbolism, right? That Daenerys is going to come in and she's going to be the one that's going to basically destroy all these other claimants to the throne. And when she takes over, referencing, her eating the boar. I just think that's a nice little tie-in, referring to Robert Baratheon, the one that took down her family, the thing that killed her, and then Daenerys' dragon eats a boar. I just find that a little nice symbolism, something I didn't pick up on in past rereads. But this all leads to Drogon landing in the pits, and one of the most tense moments in the book. Everything seems to freeze in time as Daenerys goes towards Drogon, trying to command him and to really, get that connection that we see, for instance, in like House of the Dragon, to be able to ride him. A very similar thing to like maybe, Aemond with Vhagar in House of the Dragon or something like that. Maybe Laena with Vhagar is another, maybe good example as well. And we see that Daenerys is finally able to ride Drogon and claim her dragon for the most part. And at this, she ends up flying off. And again, this is something as a book fan that you would have been waiting for a long time. Ever since that we knew that dragons were going to be a thing in this series when they were brought to, I guess, the world or to Daenerys in book 1 at the very end, this is something we were always waiting for. And something that's going to be really interesting is how George then, uses the other 2 dragons, right? Because we've never really seen somebody that's able to, have a claim on 3 dragons, right? Daenerys is the mother of these 3 dragons, but it seems likely that Daenerys's like mental connection just is not as strong with those other 2 dragons. And so who eventually is going to tame those dragons, right? People have put forth this idea of maybe this dragon tamer theory. Maybe it's going to be, Euron. Maybe somehow Victarion gets a dragon. Maybe young Griff. Maybe, Brown Ben Plum. Maybe Jon Snow. There's just so many people that have Targaryen blood that possibly could still claim a dragon, that it'll be interesting to see how George does it. Daenerys 9 is a chapter that I think was sorely needed in this book because, in my opinion, Daenerys doesn't have a lot of chapters that, to me, stick out. That, if you didn't reread the series and you're, 5 or 10 years removed from reading this book, there's not many moments that I think really stick out for Daenerys outside of, I'd say, probably this chapter, the next chapter, and maybe some of the just things going on politically that you see with Daenerys. But I do think this book is not her worst book. I think Clash is definitely her worst book, but this is definitely kind of just on her. It's not as good as Game of Thrones, not as good as The Storm of Swords, but this chapter definitely helps. And that'll get us to number 54, Jon 11. So Jon 11, again, kind of a switch of pace, right? We come from 2 of the most tense and best chapters of the book down to Jon 11, which, you know, it's fine. I think it has some good things about it. I think it has some things where it's like, has to get done, but it's not the most exciting stuff. So for instance, you know, the beginning of this, you know, chapter is all about Tormund and how they're going to negotiate the wildlings, you know, coming south and crossing south of the wall. And part of those terms are, you know, having to give up hostages, giving their treasures to the wall to pay for food, and where they shall actually live once they are established south of the wall. Eventually, all this is figured out, Tormund agrees, and Val and Jon must tell Selyse of the terms. And she's not very happy about this, because they're not really, you know, keeping to Stannis the way he had done it in the past, right? Where they had to kneel to him and all those things. And so these wildlings are not going to be forced to do that at all. And so Selyse isn't happy with this. She's also not happy the way Val has been kind of, you know, set free and being not forced to marry some of her own knights or whatnot. And so when you see this occurring, it basically isolates Jon even more, because when we saw in Jon 10 was, you know, Jon was losing support from the Night's Watch, but he at least still seemed to have some support, you know, from the Queen's men, right? At least that they were, you know, happy with the Alice Karstark marriage. And so now at this point where, you know, you have this Jon kind of severing those ties with Selyse, it's like at this point at Jon 11, who really does Jon have backing him up? You know, and when you think about that question, you go, there really isn't anybody that like you would think is a staunch ally right now of Jon's, outside of maybe people like Val, Mel, maybe Tormund, Dolores Ed, but he's not even really currently at the Night's Watch. He's, you know, at another castle at this point that they're trying to repair. So Jon is very isolated, and that becomes very apparent in this chapter. We also get some interesting stuff about Val and the way she views Shireen and Patchface as a whole, saying the child is cursed and that she should be killed and things like that. It'll be interesting to see if that plays a part in Shireen's death, because it does seem like Stannis is going to burn Shireen. Will that have some, you know, effect? Will Shireen cause, you know, this grayscale plague type situation? Very interesting foreshadowing in this chapter about that. We just don't know fully where that's going to go yet. But this kind of leads to, in my opinion, the moment when I think Bowen Marsh and a lot of the other leaders begin plotting Jon's demise. Because when Jon tells them that he's going to let the wildlings south of the wall, for them, it doesn't make any sense, right? Because all these issues kind of come to the forefront, right? Where you have it like, how are we going to feed them? You know, how do we trust them to not kill us, right? They have way more people than we do. The only thing that gave us any advantage over the wildlings was the wall. So what are we going to do when we have all these wildlings south of the wall? What if one day we have a scuttle or some sort of disagreement and they kill us? And it's again, this issue that I think it's interesting that George places this chapter, you know, after we get a Jaime chapter, where we basically have this whole thing where it's generations of violence and hatred. It's the same thing here with the wildlings and the Night's Watch. It's like telling the Blackwoods and the Brackens, yeah, you're going to, you know, go in one castle and you're going to work together. It just wouldn't work more than likely unless you really sat down people and figured this all out. And so we can understand Jon's rationale as to why he decides to bring the wildlings south of the wall, because of course they're all going to die. If they stay north of the wall, they're going to be killed by the others. It's going to add to the others' army and all those things. So we can understand Jon's rationale. But the problem is Jon doesn't necessarily explain those things that well to them. He doesn't really make them at least understand or accept what this whole thing's going to go down, right? Like that is my biggest issue. I've talked about it with Jon throughout this retrospective, is that the biggest key issue that Jon has is he's not an effective communicator, and I'd almost say he's not an effective leader at times. He is somebody that I think has a lot to learn, especially with how to lead men. And that kind of leads us to the end of the chapter where Bowen Marsh straight up tells Jon that he believes he's breaking his vows. This should be a huge red flag. If you're Jon and you have one of your, you know, main leaders in Bowen Marsh telling you, and a lot of the other leaders agree to this, that he's breaking his vows, what does that say for the people that aren't even leaders? You know, let's say you're a common builder, or you're, you know, a ranger or whatever. You're not even going to have the insight of what these people do. Like Bowen Marsh, they don't even understand what Jon's doing. How about some just random, you know, peasant that's just recently come to the Night's Watch? You're going to be thinking, what is this guy doing? And he's not explaining it. He's not giving any speeches. He's not explaining to the vast majority of people here what they're doing. And so Jon, I just think, makes another mistake in the way that he executes what he's trying to do. But that'll get us to number 55, Cersei 1. And like I talked about with Arya and a lot of the other POVs that have come over from Feast for Crows, I think distinctively when I remember first rereading Dance and Feast, or reading them for the first time, you know, Cersei 1 and Cersei 2, I both have as top 15 chapters of this book. And I would argue that Cersei 1 and Cersei 2 are two of the best Cersei chapters that we ever get in the series. And so saying that, it's like, okay, how do I look at Feast for Crows? Because I think at Feast for Crows, Cersei's plotline is still good. But man, having these two chapters be in Dance and not Feast, really, like, it just hurts Feast as an overall. Because Cersei is concluded as this whole arc in Dance and not Feast for Crows. Like, Feast for Crows, it still works. She gets captured by the Faith and all that stuff. But here we see, like, you know, what her actual conclusion should be. Her breaking down as a character, her going through this traumatic experience of the Walk of Atonement and all that stuff. But let's talk about this chapter specifically. So, again, picking up from where we left off, you know, Cersei has been taken hostage by the Faith Militant and the High Sparrow. And so slowly we see her start to whittle away, you know, beginning as her normal kind of asshole, like, self, more or less. And we see her slowly break down as she's being put through psychological and physical torture, right? They're not letting her sleep. Every hour they come in asking for her to, or telling her really to confess. And it's Cersei, you know, trying to understand, like, how much can she endure? And, you know, when you go from Cersei 1 of Feast for Crows to this, where, you know, you see Cersei basically trying to drink any type of water she can just off of the ground. It's Cersei been taken to her lowest. And in a way, you know, Cersei is a character that we should all dislike, right? Because, you know, she's a character that was behind, you know, Ned losing in Game of Thrones, and she's done, you know, all sorts of horrible things, like getting Tyrion falsely accused and almost killed, and that leading to Tywin's death, all this different stuff, and the way she was to Tyrion, for instance, when she was younger. But when you see Cersei reduced to this, you know, level of torture, and you can't help but feel bad for her, and especially in the next chapter, I'd say specifically. But we see that Cersei still has some of her cunning left. You know, she's somebody that is, you know, still has an ability to maybe charm people or to lie to people, right? And so we see her navigating through the High Sparrow's accusations. Now, unfortunately for her, the High Sparrow is not going to just let her go, right? Because Cersei says some things, yes, I did this, like fornication, you know, sleeping out of wedlock. I did those type of things, slept with Lancel, all those type of things. But there's other charges that she has placed on her, right? You know, the killing of the king and things like that. And so it's Cersei realizing realistically that she doesn't have a way out, right? Kevin Lannister, who comes to tell her later in this chapter as well. It's interesting seeing them meet again, because you think about the last time they were with each other, Cersei basically threw wine in his face. So, and shift of roles here, where Kevin has all the power and Cersei has none. And Kevin even tells her the situation. It's not very good. There's sellswords landing. There's Myrcella's ear has been cut off, and Aerys's death, Jaime's disappearance. Cersei now knows what she has to do. She must make a walk of atonement. It is the only way forward. And it's a perfect continuation off of what we got in Feast for Crows with Cersei. And so this character that, you know, was so prideful, now she's brought to this, where she's so desperate that she's willing to, you know, go naked through the streets of King's Landing. It is a tough thing that's being asked of Cersei, but you can't say that she doesn't deserve it, at least, you know, based on the actions that she's done. But it's almost like, and the show, I think, did this really well. I think Cersei is a character that was, for the most part, done pretty well until the later seasons, like season 7 and 8, in my opinion. Like season 6, still a great character. Is that George gets us to hate the High Sparrow and the Faith Militant and the Faith more than we do Cersei. It's more of a lesser evil type situation. And I know that's probably maybe not for everybody, but I just really enjoy the way George crafts Cersei, especially in this chapter and especially the next chapter. But not only do we get Cersei 1, right? George just keeps kind of spitting, right? George is where, again, Dance, when it hits like around the late 40s to 50 chapters and beyond, this is a very strong end to a book. It just has a ton of great POVs that we get to see the conclusions of. And I know Dance isn't a finished like book, really. Like, it does feel like certain things end very weirdly. Like, I would say the North plot line, I think the natural endpoint of where this book should have been would have been the Battle of Ice, and we're not going to see that till Winds of Winter. The Battle of Fire probably should have happened in this book. A lot of that comes down to there just wasn't enough pages and time to do those things. But I really enjoy, some of these POVs later in the book. Now, Barristan 1. So getting Barry the Bold as a POV character is something I never expected reading the books, getting up to this point of the story. And it's a really nice surprise because Barristan really reminds me of Ned. They're very similar characters. Even when you read Barristan, he seems to be on like Ned's side, for instance, and in terms of policies and stuff like that in Game of Thrones. And so I really love Barristan trying to navigate this Meereenese plotline, this political situation, because even Daenerys struggles with that a ton. And Daenerys is a much better, I would say, politician than someone like Barristan. Barristan tries his best, but we see the situation after Daenerys has left, where Hizdahr has been making a lot of questionable decisions. It seems like he's getting very buddy-buddy with the Yunkish and the Slavers. He's also putting away all of Daenerys' support. Everyone that was here that was in positions of power before have been stripped of that power. Skahaz, the Shave Pate, has been displaced at this time. Barristan is kind of the last person to get displaced, but all of Daenerys' staunchest allies like Strong Belwys is gone. Missandei, she's not here to announce Hizdahr. All of the people that were kind of supporting, Daenerys are gone, or they're at least not gone, I guess, but they're not in power anymore. And so we see Hizdahr kind of solidifying his power, putting people he trusts behind him. Now, another thing I think is interesting, you think about this is, okay, like I just talked about, everybody from, Daenerys' former councils and people that she trusted are gone, except Reznak. Someone that obviously went against Daenerys in multiple policies. I did a whole video basically on Reznak as a character. In that video I did 2 weeks ago, I believe. But yeah, I just find it very interesting to see how Barristan goes about doing all these things. As we see people thinking that Daenerys may have left them or even is dead, as there's been multiple rumors going on. But at this time, we see a meeting between Skahaz and Barristan. And it feels very Ned and Littlefinger. Like, Skahaz almost seems to be taunting Barristan at multiple times, suggesting maybe Barristan will be a slave at one point and all these things. And, we see Skahaz's point of view, and Barristan is really back into the situation where all of the evidence does seem to, prove that Hizdahr should not be on the throne. He's been making some sketchy things going on. But the problem is, and the issue that Barristan's going to face, in my opinion, is who really can you trust? You definitely can't trust the Skahaz, the Shave Pate, which Barristan doesn't, but you also can't really trust Reznak and also Hizdahr either. So you're left in this situation where Barristan kind of takes power off the back of both the Unsullied and Skahaz. And so we see that all playing out. Now that's going to play out in, a future chapter, but I really love the introduction of Barristan. I think the knowledge that he has, one of the reasons I'm a big proponent for Barristan not dying at the very beginning of the next book is because we can learn so much through him. If George wants to expand the War of the Nine Penny Kings or expanding, the reigns of Targaryen kings that Barristan was serving under, Barristan's the perfect character to do that. And so I love Barristan. Hope we get more of him in Winds of Winter. But yeah, that gets us to number 57, Victarion I. Again, Victarion, our lovable, bloodthirsty, idiot Greyjoy. I can't help but say I really had fun reading his chapters in A Dance with Dragons. There's a lot of chapters I didn't really have that much fun with reading. Like, for instance, a lot of Tyrion and Quentyn chapters, come to mind, or even some of Daenerys' lower-end chapters. But Victarion is just a fun character to read. He's not the best POV of this book. He's not even close to that, in my opinion, but it's just fun to read the way his mind works, right? We see how the crossing has worked. It's been pretty costly. Victarion currently is at the Isle of Cedars with less than half the fleet that had left the Reach. He's kind of in a sticky situation, right? Because he traveled all this way to Essos, and now he's lost about half of his fleet. But he can't wait any longer. The slavers are going for Meereen and taking down Daenerys. He's even more worried because when they stopped in Volantis, he saw the ships. There was anywhere from 300 to 500 ships, which dwarfs the size of Victarion's fleet, even though Victarion's are probably better manned and all that stuff. But Victarion doesn't have the strength to rival them. But we also saw something else is bothering Victarion as his hand has continued to fester and it seems infected. And the maesters they've tried, or at least the maester that he has and it was given by Euron, hasn't helped whatsoever. And so Victarion kills him. As in this chapter, we also find Maquaro, who we haven't seen from Tyrion when they were back on the ship together. Maquaro does some quite interesting things here, because when Maquaro tries to heal Victarion's hand, we don't see what happens inside, but it does sound a lot like Mirri Maz Duur's like ceremony with Drogo in the tent back in book 1 with Dany, because it seems like there's shadows dancing and all these things. And when Victarion comes out, he has this almost black, charred looking arm or hand, but it seems more powerful. And it seems very interesting. Maquaro must have used some sort of fire magic and or, I assume, maybe blood magic. And so Victarion gets rid of the maester. And this is how we kind of end Victarion 1, but I really think Victarion 1's a fun chapter. It's not the best chapter or anything. This is probably where Dance with Dragons gets to its highest point. I would also say a little bit of last video as well. I think that A Dance with Dragons really hits its strides later on in the book. And so it really hits the big parts of it later. Whereas a lot of other books, maybe it's not as similar to that. Like, for instance, Storm of Swords throughout its big high moments. A Feast for Crows is really good for certain characters at very different parts of the story. So, for instance, characters like Cersei, she's really good at the beginning, very good at the end. I think the middle is kind of where she's kind of Dance with Dragons very much falls into the category of the longer you read into this book, I think the better it gets, because you get away from all of the Tyrion stuff, all the Quentyn stuff. You start having less of those POVs, and the POVs that are kind of, they hover around being okay start to become great, like Daenerys, and like, I think Jon has a lot of his better chapters towards the very end of the book. Barristan gets introduced at the very end of this book. But let's get into the first chapter of today's video, chapter 58, Tyrion 11. Now, again, at this point of the story, Tyrion is a POV I dread reading, because when you think about what I just said, all the other plot lines are starting to really get to the meat of their plots. We're getting towards the very end of the book. Tyrion is just a character that I haven't really liked his plot line since he leaves Young Griff. That's a lot of what I think the community thinks as well. But for me personally, I didn't enjoy much of this Tyrion chapter. I don't think it's his worst chapter by any means, or, one of his worst, because I think at least the back half of the chapter makes up for it. And is actually some of the better stuff of, especially the plot line where Tyrion's at Meereen specifically. But we see Tyrion more or less at the beginning of this chapter is we're just seeing how the Flux has destroyed the slavers, more or less. You have Tyrion, Penny, and Jorah's master, who is basically dying. They're going to try and get some water for him. And that's at least what Tyrion tells them. But in fact, Tyrion is not going to do that whatsoever. He's going to take Penny and Jorah to the Second Sons. He's going to try and join their company because he knows, for instance, that Brown Ben Plum knows who he is. So he thinks that maybe he can sway them to go to Daenerys' side. So then that'll more or less get him to where he needed to be. And he gets out of slavery, of course, and also his slave master, who liked very special or unique individuals, I should say, I guess is the terminology you would say for this master that Tyrion has. When he dies, well, they're more than likely probably going to be killed. And so when we get into, this part of it where we get to Brown Ben Plum, that's where this chapter actually gets interesting, because you have an interesting character like Brown Ben Plum. You have the Second Sons, who we know a bit from Daenerys' arc. There's also another interesting part of this that you might not catch on your first read. It's something I never caught on my first read in Dance with Dragons, and I noticed as I went back and reread it, a few years ago. But there is this moment, right, where you do see like Tyrion and Penny jousting in the actual Daenerys chapter where she, rides Drogon. And there's this part of it where they were actually going to send lions to more or less kill Tyrion and Penny. And that's something that Penny doesn't know, but Tyrion does subconsciously know that they got lucky, that they were basically being thrown out there to be butchered. So that kind of plays into Tyrion's mind as well, and betraying, I guess, the slavers, which, they're slaves. Like, yeah, they should get their freedom. But still, in terms of the interesting part of this chapter, it really just is the flip to the Second Sons, the interactions that Tyrion has with a character like Brown Ben Plum, and all of this has been set up. Like, it doesn't come out of nowhere. The last chapter we saw with Tyrion, we saw him playing Savas with Brown Ben Plum and foreshadowing all of the things that are going to come next. But yeah, so again, not a crazy Tyrion chapter. There's some decent things in it. There's some like, it just feels like we don't really need more of this. And that's kind of been my big complaint with Tyrion is I think, for him having 12 chapters, as that character, he doesn't do a whole lot in this book outside of just traveling. He should have been significantly cut down, in my opinion. But yeah, Tyrion, in my opinion, only serves to basically slow the pace down of the book at this point of the book. And so, yeah, I don't have a lot to say about Tyrion, especially at this part of the book. Let's just move on to kind of better things, in my opinion. In Jon 12 and chapter 59, we have kind of a very interesting but weird and 100% necessary chapter. It's not one of Jon's best chapters by any means, as we're seeing the wildlings come south of the wall, and mainly we see Jon and Tormund together as they're crossing the wall. And this chapter builds a lot of the tension going on, right? This has never been done before, really, where the wildlings are willingly being allowed to come through the wall. And you're seeing how the Black brothers are very begrudgingly going with Jon's orders. And so most of the chapter fills up with this time of Tormund and Jon watching as the wildlings have to give up hostages, treasures, and cross through the wall. It is really good setup to, I think, the next chapter that we're going to actually see and more of the reasoning as to why Jon is killed. A lot of it focuses on this chapter specifically. And so this chapter in and of itself is extremely consequential to, I would say, the rest of the story, because you're going to have a wildling force that at any point could attack the Night's Watch if things went awry, like Jon being killed. And I think what's even more interesting is we do get this very dark, this seems like a very foreboding letter that he gets from Cotter Pike, that things are not going well at Hardhome. There seems to be some mysterious other force that might be there. There seems like, again, like what we see in the television show, something along those lines may be happening at Hardhome. And we even get Tormund kind of describing the others and how they come, how the cold comes, and they pick you off little by little. They're never too far behind. Again, for Jon in this late of the book, it's not a bad chapter whatsoever. It's just not really like a standout chapter of Jon's. It's one of those that is very much there to set up for Jon's big chapters, in terms of like his death, for instance, in the Pink Letter chapter. This is very influential there. But again, it's a chapter that's building things. And that's what a lot of these middle kind of chapters have felt like for Jon, where they're building things to come. Getting into number 60, Barristan II. This chapter is kind of a slight downgrade, as I mentioned, for my first one, as the material just isn't, I think, as interesting as his first chapter. But what we do see is still very interesting, right? He's watching as Hizdahr is holding court, and the relations with the Yunkish, which are growing worse, as they bring back Grolio's head since the commander of the Yunkish died during the fighting pit incident. Now, if you don't remember, Grolio basically was the admiral for Daenerys's quote-unquote fleet that she didn't really even have anymore. So it's interesting because you see how if Daenerys was here, Daenerys would have handled things differently, maybe would have gone for more of a direct action, would have openly gone against the Yunkish. We see Hizdahr trying to appease them. We see Hizdahr, not being very firm. He's very pliable, it would appear, and very bendable, right? And so it kind of gets people like Barristan thinking, like, okay, is Hizdahr in league with the Yunkish? Does he want slavery to return and all these things? And that's what gets those gears turning, right? When you see things along those lines. I will say, I think the more interesting part of this chapter, though, is how we get the stuff with Quentyn. And then thank God it's through Barristan's eyes and not Quentyn's, because Barristan's actually an interesting POV. But, you have another part of this that I think is fascinating, because the Dornishmen, even after Daenerys has left, they're staying at court, they're making their presence still known. That's something that's going to get the attention of Hizdahr, right? This guy comes, wanting your wife's hand. You are going to become a political rival. And you also think about something else. You think about these hostages that are coming back, and things that make Hizdahr look worse is that all of the hostages that are returned are ones that are related to the king. They're the ones that would be important to the king, and none of them are the ones the queen would have wanted. So, for instance, people like Daario or Hero, the Unsullied, those people are not returned. And so, again, it makes you feel like, okay, this is a little too suspect. Hizdahr getting all the people he cares about back, but none of Daenerys's. Very interesting the way those things work out. But either way, Barristan tells the Dornishmen that they need to leave. They have been noticed by the king, and he urges them to flee. But they seem not to listen to their own doom. And this is going to set up some of the coming chapters, right? With Quentyn trying to free a dragon, going to find the tattered prince, all this stuff that it doesn't go particularly well. And that kind of leads us to chapter 61, which unfortunately, again, this video does not have the best start, right? We've had two of the worst plot lines of the book and two pretty, I would say middle ground chapters with Barristan and Jon, but I promise it does get better. Quentyn III in chapter 61 to me is not as bad as his chapters before. His chapters before, they lacked a lot of focus. They lacked a lot of meaning, in my opinion. Like, why did we necessarily need these chapters? Also, those chapters had a lot of convenience that, again, convenience isn't always a bad thing, right? But it felt like, okay, this is a little bit over believability. And Quentyn III isn't that at all. Quentyn III is all about setting up this dragon tamer plotline that we're going to see in Quentyn IV. And so I think that it does a decent job of building up some of that tension and showing how really inexperienced Quentyn is as a man and trying to be some politically maneuvering person, and how he deals with, like, for instance, the tattered prince. And so I do think that in terms of, if you look at like the lower Tyrion chapters and the lower Quentyn chapters, this chapter is definitely above those, right? It's definitely more of a middle ground of the bad chapters. Like, this is still a chapter I'm going to rank in my bottom 20 of the book, but it's not as glaringly bad. There is a purpose to this chapter, right? Because you need to understand, how is Quentyn going to be able to break out this dragon? He has to have some sort of support. And for that support to happen, he also has to give something up. And so I think it also plays in really well with, Daenerys and how she's telling Quentyn, you should fear the dragons and all these things and all that. And really, Quentyn almost takes the opposite view. He goes, oh, wait, my key to this is let me get a dragon. You see the desperation that's kind of building up with Quentyn. And so I think of all the chapters so far that we've gotten of Quentyn, this one does the best of actually giving him some part of a character that's interesting. And so I do like this character of Quentyn being forced into a position where he's uncomfortable. He's very uncomfortable with the situation, doing these shady tactics, meeting the tattered prince in this very not well-established place where it feels like they could be killed at any point. There is a lot more of that. There's actually more, meaning to this chapter that makes it have a reason to be here. Unfortunately, I still don't like Quentyn as a character, so this chapter does get ranked a bit lower for me because I don't really like him all that much. But more or less what happens in this chapter, it's pretty quick, but Quentyn decides to meet with the tattered prince to attempt to hire them in the Windblown. And I do find, again, the tattered prince is more interesting than Quentyn. And he's not a POV character. We haven't even seen him all that much, but I'm more interested in him as a character. And so when we get that character, on the book page, I enjoy, reading that character and trying to figure out what his game is. And he asks for Pentos. And that's something that Quentyn does begrudgingly agree with, albeit how does that actually occur? Still kind of left up in the air. But either way, Quentyn, by the end of this chapter, does have his support to try and take the dragon. So yeah, not a bad chapter in terms of, some of the other stuff we've gotten in this book for the main worst POVs, Tyrion and Quentyn. Nothing great. But this is where I think you see some of that classic George knows where to place chapters. Coming off of, a not so great Tyrion chapter, a not so great Quentyn chapter, he puts Quentyn III in between Barristan, who at this point of the story is probably one of the most entertaining POVs, one of the most interesting to read, with also one of the best chapters of the book. So George came back spitting. That's literally what I have in my notes here. Like, I have the Jon II chapter ranked number 16, which is really high praise, given how many Theon chapters I have up here, with the likes of Cersei's chapters, the epilogue in here, some of Jon's best chapters. High praise, right? To be, especially, again, with Dance with Dragons, if you're in the top 20, that means you have a very good chapter. Because what Dance with Dragons does really well is it has really great top-end chapters, but also has really low-end chapters. It doesn't have a lot of that middle ground. Like, say, Feast for Crows does, right? And so to be in the top 20 means you have a fantastic chapter. And I really want to, say that with Jon Con. Both of his chapters I have ranked within my top 16. He has both of his chapters are top chapters of this book. And thank God he decided to give us Jon Con right after Quentyn. As we see the Golden Company land and try to take Rook's Rest, which is surprisingly easy. It tells you how unprepared Westeros really is, but it also tells you, yeah, like if a force comes over from Essos, the response time might be very delayed, especially when you're thinking about, the Golden Company hasn't come over to Westeros in a number of years. There isn't, it seems like any reason for them to do so. There's no male Blackfires that are known at this time, or even female Blackfires are known at this time. So you do see a reason as to why this all goes efficiently. You see the Golden Company, albeit I think they're not as good as they once were, say under Bittersteel, because I think they have been a little bit more laxed, and especially under Harry Strickland at the leader of the Golden Company, still shows how great they truly are, right? Not letting birds get out, taking the castle efficiently, barely even losing anyone. They only lose 4 men in the taking of an entire castle that was Jon Connington's home. It feels a lot like, in my opinion, Theon coming back to Winterfell. Jon Con is seeing kind of ghosts. He talks about this one moment where he and Rhaegar kind of talked about his lands and things like that, and how it kind of seems like Jon Con definitely had a little bit of a crush on Rhaegar. But it kind of brings back his youth. It brings up Jon Connington's past, the things that he did during Robert's Rebellion. It brings up kind of his failings, where he could not find Robert in the Battle of the Bells. It really reminds me of Theon in this book as well, where Theon goes back to Winterfell and he remembers his past misdeeds when he took the castle and betraying Robb. It brings up all these fascinating, interesting topics to explore for a character. And then how does that actually motivate them going into the future? We get this even further because Jon Con, who's someone that isn't like Tywin, or at least wasn't in his younger years, he knows that if he would have burned the village to a crisp, he would have found Robert's bones after. He thinks about this idea that maybe he should be more like Tywin. That's very interesting when you think about Jon Con's position, right? He's the hand of the king. He's somebody in a very prominent position, the main backing for young Griff to be king. Will he become more like Tywin? If he's faced with situations, should he be more cruel, but maybe it's not as honorable and things like that, but it gets the job done, should he do those things? And I find that to be a very fascinating part of Jon Connington, and I think we'll probably explore that to some extent, given the future of Jon Connington. But Jon Connington also thinks and speaks on his plans in the Stormlands and Westeros as a whole, and how he wants to really take Storm's End. That is a place that will gain them a lot of respect. They won't be seen as just some foreign invaders to not be taken seriously. If they take Storm's End, they may find more allies, specifically in places like the Reach, for instance, or other Stormlander houses. But he also talks about denying any marriage alliances to people like Aegon, as he once again holds true to his claim that young Griff may need to marry Daenerys if she crosses to Westeros. Now, the issue with that is going to be, I think Arianne is going to break up and shake up that entire plan completely. But it's interesting that Jon Connington's thinking about that, right? Given the fact that Daenerys is still in Essos, she's still in Meereen, Jon Connington is still thinking very much into the future. But another thing that shows you that Jon Connington doesn't have full control over young Griff, and why I think young Griff will marry someone like Arianne, is because we're starting to see Aegon, as he becomes more into his power, of making his own decisions. Right? So Jon Connington, for one, did not want Duck to be on Aegon's Kingsguard. And Aegon argues about this, and he gets his way in the end, because he brings up the argument, well, hey, it's not always having the best fighters near you that's the best thing. It's people that truly care about you, people that, will actually die for you, but also have some skill. He compares, this is what eventually gets him to win, is that Jaime Lannister, one of the finest swordsmen during that time period, and yet he killed Aerys Targaryen, his king. But it shows you right away that Aegon is taking his own liberties. And so when I talk about, for instance, in Winds of Winter, when I think, Arianne and Aegon are going to marry, it's for reasons like this. We get this talk or this thought process within Jon Con literally right after. Literally right after he thinks about how Jon Con needs young Griff to marry Daenerys or to keep him free. When young Griff sees Arianne, and maybe Arianne puts on the moves on young Griff might not be able to resist, and he might get his way in marrying her to their cause. But again, like I talked about, the plan for Jon Con is to make a statement, taking Storm's End. And Aegon agrees with this, but only has one change to his plan. He wants to lead the attack. And this is very noble, right? Especially when you have a lot of kings who don't do this, or a lot of lords that don't do this. He's very reminiscent to Maekar Targaryen. The problem with that, and again, this is why I think young Griff is somebody that's going to become a little bit more arrogant. I think power is going to corrupt him a bit more, is that when you have somebody that's, becoming more like that, when you have somebody like Daenerys coming over, how is young Griff going to feel about sharing power if he's the one that's done all the heavy lifting, right? Taking Storm's End, defeating the Tyrells, going to King's Landing, taking King's Landing. I just don't see a world where young Griff and Daenerys share power, especially if young Griff is married to Arianne already. This is kind of that foreshadowing. I feel like that's going to occur. But also, when you think about it, it's not the smartest thing in the world to put, your person that everything revolves around in the front line. It's great in all of that things. It's great and it inspires the men. But just like during the Peak Rebellion, if one, stray person hits you with something like a boulder or a rock from a gate or an arrow, pierces you or whatever, okay, now your cause is doomed. You are, in a lot of ways, the last Blackfyre and or last male Targaryen alive. Again, not considering Jon, if he is a Targaryen, if he's not, and he also hasn't been revealed to be one. Putting the last line of basically the Targaryens or the Blackfyres on the front lines is kind of not the best idea. Again, I love this chapter. I don't think it's as good as his first one because I really do like how we get more into the lore of the Golden Company, and it's young Griff coming into his own, which has been foreshadowed by Tyrion telling him to go to Westeros. I love his first chapter more than his second chapter, but I cannot fault you one bit if you think that this chapter is better than his first chapter. They're both beautifully done, and this kind of continues. And this is kind of the part of the book that I think I was more talking about, in terms of when we get to the best parts of the book. We just talked about Jon Con and how great that chapter is. And you got to think about the next chapter. The next chapter is Asha 3. You guys know how I feel about Asha in this book. I love Asha in this book. She's one of my favorite characters, specifically in this book and also going into Winds of Winter. But let's get into chapter 63, Asha 3. I currently have on my list Asha 3 as being the 13th best chapter of the book. So I have a lot of love for this chapter, but let's kind of go into what it is. And this is a weird one because this is the last we have of the North plotline in terms of Stannis' camp for the rest of the book. And we still have, another, 10 or 15 or so more chapters to do. I think one of the biggest issues that I have with the Dance with Dragons before I get into this chapter is that some plot lines do not get resolved in this book. And this is one of them, right? Like, I don't think this is the worst place to leave it on if you're going to do, something before the Battle of Ice. But at the same time, feeling like we don't really get the payoff to the Stannis Bolton conflict in this book, we're forced to wait till Winds of Winter, does feel quite weird. And so that to me is the weirdest part about Dance with Dragons is out of all 5 books, it is the one that ends probably, I would say, on the most cliffhangers. Like, they don't have the most natural conclusions. Like, certain plot lines definitely do. Like, I think Daenerys and Jon end on, where they should be, right? Starting up her Dothraki plot, and then also for Jon dying. But this is the one that doesn't really end on that kind of a note. In this chapter, we follow as Asha and Stannis are camped at a crofter's village around 3 days from Winterfell. Food is running even shorter and lower. The fish have all been fished out of the lake. The storm is still coming hard enough to be blinding, and to make matters worse, people are getting more and more desperate. This shows the brutality of trying to do some sort of march in winter. I think a lot of what we see in this chapter would have represented what has been seen as like failed invasions of Russia, whether that be by Napoleon or the Germans in World War II. This is kind of the same note, right? You're running into the situation where there's no food. You can't find any. If you even go out, a little bit past the camp, you might not ever find your way back to the camp and die. People are beginning to do cannibalism, and burnings are constantly happening. Everyone is kind of on edge. all of that tension seems to be boiling up into this chapter where something drastic may need to occur. And Asha the whole time fears that she may be the next person to be burned. And it's one thing to expect your death, but to expect your death in a terrible fashion, going out, burning has to probably be one of the worst ways to die. Not something that's swift and quick, it's a lot of pain. And we've seen that throughout the Stannis plot line, throughout all of the books. She even knows that she needs to stay with someone like Justin Massey to kind of protect her. People are ready to kind of sacrifice her, give us any way of getting out of this snowstorm and going further on to Winterfell. But eventually at dinner, Justin gets pissed off and leaves. Asha tries to follow, but the storm is going on too much to see where he went. When suddenly Asha hears horses. And this is this big moment, right? If you're reading this for the first time, you've got to be thinking, who is this going to be? It's got to be this force that we just heard about that we're coming towards Stannis are trying to find them. It has to be the Freys or the Manderly force. But it isn't. And even though Asha hears these horses, she herself thinks it's the Boltons. But actually, it is just the party that Jon sent to them with the Iron Bank guy. So, you have one situation where, wow, this could have been really bad. Now you go to something where it's something completely different. And it means a lot for Stannis, right? Can Stannis get the backing of the Iron Bank? Now, yes, this wouldn't have direct consequences now because he's out in the middle of a snowstorm. He needs to, beat Winterfell to actually have a position to actually get an army because it's going to take a long time. But this is very vital. And it also is something else because not only is it just this party that Jon sent to Stannis, it has a lot of repercussions. One, the Karstarks are playing you for fools because of Alice and what we've seen in her plotline with Jon that they would end up knowing. And also, there is an individual that Asha does not seem to notice. It is Theon, who has been completely aged and changed. And even the last little lines of dialogue that we have between the two is hilarious. Because Theon references the time when he didn't know who Asha was. Now the roles have been switched in reverse. We know that Theon and Jane were picked up as Moore's Crowfoot Umber had been playing music outside of Winterfell, which is something we hear earlier in Theon's POV that everybody believes is Stannis, but in turn actually ends up being Crowfoot Umber. But this is it for the rest of the book, right? We see Theon showing up to Stannis' camp, and that's it. There's no conclusion to the Battle of Ice or conclusion to this plotline that's been building up for this entire book. My opinion, probably the most interesting plot lines in terms of one as a whole, Stannis and the Bolton plot line, that we just don't get to see the conclusion of it. And I think this is why I, struggle with Dance of the Dragons as a book, because I think that it could have happened in this book if we removed certain plot lines that didn't need to be there. If Quentyn was removed from this book, maybe we get his last chapter, but he's just introduced with Dany, right? If we had just taken down a lot of Tyrion's chapters, having 12 down to maybe something more like 7 chapters, you could have seen the Battle of Ice. You could have seen the Battle of Fire. And not getting those things feels like, wow. I mean, what a weird way to end it for this plotline specifically. But the bangers keep coming as we move on to chapter 64, Victarion II. Again, what I talk about with Victarion is that he's just a fun character to read. I don't think he's the best character or anywhere close to one of my favorite characters, in terms of POVs, but he's just fun to read. The Victarion never has a chapter like Tyrion in this book, for instance, does, where it's quite boring. There's not much going on. There's not much character development or plot development going on. Victarion never has that. Victarion always just has pure fun. He's just a joy to read because you never know what he's going to do next. He's just like a kind of a dumb, brutish guy, and he makes some wild decisions. We see how Victarion has made Moquaro and R'hllor a strong position in his fleet to the unease of his crew and army. If you're looking at this, it's the same idea of Stannis, but I would say almost even heightened. So when Stannis takes Mel, right, into his household and he starts doing these burnings and things and having R'hllor be on his sigil and all that stuff, it sends the wrong message to a lot of people in Westeros because they believe either in the faith of the Seven or the Old Gods. And here, it's even more heightened because the Ironborn are much more extreme in their beliefs, it would appear. And so when you have Victarion who starts, giving sacrifices to Moquaro and R'hllor, it comes off as a really interesting situation. And you also, you have Victarion, who has this basically blackened arm and all of that stuff from the last chapter. Victarion starts to become somewhat of an interesting figure, right? We see him kind of taking a number of ships as well, and even does a sacrifice to R'hllor. The last part of this chapter revolves around Dragonbinder and how no mortal man can blow it and live, but the dragon will respond to the master of it, which means he must master the horn with blood. That seems to be the implication, that the master of the horn is the one that sacrifices the most blood to it. And again, we're seeing blood magic prop up and all this other stuff. And again, there's not a lot really to talk about Victarion II. It's just a fun chapter of them and their journey going towards Meereen to get to Daenerys. We see the growing influence that R'hllor has on Victarion, and also some of these mysteries like Dragonbinder, and even what Moqorro's true powers are, and who does he actually serve. There's a lot of interesting stuff there. There's not that much in terms of, wow, very in-depth stuff going on here, or as interesting as other characters right now in the story, like Asha and Daenerys, where she's at this point, Jon, where he's at. But Victarion's just a fun character to read. I think Quinn in his POV list, or Quinn the GM, I should say, if you don't know, he ranked, Victarion quite high, but the reason he did it is because the character is fun to read. And I think the character is very fun to read, but he isn't necessarily all that high for me. But getting into chapter 65, Arya 2, and I want to say this as well before we get into it. This is one of my favorite chapters of the book. I have this ranked as number 8. So that should tell you how much I love this. But one reason I used to really like A Dance with Dragons more than A Feast for Crows is, like I've talked about with certain characters, like Cersei, for instance, they get the better chapters and the better conclusion of the arcs in this book than in Feast. Like, I think Arya's chapters in Dance are significantly better than her chapters in Feast, and this is a clear example why. This chapter, the perfect way to describe this chapter is it is like Assassin's Creed, if you've played those video games, mixed with a magical element, and it's just so intriguing how George blends those elements. We see that Arya is being given this mission to go back as being Cat of the Canals, but she's basically being sent on a spy and assassinate mission. She is to spy out a target that is an older man who makes bets with captains as an insurance. And again, once again, Arya proves that she's not a faceless man. She's not someone like, the kindly one or the waif, because she goes about figuring out who actually wants him dead, which is never the reason. That is never something that the faceless men do. The faceless men do not care, why this person is dying or who wants them dead. It's about killing them. That is the only part that matters. And so Arya kind of struggles with that a little bit. Like, that's part of her arc as well. But at the same time, she knows like the kindly man is kind of playing these people. So she goes along with it, of course. But we see her kind of be instructed of how to do it, right? She knows she's going to poison him, but she doesn't know exactly how she's going to do it. She needs to practice. And so she has help. She has the waif, instruct her how to prepare. And even she's shown the hidden place where the faces are kept. And this part of the chapter is just so interesting because still up to this point, we don't know a lot of how everything works with the faceless men. And seeing Arya being given this face of like this, really ugly and sick and poor looking girl. But how does that work, right? It seems like there's some magic here. It would appear, but there's also some like carving of the face into her, right? She becomes this person where she has the memories of this girl being beaten. Incredibly intriguing, and really, I want to get more of this in the next book. It's why I really like Arya in the next book, compared to how I haven't been the biggest fan of her in Feast for Crows. I'm really interested to see, how this kind of concludes, right? How Arya uses this in the future. But Arya goes about then going back and doing her usual, thing, practicing how she's going to poison the man. This chapter does a great job of building the tension towards that moment. If you guys have watched Better Call Saul, there's this moment early on in the actual series where Nacho is more or less trying to kill Hector. He's trying to take out his pills and just have them be sugar pills or whatever so that Hector will die. And so he does this thing where he trains trying to throw it into his jacket pocket, right? And it's very similar to what Arya is doing here, right? Because she's going to be doing some sort of sleight of hand to get her poisoned coin into this gold bag of the person going to meet the old man who does the insurance, because the insurance man always bites into the gold to make sure it's real or whatever. And so it really is so awesome the way this all plays out. It feels like an Assassin's Creed mission straight out of it. And we see that by the end of it, she is able to pull it off, and the man dies from the poisoning. I love the chapter. It's just so perfectly done that one of the things I think about with Feast for Crows and what holds it back as being a great book in the series, I think it's really good still. I have it as my 4th rated book of the main series. But if it had had chapters like the conclusion of Arya's journey, if it had chapters like what we're going to see in the next chapter with Cersei 2, I think it would have been received much better than what it was. Because A Dance with Dragons gets a lot of the high moments of A Feast for Crows that A Feast for Crows took all the time to build up to. A lot of those moments go to Dance with Dragons. And the next chapter, I think, is quite literally the biggest example of it, right? Cersei 2, which is the Walk of Atonement chapter, it's one of the most powerful and I think fascinating and horrible chapters to read in all of the books. It is really the conclusion of her Feast for Crows arc, in my opinion. I think that, yes, it was done well. If you're going to split up Cersei and you didn't have time for picking the moment where she gets captured by the Faith, works really well for Feast for Crows. But in my opinion, the true conclusion of that arc comes here with Cersei 2. And in my opinion, getting into chapter 66, George writes this chapter so well. The emotions that we go through in this chapter are just all over the place. It's a slow building of tension and of emotion the morning of her Walk of Atonement, as Cersei herself is anxious to just get this thing done with. But it's also kind of left to slowly build into it so that Cersei's anxious feeling only grows and her dread grows, because not only are they going to, make her walk this whole journey, right, all the way back to the Red Keep, they're going to humiliate her as well. They're going to, have her shaved all over, her hair and all these other different things. We see this proud version of Cersei, but it's slowly broken the more and more the chapter goes on. The more this chapter goes on, the more you feel bad for her. And even me, I dislike Cersei. I don't like her. I don't think a lot of people, even people that love reading Cersei's POVs, it's not because you like her as a person. It's because she's entertaining to read. But you feel bad for Cersei. You hate the High Sparrow and the Septas and the Faith more than you hate Cersei here, because George does this really fascinating thing where we come off of A Storm of Swords where Cersei's at her most unlikable, and by the end of Dance with Dragons, you're like, man, I actually do feel really bad for her as she's stripped naked and she's paraded around the city and people are calling her all sorts of names and throwing things at her and she's slipping and all these things. It's just so well done, in the way that those things are written. And it sets up this compelling arc for the next book of how does Cersei deal with the Faith? Will she do some sort of big explosion, killing some of the leaders of the, the Faith at this time, the High Sparrow specifically, and maybe Marjorie like in the show? Do we never see her get her revenge on the Faith until all the way when she comes back maybe to power in A Dream of Spring? We just don't know. But the emotion that George gets us to feel towards the Faith and the High Sparrow is fantastic. As Cersei is brought to crying, completely breaking down really this facade that she's had of being a proud Lannister and of a lion, what she started this chapter of trying to be, she's completely broken. And at this, it seems a glimmer of hope appears for Cersei as Robert Strong, aka probably Gregor, is introduced to her as her champion. Now, in my opinion, this is a perfect ending for the story of Cersei throughout the last 2 books, and it is a major highlight of book 5 for me. I put a lot of respect in this chapter. It's rated number 4 for me. It's just beautifully done. I've got to give George all of his flowers for, not only introducing and taking a risk of giving us one of our main antagonists and villains as a POV, but also making her by far one of the best written characters in book 4 and 5 as a whole. So getting into chapter 66, we kind of get into the finale of Tyrion's whole, arc in this book. And saying the finale of, and the conclusion of his arc in this book is kind of a loose statement in my opinion, because very like Barristan, when we talk about his final chapter, this isn't really the conclusion of his arc. The conclusion of his arc is basically going to happen within the beginning of A Winds of Winter. We've even seen some of that in his sample chapters. There's still a lot more Tyrion that needed to go, and you could tell we didn't necessarily get there. And so one of my biggest criticisms I'm going to have of Tyrion, when we get to the conclusion and we talk about the POVs, is I think George really should have allowed for Tyrion to travel a lot more off the page than what we actually got. He has 12 chapters in this book, and I think if I asked you guys right now and you hadn't read Dance Dragons in, say, 5 years, to name some of your favorite, Tyrion chapters, it'd probably be like maybe the young Griff section, right, where the reveal comes out of who he is or whatnot. Or, maybe him with Illyrio at the very beginning. And then after that, you kind of remember some of his bad chapters, but they all kind of blend together. And so this finale is kind of a bittersweet one for Tyrion. It's by far, in my opinion, of any character in this book, even Quentyn, like of the characters that have multiple POVs, his is the weakest. Because not only is his storyline outside of maybe Quentyn's the weakest, it's also the fact that he has so much time to it, and this is what we get for his conclusion. So his conclusion basically ends up being, okay, he's signing some papers and all this stuff for the second son so that, if they go to Westeros and they, win and all this stuff, they're going to be granted all this gold from Casterly Rock, certain lands, all this type of stuff. Brown Ben Plum specifically benefits really well from this deal. And so it's a lot of that stuff where it's intriguing to find out more about the second sons, and you're seeing Tyrion actually, use his wit with other people like the second sons, who are some more interesting characters, especially Brown Ben Plum. I'm glad we got to see more of him towards the end of the story after he leaves Daenerys. And so that aspect of it, I think, is better, right? I think the supporting cast for Tyrion in this chapter is probably the best it's been since young Griff. You can maybe argue like Maquaro in that one chapter that he was in with Tyrion. But personally, I think that this element made it just far more interesting. And so that part of it is pretty solid, but for a final chapter of a POV, it's just not much really happening here in terms of big moments. You then go to Tyrion and Penny, and Tyrion is kind of in a weird spot because on one hand, he actually believes that Penny has gotten the flux, that she possibly may die to this sickness because of the way maybe she's sleeping, she seems weaker, whatever you want to say. And so you have that part of it, but you also have the part of it that Penny is just not waking up, right? She's still playing the girl kind of like Sansa in a lot of ways because she's not realizing how dire the situation is, right? She talks to Tyrion about dreaming about her brother and them jousting, and Tyrion straight up slaps her, which, again, it should paint you that Tyrion is not a good person, hitting women, right away, not a good sign. But in terms of, Tyrion, it's him wanting her to wake up, right? Of having to hide all these things from her, especially, we hear this idea that Tyrion, knows they were likely going to die to those lions if it wasn't for Daenerys who stopped that. Penny still doesn't know those things. She doesn't realize that, yes, her animals are now probably being eaten. Like, she is just somebody that is not very aware of the world. And I think there's a lot of people that, I guess, you guys might maybe watching this might have someone that's kind of like this. Like, they're kind of living their own little bubble and don't realize what's going on in the general world. That's kind of Penny. So Penny and Tyrion then have to go get some armor because, they're going to be going into a battle. It could be the difference between life and death, albeit a lot of the armor and weapons that they have are not the best and have already been worn by people that have died before them. We also see Jorah, come up and he's getting some decent armor as well. But the final conclusion and where this whole chapter wraps up is them realizing, yeah, we've got to make sure that the second sons go for Daenerys. They are on the losing side. And that's true. And so that's kind of where this plotline ends. And you're thinking like, that's it, right? Like Tyrion, who was, arguably the best POV of the last two books that he was in, Storm of Swords and Clash of Kings, he was up there as probably the best POV in both of those books. And this book, he just isn't all that great, unfortunately. And that's just the case of it. He just isn't all that good. He doesn't have a great finale. So, for instance, characters like Daenerys, for instance, they have a really good finale. At least in Dany I anyway, one of the best chapters of the book. And you have characters like maybe Jon, who I think Jon's been good pretty much all throughout the whole story, but he has a massive payoff at the end with his death. if you don't believe that, maybe him bleeding out slash passing out, Tyrion just feels like he didn't really function all that well in this story. And so let's kind of move on, not harp on Tyrion too much. Moving into chapter 68, Barristan III. So Barristan, we're, only a couple chapters from the end, but Barristan has two really important ones later in the book, and Barristan 3 is my favorite of all of his chapters. For me, I have Barristan 3 ranked at number 7, so I really want to point, some attention to this. If you think about my rankings of the chapters of A Dance with Dragons, of the top 10, I have 7 of those that are within the last, 25 chapters of the book. This is kind of, again, where the book really peaks and really hits its stride. And Barristan 3 plays out a lot like Ned's coup in a lot of ways for book 1, where it's Barristan, he's going over this plan with Skahaz, the Shave Plate, about what they're going to do. And it really feels like, and it really reminds me of Ned and Littlefinger. Now, it has a different outcome here for Barristan. His coup actually goes off pretty well. Some things go off that aren't really in his control, but for the most part, what he wanted to accomplish does happen. But it feels very Ned and Littlefinger-esque, where Barristan, doesn't want to do some dishonorable acts, and he wants to do this very honorably, and he's kind of doubting himself if this is the right thing to do, while you have someone like Skahaz who's kind of feeding into those bad impulses and trying to convince Barristan to do certain actions. Feels very similar to that. It's why I like Barristan a lot. He's very similar to Ned. The information that Barristan has, even the things that he, kind of thinks about, right? All throughout this chapter, he realizes the danger he's in, how this could go all wrong, and he could die. He thinks about, his life, some of the things that maybe he did wrong, maybe Duskendale with Eris, or thinking about a past love and a Shara Dane that never could be because he was in the Kingsguard. He even thinks about knighting some of the boys, because if he dies, who's going to knight them? There's a lot that goes through Barristan's mind as the tension kind of builds in the pit of Barristan's stomach the whole day, right? This happens, this talk happens a little bit, basically a day before it actually occurs. And you can feel that tension as it slowly builds with us, the audience, and also Barristan, because the last time we saw somebody try to do something like this, it didn't go well for Ned and he got betrayed. And we still, at this point, don't know how much we can trust Skahaz and what is he actually working towards. And so, you have Barristan who does this coup. He basically puts Hizdar off of the throne, captures him in the middle of the night, taking down a pit fighter and all that stuff. And it's really remarkable the way that George does it, and kind of has a nice twist on it, where everything seems to be going right for Barristan. It seems almost too perfect, and it is. Because by the end of it, when you see mysteriously Reznak, who is somebody that was supposed to already be in captive, by the Shave Pay, by Skahaz, interesting that didn't actually occur, we see that the dragons are released. And so everything went out, on a hitch. Everything went perfectly well for Barristan specifically, but unfortunately, the dragons have been released upon the city. And that gets us to the next chapter, which is number 69 for Quentyn. Or we're basically going to go in parallel to what's happening with Barristan. We're going to then go to Quentyn. And I do think this is Quentyn's best chapter of the book. Undoubtedly. It's the one where it builds off the tension of the last chapter, where it's completely foreshadowed based upon what Reznak says. We know the dragons are going to at least be released, but we don't know how that's going to end up. We don't know how Quentyn's plan is going to go. And so, whereas Barristan's plan seems to go off without a hitch, Quentyn's is almost the opposite, where everything that could possibly goes wrong goes wrong. Even simple things as having the right password to get into the pyramid where the dragons are goes completely wrong, because Quentyn doesn't know that right now the Brazen Beasts are also trying to do this coup, and so they use the wrong words. And so you have then a whole breakout and fight that happens between the Windblown and then also the Brazen Beast. Quentyn himself is almost killed in this little skirmish, but they do eventually get to the dragons, and this is where everything pretty much goes wrong. Viserion looks to try and flee and get out of the pit that he's been trapped in. We see that some of the chains have broken one of the dragons. Everything is just that could possibly go wrong for Quentyn goes wrong. Quentyn trying to be the hero and trying to be this person to claim a dragon because he does have dragon blood within him. He tries to do what Daenerys did. He has this whip and he tries to whip Viserion into liking him or submitting to him. Quentyn is never that person. He's never the strong-willed person or the most muscular. And he goes down in a ball of flame, with Rhaegal burning him and killing him. Now, we're told he doesn't die for another 3 days, and I want to preference Quentyn is dead. He's not coming back. I don't care what anybody else says. If George brings back this character, I will just be like, I don't even know what I would say. I'd be extremely disappointed because this feels like the culmination of Quentyn's arc. Now, do I really love this chapter? No. I still have this as a middle of the pack chapter because I don't really like Quentyn that much or even care about him as a character to this point. I think he's wasted more time in this story than added to it. So at least in this chapter, though, there is emotion there. There is, a feeling of tension, everything going wrong, a bit of, sadness that Quentyn goes out in a very horrific way. And you almost feel like, Quentyn, why are you this stupid while you're reading it? And so, yes, this is the conclusion of the character for me. I believe Quentyn is dead. I don't see any relevance to really bring him back as a character. I just think he needs to die. And especially when we're trying to condense the story and we have far too many POVs in Meereen, having Quentyn be alive just doesn't really sit right to me and doesn't really make all that much sense. But that ends the Quentyn arc and gets us into the last 4 chapters of the book, some of the best of the entire series. So chapter 70 is the conclusion to Jon's arc as we get into Jon 13. And Jon 13 to me is the perfect conclusion of this story. Every single chapter has been building up to this moment where Jon basically is betraying what the Night's Watch believe and them turning on him. Everything has led up to that moment. And so that just completely boils over here. And what I think is great is, regardless of what you think about Quentyn, we have 2 POV characters that basically die back to back with Quentyn and then Jon. And so we start this chapter and it starts kind of calm. It's Jon planning to go to Hardhome with the Night's Watch, the bulk majority of their strength, to try and relieve, whatever is left of what is at Hardhome. And this already gets met with massive disapproval from people like Mel and Selyse, who believe they should just let them have their own fate, right? And to an extent, I agree with them because what could Jon really do? If there's this big, army of the others there, the Night's Watchmen just do not have the power and strength to fight them. We saw that, for instance, in the television show where they decided to go with Jon going to Hardhome regardless. And so I do personally think it's interesting that we start out this chapter with Jon having one plan and then getting bounced to another plan. And it just kind of builds up Jon being this leader who hasn't been very good at this, right? And so when we continue on after this meeting, he decides to go forward with it anyway and starts making the plans, but he receives a letter. And this letter has sparked a ton of discussion about who wrote it, why they wrote it, what's the point of this letter. It's one of my favorite discussions in the community. It's one of the biggest theories on the pink letter. It's supposedly written by Ramsay. It could be somebody else like Mance, Stannis, Theon. There's been a number of theories that have come from this, but it's so intriguing because of what's in the letter, because of what's to come with the Battle of Ice plotline. Because we didn't get Stannis's, plotline to finish out this book, we don't know what to take away from this letter because the last time we see Stannis, seems like he's doing a bit better, right? The banker gets there. We have this revelation about the Karstarks. But what truly is going on, right? And especially when you think about the wording where it says Stannis has been defeated in 7 days of battle. Why would it take 7 days of battle for them to beat Stannis, who at this point seems to be pretty broken down, right? Now, I get it. They are camped 3 days away from Winterfell, so maybe you think 3 days of journeying from the fray, Manderly forces, a day of battle, and 3 days back, but that really wouldn't be 7 days of battle. So it is interesting that the context of which this is written. Also, it's written that they want the hostages back. So people like Mel, people like Shireen, Selyse. He wants Theon and Jane Poole back, or he says Arya. And so there's a lot in here to kind of digest and also talk about Mance's situation because it just doesn't seem to make sense as to why this is being stated to us when we just saw Asha's chapter, a couple chapters before. And so this has sparked a lot of the community debate. Why would Ramsay send this to Jon? Or why would Mance send this to Jon? Or why was this letter sent? And so I love that introduction at the very end of the book because it sparks your thought process of what that actually truly means. And either way, whatever the motivation was, whoever wrote it, it gets Jon to take the bait, obviously. It's basically boiling over this idea that Jon has been fighting his whole time as a Night's Watchman, his vows, and being a Stark. And because of the wording, he decides to abandon the Hardhome journey. And this is what I think is even more just crazy. So this group is supposedly going to be led by mainly Night's Watchmen, not the actual wildlings. So why is Tormund being named the person in charge of this venture when you know the Night's Watchmen do not like the wildlings? It just seems like a very bad plan. And yes, you might be thinking, well, Tormund knows, all about Hardhome, how to get there, whatever. Making him in charge is something the Night's Watchmen are not going to like and is going to cause issues. And so this makes no sense to me. It's just another blunder of a decision that Jon makes very close to his death. But you might be thinking, okay, well, what's Jon going to do then if he's not going to lead the Night's Watchmen to Hardhome? Well, he's going to lead whoever wants to come with him to Winterfell. And this decision goes really well with the wildlings. One, because A, they're threatening the wildlings. The Boltons don't like the wildlings. They're going to push them out, try to kill them all. Also, you have Mance's, whereabouts and being alive. So, of course, the wildlings are going to support him. Also, Jon has done everything he can for the wildlings. And so they're kind of, respecting him a bit there. But this is the final nail, right? Everything I've talked about throughout this entire series has been about Jon pushing people away, not being able to explain his situation, all those things. And you see this here, where Bowen Marsh and Yarwick leave this little meeting. And Jon doesn't seem to care, right? Jon's like, well, at least the other Night's Watchmen don't have to break their vows, all those things. But he's not understanding inwardly how this looks on him. He is the Lord Commander, and he is breaking his vows. If you're somebody else, if you're a common, person, you're not that high up in the Night's Watch, and you're seeing this, you're going, well, if he can break his vows, why shouldn't I be able to break my vows? It's, leading by example, and Jon's not doing a great job of that. He's letting his feelings and things like that get in the way. And that leads Jon to go tell Selyse about the news, because obviously she needs to know. Her husband is allegedly died. Their cause is completely gone, and Ramsay is threatening them. But on the way, he sees 1-1 smash Sir Patrick's body against a tower wall. And as he goes to calm him, he is attacked and betrayed by his brothers. With tears in their eyes, they stab him, saying, "For the watch," as Jon bleeds out / dies. Some people also believe that maybe he's just still alive and then maybe he can be healed at this point. I don't think so. I think he is dead. I think his essence is going into ghost at this point. But this is a crazy cliffhanger, right? Jon's alleged death at the very end of the book going into Winds of Winter, but it feels like the natural conclusion. Where I've talked about a lot of plot lines don't naturally conclude in this book, Jon's does. Jon's death being the ending of the North plotline makes a lot of sense. And so I think George did a really fantastic job with Jon in this book specifically. He's probably, up there as one of the best POVs. I say Theon's the cemented number one, but he's definitely in like that top 3 area. And I would say this is Jon's second book. I could definitely see you saying this is his best. I think for me, it's kind of a toss-up between book 3 and book 5, whichever you prefer. If you like the big moments of book 3 and Jon's exploration with, the wildlings and what they're about and the attack on the wall, you're going to prefer book 3. But if you prefer Jon, as Lord Commander, having to make tough decisions and his, ability to try and integrate the wildlings into their culture and all that stuff, you'll like this book more. But personally, I think a great plotline for Jon, and of all the plotlines, I think it ends pretty perfectly. So getting to chapter 71, which is our final Barristan chapter of the book, it's all about kind of dealing with the fallout of what has just occurred in the last 2 Meereen chapters, while also setting up the big battle. And unfortunately, like I just got done talking about with Jon, where Jon's ends perfectly, Barry and the Meereen plot does not. The natural spot where this seemed that it should end should have been this Battle of Fire or Battle of Meereen, but that doesn't occur in this chapter. Now, this is a good chapter. I don't want to take away from that, but it doesn't seem like a natural chapter to end this story on. As the thing that ends this story, I'll kind of go from the back of this chapter to the front, but the other thing that ends this chapter is basically Barristan deciding that we're going to battle the slavers as the Green Graces come back from negotiating with them, and they declare that they want both the dragons killed to even have any type of peace. Obviously, Barristan's not going to do that. And so we then see as the trebuchets launch corpses into the city, hoping to more than likely spread the plague, and as a kind of a fear factor. And so that all sounds good and well, right? That's a great place to end a chapter, but that doesn't feel like a great place to end a plot line for an entire book. It feels like there's something that's not resolved there, that we should have seen some conflict between the slavers and the free men at some point, and that just got pushed to Winds of Winter, unfortunately. But we see that Quentyn has died after 3 days from the incident in his chapters. Barristan prompts that he will hopefully be sent back to the Dornish, and he is prompted by Skahaz to start the council, where they discuss a lot of different issues. The Sons of the Harpy have not reacted well to Hisdar being put in prison, so they've started their killings once again. Again, this would seem to indicate Hisdar has some connection to them. We also see that there have been a protest for Hisdar to be released as well. The captives that the Yunkish have, that's, how do they fix that issue? They still have some of Daenerys' captives. The tactics, again, of the coming battle is also discussed. What are they going to do? And they basically come to the idea that they need to take out the slavers. If they do that, then the other sellsword companies will fall back in line. But yeah, so it's really just a kind of a setup chapter mixed with also having a bit of a payoff to like the battle is going to start, but it doesn't start in this book. So I would say a kind of a disappointing finish for Barristan in this book, but albeit not a bad chapter whatsoever. So chapter 72, and the last main POV chapter before we get to the epilogue, is Daenerys 10. And Daenerys 10 to me is a chapter that I almost go back and forth on, because in terms of it concluding all of the main POV stories, it's kind of a weird one, because it's a chapter that just doesn't have like a really big high moment to it to end out the series. If you think about a Game of Thrones, right? Some of the ending chapters that you have there where, you have Daenerys awakening the dragons, Robb becoming king of the North, Jon picking side, like he's going to stay with the Night's Watch, Tyrion being named Hand of the King. You don't really have that here, right? It's just showing us Daenerys, what happened after Meereen. She's landed kind of in the Dothraki Sea on this random like rock face, more or less, that's basically become Drogon's home, which Daenerys thematically names Dragonstone, which I think is pretty cool. But we don't really see much, right? It's kind of Daenerys just wandering around the Dothraki Sea, hoping she's going south to Meereen. It's not anything crazy. I mean, the good stuff of this chapter, which I think is good, is we get a little bit more into the connection between the dragon and the rider. Even though Daenerys has been able to ride Drogon, that doesn't mean Drogon obeys her. Drogon is not willing to fly her back to Meereen, and always comes back to this little, it feels like an island within the Dothraki Sea. And so you see a little bit of that connection, which is really fascinating. I think her hallucinations, in terms of when she sees Viserys and Jorah and Quaithe, it all seems to have this theme of remembering who you are, which has been a very present theme of this book specifically. And so in that aspects of it, I really like it, because it ties into Daenerys' past and who she needs to become really well. But at the same time, a lot of this chapter is Daenerys is wandering around, starving, dehydrated, just walking around kind of aimlessly, getting sick, more or less. It just feels like a very weird chapter to end on for Daenerys. I think the natural ending for Daenerys felt more normal with Daenerys 9. But I don't hate this chapter either. Like, it's not a bad chapter. It's just a kind of a casual Daenerys chapter once again. It's just kind of in the middle, right? It's just, it's there. And kind of how I felt about Daenerys the entire book. I think she has good elements to some of her chapters and then bad elements to some of her chapters. It just kind of swings back and forth depending on where you are in her chapter. And so it feels almost like a natural point of like, this is basically what Daenerys has been in this book. But I do find it weird, because it almost feels like Daenerys 10 almost feels like it should have been Daenerys 1 of Winds of Winter, because it kind of is a good catch-up of everything that's happened, because you haven't been with Daenerys for a while after Daenerys 9 to Daenerys 10. It's quite a bit of a gap. But I don't know. At the same time, I also understand why George wanted to have the end of this book show us where she's going to go in the next book with the Dothraki. So I don't know. I'm kind of back and forth on the placement of this chapter. I almost feel like Daenerys 10, if it was going to be a chapter, should have been pushed back a bit. I think personally, Jon 13 should have been this chapter. I think it should have been placed right before the epilogue. But who knows? Maybe you put Daenerys in Jon's spot, and then you separate, so you have one separating Barristan and Quentyn. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think about the placement of Daenerys 10 at the very end, besides the epilogue. But yeah, so let's move on to the last chapter of A Dance with Dragons, chapter 73. And in my opinion, this is the perfect chapter to end on. I have it ranked again within my top 10. It's number 9. I really loved being inside Kevin Lannister's head. We get to see a small council meeting that feels like some of the older council meetings with characters like, for instance, Ned and Littlefinger and Varys. It felt a lot like that. It's a lot of an info dump almost of what's going on in the world and how Kevin Lannister and the Lannister regime is going to react against those. A heavy part of the first half of this chapter focuses on the threat of young Griff and the Golden Company. And Kevin Lannister is kind of in a weird position because his standing army, like his power, is not with him. It's actually in the Riverlands with Jaime. And you also have Jaime who's disappeared. So the Lannisters very much have to rely on the Tyrells and have to basically allow them to gain more power. They can't really stop it. And so Kevin Lannister realizes that, but he also is using their armies. He's using the Tyrell army to go deal with the Golden Company at Storm's End. He's using the Red Wine Fleet to go deal with Euron in the west. So it's kind of showing where all the pieces are before we head into Winds of Winter, and it really works well because you have us refreshing. It's almost a summary of a lot of the main plots. They also mentioned Daenerys in this, like they don't want Daenerys to link up with young Griff, so they need to deal with this swiftly. I really do enjoy a lot of what we get at the small council meeting and how you even see Kevin, who kind of sympathizes with Cersei a bit because he's becoming incredibly annoyed and frustrated with the Tyrells, but he knows, he needs them. So I think that part of the chapter is fantastic. I always enjoy the small council meetings, and especially through Kevin's eyes, who's always been overlooked as a character, being in Tywin's shadow. I thought this was a perfect character to end it on. So we then transition to the next phase of this chapter, which is the dinner sequence with Cersei. And this also is really interesting because we don't know how Cersei is feeling after the Walk of Atonement. And so it's great because it puts us into the eyes of Kevin Lannister, the head of Kevin Lannister, where Cersei seems to be a tamed lion. She seems to have lost all that pride and arrogancy that she used to have. She seems more docile. And so when you look at that, you're thinking, in my head, I'm reading, this seems all to be an act. Or is this truly Cersei has changed? And that's what Kevin Lannister has to play through his head. And Kevin Lannister, even thinks about things that happened in the past, right? How Cersei was supposed to be, married to Rhaegar, but that never went through. But what could have happened differently that occurred, even for Cersei herself? It's very interesting to see the way Kevin looks at those events, because you also think about A Storm of Swords, where Kevin was the person that interacted with Tyrion when he was the one in the cells, and how he kind of goes against Tyrion. And I don't blame him for that. All the evidence that he was seeing all went against him, and Tyrion didn't really have a great defense. But it's kind of interesting the way you think about how Kevin views Cersei versus someone like Tyrion. And so this dinner goes about as well as it can go, and then all of a sudden, Pycelle apparently calls for Kevin Lannister. This is very suspicious right off the bat, just based upon the fact that the two were just speaking only a couple pages, ago. You're not going to see it coming, of course, but the thing is, it's like, nice little interesting tidbit on a reread to think about, like, that shouldn't really make much sense. You guys were just with each other. And another thing to kind of foreshadow the events to come in the Winds of Winter is that it seems to be heavily snowing at King's Landing. Winter has finally come for the South, hence the name for the next book, The Winds of Winter. But as Kevin Lannister gets to the Rookery, there's no one that seems to be here. And as Kevin Lannister seems to just almost leave, he is hit by a crossbow bolt. And this is the worst way that Kevin Lannister could possibly die in his head, going out the same way that his brother, who he's always in the shadow of, went out as well. But it comes as this massive reveal because Varys has been nowhere to be found the entire book. And Kevin hearing this monologue by Varys is one of the most interesting and awesome ways to foreshadow the next book as he gives his speech about young Griff, and even commends Kevin for doing a good job, almost taunting him on his deathbed. But all this comes to a head as, Kevin is questioning how young Griff or Aegon could truly be him, but he is cut off as little birds arrive to finish the job of Kevin Lannister, and that ends the book. Now, I think this is the perfect ending for Dance with Dragons, and I want to say towards the end of this, as I'm kind of winding down in this video, and we'll talk about the conclusion, and we'll talk about the POV rankings, all that stuff. I do want to say, I think the reason that Dance with Dragons is, I think, regarded more fondly by the casual fan base than, say, something, like A Feast for Crows, is based upon the ending. Again, remember, within the last 20 chapters, 25 chapters we've done, how many of those have actually been in my top 10? I even gave you guys the number. I said 7 earlier on in the video. This book ends on a very, very high note. It might not be a complete high note because some of the plot lines don't naturally conclude to where they should be, but a lot of them do. It ends on this such an intriguing note where you just want to keep reading more. You want to see what young Griff's going to do. You want to see how the Jon Snow plotline is going to go now that he's dead. You want to see the Battle of Ice. You want to see the Battle of Fire. So it ends on this note that makes you want to keep reading. It's like, for instance, think about any type of addicting game, right? Where you get to this level and you say you're going to stop, but you just want to keep going because you want to know what happens. That's the way A Dance with Dragons ends. And so I want to compare this because I think the show is a great comparison to this. Is that if you think about A Dance with Dragons and A Feast for Crows, I personally think A Feast for Crows is better than A Dance with Dragons because I think that A Feast for Crows is more consistently good in terms of chapter to chapter, where A Dance with Dragons is a roller coaster. You have some chapters that are all the way up here. They're great chapters, staples of the entire series. And you have a lot of chapters down here where, they're just not very good. Like, I would say there's a number of chapters in this book that are the worst of the series. Like, if I was going to do a top 10 worst chapters of the series, I think almost half of them would be chapters from this book. And so it's almost like season 5 and season 6, where I think season 6 ends on such a high note, like A Dance with Dragons does, that people almost forget some of the other things that were in there, like Tyrion and like Quentyn and some of the other times where the book's just not as good. That's not to say that season 5 and season 6 are even close to the quality of A Dance with Dragons and Feast for Crows, but it's kind of how I'm going to represent it because I think they're kind of similar in a way. Like, I think season 5, in terms of quality from episode to episode, is better than season 6, but yet season 6 ends on a much higher note than season 5 does. So most people will remember and think about season 6 being better than season 5 because it just has more standout moments. You remember more things from Dance than you're going to with Feast. I think this is especially true with casual readers, people that have only read the books once or twice maybe. Feast for Crows is the one that usually people don't like as much on their first read or two, and then as you reread it, I think you appreciate it much more. But that is kind of the end of my Dance with Dragons, at least my chapter-by-chapter breakdown. I want to rank every single POV within A Dance with Dragons. There are a lot of them, and I want to kind of give my thoughts on the book as well, just in a POV ranking within A Dance with Dragons. So I do have some things that I use to rank these POVs. Now, the first thing is consistency, just based upon chapter to chapter, how good is your POV overall, right? Do you have some really good chapters, some really bad chapters, some mid chapters? On average, when I go to your chapter, right? So say Daenerys, for instance, what should I be expecting, right? Based upon this book. Or am I expecting a pretty mid chapter? Or am I expecting a pretty good chapter? Whatever. Another thing is, how entertaining are they as a POV? Like, how entertaining is it to be in their head as a character? For instance, one of my favorites from A Feast for Crows was Jaime. It's really awesome to be in his head because he has some really interesting moral dilemmas that he's trying to work towards in that book. And so that's a big part of it as well. There is some that's just, okay, I have favorite characters, so that might influence how I look at them as a POV. I think how much a character forwards the plot is very important as well. And how do they mix that with character development and world building as well? Something that George really struggles with, I think, in the last 2 books of the series is how does he expand the world while also forwarding the plot and forwarding the POV character that we have and the characters around them. I think that's something he struggled a lot more with in the last 2 books than he did with the first 3. I think the reason is because in the first, I think especially the first book, the chapters were much smaller. And so you had to be very direct with how you're telling the story. You had to, maybe cut out some of the world building because a lot of it was for character development and moving the plot forward. Dance Dragons doesn't do that nearly as well, in my opinion. So let's get into the list. So number 18, I think this is nobody's surprise, is Quentyn. I did not enjoy reading Quentyn in this book. I think, of all the POVs in each of the books, there are very few ones that I say I just genuinely do not like and hate. Quentyn is one of those. Quentyn serves no purpose, in my opinion, to the story outside of his last chapter. I think if you erase Quentyn completely and have him just sprout up when he does within Daenerys' POV, and then just have Quentyn maybe give the quick summary of what, happened basically off the book page that we didn't see, would have worked just as well, in my opinion. And so I get why Quentyn's here, because somebody has to release the dragons and you want this impactful death at the end of the book. Personally, I didn't enjoy the character of Quentyn. I think he had way too many convenient contrivances, it almost felt like. His whole journey with the windblown just felt kind of odd to me. It felt like, oh, that's convenient. We have no way of getting to Daenerys, and instantly we find the sellsword company. And, that in and of itself is fine, but it's when you have a lot of those things where it's, oh, okay, Quentyn needs to get to Meereen to speak to Daenerys. Oh, well, the Windblown are now going to have a mission where they specifically give Quentyn and a number of others to flip to go to Daenerys' side. It's just a lot of conveniences that if they're isolated, they can make sense. But when you have so many of them happening just in Quentyn's plotline, it just doesn't feel that great. It doesn't feel like a normal story. And Quentyn himself is a character that I don't really enjoy that much. He doesn't have all that much of a personality or a character. So by the time he dies, I don't really care all that much about him. I'm kind of glad he's out of the story. So Quentyn, I know he has 4 chapters, which is more than a lot of the characters on this list, or at least equal to a good amount of them. But I just didn't enjoy reading him. Number 17, I think is a big surprise, just based on how I ranked, characters. I think for me, I personally value a character having a lot of POV chapters, because that means we're getting a lot of substance from the story through this character, right? They're a major focal point of the story. And unfortunately for Dance with Dragons, Tyrion, who has the second most amount of chapters in this book at 12, he is just not very good in this book at all. He never really hits the heights of a lot of the other major POVs. His best chapter, in my opinion, comes when he's with young Griff and the reveal of Aegon. And outside of that, like after he leaves young Griff and he goes, you get into more like Tyrion 6, 7, and forwards, his plotline is just, I dreaded reading his plotline. A part of why I think I, paused when I did with this series is a lot of because you get a lot of Tyrion and a lot of Quentyn, and they're just not very good at the beginning of the book. Well, Tyrion I think is good until he gets to about Tyrion 5 or not Tyrion 5, Tyrion 6, and then Tyrion 7. It's just a lot of things where Tyrion in this book should have been cut down. He feels like a character that is he's just traveling. I mean, a lot of chapters, he's just traveling. There isn't a whole lot of characters around Tyrion that he can use his wit. And so I think this is one of the biggest falls from grace, because Tyrion was so interesting in the last 2 books in Storm of Swords and Clash of Kings that he was in. And this book, he just didn't really have many people around him to make his POVs all that interesting. Penny is a character that is kind of like Sansa in a way, where she's very innocent to the world and things like that. And it doesn't really play off with Tyrion all that well, in my opinion. And then you also have him with Jorah, and Jorah is just kind of this brute that isn't all that interesting. And so, especially the second half of his arc, he just doesn't have a good supporting cast around him. And it really shows and hurts him as a character. And you start to see the old version of Tyrion where he actually has some characters around him to play off of, with Brown, Ben, Plum, especially like in the last 2 chapters he has. But, that period, Tyrion 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 is a tough part of the book. It's just a tough part of the book. And Tyrion, to me, he has some good chapters, but they're very few and far between at times. And so I put a lot of, characters that have only 1 or 2 chapters above him, because at least their chapters that they show up in are usually pretty good. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of Tyrion in this book. I think he needed to be cut down to maybe 7 to 8 chapters, and that would have helped us get to more important things in this book, like the Battle of Ice and Fire, which, in my opinion, would have also then helped Tyrion as a character because he also has, in my opinion, the weakest conclusion of all the main characters. As his conclusion is just, we're gonna convince the Second Sons to flip to Daenerys' side. It's like, hey, that kind of seems obvious, right? Like, he just has a very weak conclusion because we don't get to see the Battle of Fire. Number 16. So number 16 is Varamyr. I've kind of said this in the past. Of all the prologues, Varamyr is my least favorite. And I don't think, the prologue's bad to this book by any means. But to me, all the things I enjoy about the world of A Song of Ice and Fire are more of the nitty gritty, the more politicky, real life type stuff, the dark fantasy elements of the story, the anti-war themes. I've been someone that always has never been a huge fan of like magic in fantasy. You think about, for instance, Lord of the Rings, or you think about the Dragon Age series, video game series, by the way, or D&D. I'm never somebody that like leans towards the magical. I like more of the realistic sense. And so this chapter just, I don't think is for me, because it's very linked to only really 2 plot lines. It's really linked heavily to Bran's plot line, and then somewhat to Jon's plotline because it's the fallout of the Battle of the Wall. And you also have that warging ability that's probably going to come into effect with Jon going into Ghost and living through Ghost for a while. And so the chapter does have implications and teaches us a bit more about how warging works and things like that. But I don't find this chapter to be as entertaining as others, especially ones that have only 1 chapter, like Kevin, Mel, Jaime, those other counterparts. So Varamyr, again, I think it just isn't for me personally. I know a lot of people really like Varamyr. For the first chapter of this book, I'm not the biggest fan. Number 15, I have Arya Hoda. Now, Arya Hoda, it's so weird because the content and the things that happen in his chapters are usually really good and really paced really well. It's just the fact that Arya Hoda is not an entertaining POV. I don't like being in Arya Hoda's head. I think he is carried by the fact that he always gets to be the POV look into with, Duran or Arianne. I find it kind of baffling, in my opinion, that we didn't get this POV that Hoda gets as Arianne, because if Arianne had been the POV for this chapter specifically that Hoda has, where it's kind of them laying out the foundations and work of what they're going to do in Winds of Winter, Arianne going to check out this young Griff character, the Sand Snakes going to King's Landing and also to find Darkstar. If all of that had happened through Arianne's, eyes and her head, I think I'd have Arianne much higher than this. But Arya Hoda really gets held down because he just isn't that interesting of a POV, unfortunately, even though I do like the chapter that he has. Number 14, I have Melisandre. So Melisandre is probably the biggest surprise, I would say, of this book in terms of POVs we got in it. And I really do like her POV chapter because we get to see more about her as a character, right? How much power does she truly have? Has she been tricking people? What does she up to, right? And so seeing all that through, her eyes, her trying to figure out what messages R'hllor sending her and trying to figure out what that means and what she should tell people like Jon and others about what she's seeing is very fascinating, because it kind of brings up these questions like, if Lightbringer, isn't actually Lightbringer, like if Stannis' sword isn't actually Lightbringer, why does Mel believe in him? Because Mel does believe that Stannis is Azor Ahai. Why does she believe those things? And so it adds up a bunch of interesting questions. But also, I think this chapter is here more because, A, when Jon dies, we need a POV here. And Melisandre will probably take up that mantle until Jon kind of returns. But, you also wanted to give kind of a look into Melisandre and give, her a bit more character work before we then have her be a full-blown POV in the next book. I found Melisandre to be extremely interesting. Unfortunately, we only get 1 chapter with her, so I did put her underneath 2 of the other characters that have 1 chapter each, and I think they are slightly better in my opinion. Well, I'd say for one of them, much better, but yeah. So that gets us to number 13. I have Jaime. Now, Jaime has 1 chapter in this book as well. It is completely focusing on wrapping up the Riverland conflict that Jaime has started in his Feast for Crows arc. It's him dealing with the Blackwoods and the Brackens, which is fantastic. We get a ton of our lore between the Blackwood and Bracken conflict through this chapter with Jaime. I wish we had gotten more Jaime. He is, again, the best POV of Feast for Crows, and being back into his head is fantastic in this book. The only thing that holds him down is just that he only has one chapter. I think his chapter, I don't remember exactly where I ranked it, but I do remember ranking it like within the top at least 30. Just looking at it right now, I have it ranked as the 19th best chapter of the book. So that's pretty good given there's 73 chapters in this book. And this is a very top heavy book in terms of really great chapters. So again, great chapter by Jaime, but limited because he only has one chapter. Number 12, I have Victarion. Now, Victarion is a really fun POV to read. A lot of the reason that he's higher than some of these other characters with only one POV or whatnot, he's just fun to read. You're never bored when you read a Victarion, chapter. You don't know what he's going to do. He's kind of like this wild card character because he's, this brutish type of guy, but he's also kind of dumb. And, his plot line is kind of fascinating, in my opinion, just based upon, okay, what does Euron want from Victarion? And Victarion trying to work out all those things while also not being the smartest guy in the world. He's just everybody's kind of favorite, lovable, like, barbarian sea guy, more or less is what he is. And so that's just where he is. I don't think he's, a great POV. I know other people really love Victarion as POV. I think he's a fine POV. I'm never going to be upset turning to a Victarion POV chapter, but at the same time, I'm never going to be like that excited for a Victarion POV chapter either. So number 11, this is kind of the last of the one POV chapter characters, but I do have the epilogue in Kevan Lannister. Kevan is one of my favorite characters because of this chapter, because we finally get to see inside of this character, see what he's been about this whole time. He's a character that I find, to be interesting as he's been living in his brother's shadow, very similar to like a character of Stannis with Robert. And the way he goes about trying to fix all the issues that Cersei has done, he's doing a really good job of it. And seeing how he plays the Tyrells and all that, and leading to his inevitable death and this tragic end to the story for A Dance with Dragons, it's, in my opinion, the perfect conclusion. I think of all the books, it does have a really great finish. I would probably put it up there as maybe my second favorite ending, only behind Game of Thrones with Daenerys' last chapter. So again, I love Kevan. He only held down because he has one chapter. That's it. He'd be much higher if he had maybe a couple more chapters. But given that, I put him at number 11. So reaching into our top 10, I have someone that will either make you happy or sad. We'll see. I feel like the community is very divided on how it feels about Daenerys. And to me, I think she's not great, and I don't think she's horrible in this book. I think she's just right there in the middle. So that's how I placed her. I placed her at number 10. She is a character that has one really defining great chapter in this book, like she has in every single book she's in. But outside of that, the rest of her chapters are around the middle of my rankings. I mean, I went back and I looked at it. I almost just have a cluster of Dany chapters kind of around that 30 to 40 range. And that's where most of her chapters are ranked outside of like one of them. Like, I do not have another Daenerys chapter outside of Dany 9 in my entire top 30. So that should tell you how I feel about Daenerys. But she also doesn't have a chapter that's like in the bottom 10 of the book either. So she's a character that is kind of just okay. Like, there's good things about her plot line and there's bad things about her plot line. Let's talk about the good, for instance, why I think she's above some of the other characters in here. I think when we get stuff where it's Daenerys having to make hard decisions and looking and testing her morale, it's very interesting, right? Putting her in uncomfortable situations where, she has all these refugees from Astapor coming to Meereen. What does she do about that, right? Like, they have this plague. They can't feed them. Well, what does she do about that, right? It's a really tough decision she has to make. Or the multiple times early in the book where, she is given an option to maybe leave Meereen and go to Westeros, but she doesn't. And she has to make compromises to try and rule over the city. So I love those aspects of Daenerys' character. I love the aspects where Daenerys is being tested as a ruler and as a person. Things I don't love about Daenerys in this book is sometimes the romance stuff drags on. Her constantly thinking about Daario, or her romance when Daario was present, or all the lead up and stuff to the Hisdar wedding and some of that stuff, going forward after. Then you introduce another suitor with Quentyn, and you have young Griff who is supposed to marry her, and you have Victarion coming. Like, I just feel like I don't enjoy the romance side of Daenerys's arc because there's just so much of it. There's so many different type of characters that are trying to compete for that and do all that stuff. And I think at parts of this book, it kind of runs on too much. And I will say about Daenerys is she feels like, just throughout the whole book, she feels like a character where her chapters kind of run together. Like, even me removed, I would say a good number of months from reading her, early chapters, some of them start to blend together because there isn't like for instance, Jon, right? In his early chapters, he has very significant moments throughout each chapter that help you remember, exactly what happens in each chapter. For instance, the beginning, you have the Stannis section of the story for Jon. So you have, Janos Slynt being killed, and you have Jon asking for the wildlings, but giving Stannis this, the mountain clans where he can go for that and all that. Daenerys doesn't really have that. Daenerys has a lot of chapters that cover the same type of topics, but just in different chapters. And so I think Daenerys has the problem of Cersei in the middle of A Feast for Crows, where Cersei has a couple chapters that kind of run together in your mind and they're hard to differentiate. Daenerys kind of has that throughout the whole book, outside of like Daenerys 9, which is one of the best of the book. So Daenerys, in my opinion, she's just a fine POV of this book. I don't think she's great. I don't think she's, terrible either. Number 9, I have Arya. I loved Arya in this book. I didn't remember loving Arya in this book as much as I do now. I mean, I have both of her chapters within my top 30, one of them being at 8 and the other one being directly at 30. I really enjoyed her arc. I think it took everything that Feast for Crows was setting up and then paid it off in this book. And it felt earned. It felt great. It felt like this stuff should have been in Feast for Crows is what it feels like. And it's us exploring more of the Faceless Men, getting more into their magic and the ways that they go about doing things. And still Arya kind of trying to figure that out, but her also still holding on to parts of herself, right? Like, why is she killing people, right? And all that type of stuff that goes along with that. Whereas the Faceless Men, just want her to kill them because they say so. And so you have a lot of that going on in this book as well. I think the only thing that holds Arya down is she only has 2 chapters. If Arya had more chapters in this book, she'd be much higher than just number 9, for instance. If she had more chapters, because again, we still have a couple characters, and going up the rest of these rankings, 3 through 8 all have 4 chapters or less. So I think if Arya would have had more chapters in this book, she would have gotten a little higher, but I think that's the only thing that really holds her down. Number 8, I have Bran. Now, again, very similar to Arya. Bran is a character that only has 3 POV chapters in this book. They're all fantastic. I love all 3 of Bran's chapters in this book. It finally feels like we start to have a lot of tension. We're getting to the best parts of Bran in the series. And then all of a sudden, George cuts him off about halfway through this book. Now, I'm not George. I don't know what's in George's head. I don't know if George just wanted Bran to develop more off-screen so that when we come back to the character, he's advanced quite a bit because we haven't seen him for a good amount of time. And he's also learning to see things and all this stuff that maybe George doesn't want us to see. So he's waiting for Winds of Winter to, continue with that character. It's similar to how he wanted like the 5-year time skip between Storm and the last 2 books. Maybe he's kind of doing that kind of a situation because it just seems very weird that Bran finally gets to, in my opinion, these 3 chapters he has in this book are some of his best of the entire series, of the entire first 3 books. And then all of a sudden, he disappears after he gets Jojen paced, more than likely, and we start seeing him seeing these visions of the past and almost being able to interact with the past, right? Calling to his father, for instance, and his father reacting to it. I think it's interesting that George decided to cut this character off at the halfway point, but I really did enjoy Bran's journey from him going with cold hands to making it to the cave, learning more knowledge and things like that. It seems heartbreaking for Bran because he believed he'd be able to at least walk again, but no, he will be able to fly, more or less, is kind of what Bloodraven tells him. I really like Bran. I think Bran, same thing of Arya. If Bran had more chapters, I think he would be a bit higher than this. But with that being said, there's a number of characters that have very similar chapter counts that Bran has that I just prefer more than Bran, unfortunately, for Bran. Number 7, I have Cersei. Now, Cersei has 2 POV chapters within this book. They both feel like they should have been in Feast for Crows, but that's kind of a Feast for Crows' fault, not Dance with Dragons' fault, because her chapters of seeing her right after she's been imprisoned, after everything that happened in Feast for Crows, being completely broken down and desperate that she would even consider doing this Walk of Atonement, that easily is one of the most traumatic things you could possibly go through. And watching her come back down to earth and seeing her reduced to the state that she's in by the end of A Dance with Dragons is one of the best writing I think that George has done. Just in terms of making us care about Cersei in a way that we could never have believed we'd be able to do in book 1. Making the Faith more hateable and more villainous, it would appear, than someone like Cersei, where you even feel bad for Cersei. It's some of the best writing that I've seen George actually do, and I think it's very underrated in the community. But I will say, once again, why is she down here at 7? With all that praise I just gave her, she only has 2 chapters. I mean, I really enjoyed both of her chapters, just like Arya, but even better. But I think there's characters that have a bit more of a story start to finish in this book and have more chapters than her that deserve to be higher. If these 2 chapters had been in A Feast for Crows, I would have said that Cersei was the best POV of A Feast for Crows. But because she didn't have that natural conclusion, which the conclusion for Feast for Crows for Cersei is still good, it's just not as good as it could have been, and these chapters kind of prove that. But here, she's still solid. She's still going to be up in the upper part of this ranking, even with only having 2 chapters. Number 6 comes in with my highest rated character with 2 chapters, and that is Jon Connington. I mean, what can you say? I love Jon Connington's chapters. I love what we get with the prelude of him with Tyrion, this character that is deeply traumatized by his past and the Battle of the Bells and being put into exile, but then now finding this newfound love for Rhaegar's son and trying to get him on the Iron Throne. We get a lot of our lore about the Golden Company through Jon Connington. One of my favorite parts of A Song of Ice and Fire lore is the Golden Company. I've come to love them quite a lot over the last year and a half. I've really become more of a Blackfire guy. Aegor, if you're watching this video, you know that. Got my Blackfire thing in the background. I wish they made more Blackfire merchandise, and I hope with Dunk and Egg coming along, I won't be this year. Probably when it comes out in season 2, we'll maybe start getting more Blackfire memorabilia and stuff like that, which would be awesome. But I really love, young Griff's plot line of introducing this new character that possibly could be Aegon Targaryen, Rhaegar's son, or is he, Illyrio's son, or the mysteries behind that. And going back to Griffin's Roost with the character of Jon Connington is very much like Theon, but maybe not as good as Theon, but still there seeing his past ghosts and things like that. I really like Jon Con in this book. I think that, once again, kind of how I feel about a lot of the characters that have 2 chapters or less. If they had been given more time, if characters like Tyrion and Quentyn had been more cut down in this book and we'd spent more time with some of these other POVs that are now kind of taking up the mantle, right, of being the best characters of the series, they just didn't get enough time in this book. And Jon Connington kind of gets a pass because we see a lot of him through Tyrion's earlier chapters. But, characters like, Arya or Bran, I think Bran specifically, and Cersei and Victarion, I wish we would have gotten more of them instead of getting more of Tyrion and Quentyn. Moving into our top 5. Now, this one might be, I guess, divisive. I don't know. Because to me, I think the North plotline is the best plotline of the book, whether that be with Davos, Theon, or Jon, or Asha. 4 of my top 5 all revolve around the North. I think if the Essos plot had not been as prevalent as it is in this book, especially with, Daenerys, Tyrion, Quentyn, all these characters, we have a substantial amount of plot in Essos. I think that this book would have been better. This book didn't have as much of it. But with that said, number 5, I have Asha. Now, Asha has 3 chapters, and I think all of them are fantastic, right? We have the Deepwood Mott attack at night, Stannis capturing Asha, which is one of my favorite chapters of the book. I know people don't like it, because of the Carl the Maid section. It's basically a big sex scene in the middle of the book. I don't mind it as much as I usually don't like when George really goes deep into basically writing sex novels. But I do actually don't I actually don't mind it here because it serves a very important narrative focus in that Asha feels completely surrounded. She feels like there's no way out. She feels like doom is coming or she's gonna have to go into exile. And these few moments with Carl the maid, they kind of alleviate that, right? For a few moments, Asha forgets about those stresses and she's just, a woman again or whatnot. And so I get the pushback on Asha. I do. I personally love Asha. Asha is one of my favorite characters. Of the female characters, she's definitely up there as being one of my favorites. And, I love that then we get to see her paired with character like Stannis, right? Being the POV into him, being such a different character, right? Of looking at Stannis. So we've seen Stannis through characters like Catelyn, like Davos, like Jon. It's very different with Asha because Asha comes from a family that is in direct, conflict with someone like Stannis. Stannis is the reason, in a lot of ways, the Greyjoy Rebellion did not, go anywhere. He was the one that thwarted their navy. And so you have this interesting back and forth between, Asha seeing, this almost like Napoleon in Russia type campaign with Stannis trying to get to Winterfell and how horribly that goes. And then even her last chapter where there's so much tension built up and seeing, Theon and her reunite once again. If, we had gotten something where Tyrion and Quentyn had been cut down and Asha had been given more chapters to finish out the real northern plotline with Stannis taking on this Frey force, she'd be probably up there right underneath Theon. But because she only has 3 chapters, she doesn't finish in the best spot, right? Her finish in the book is basically she meets Theon after he's been more or less rescued by Morris Crowfoot Umber and then been taken back to the camp with this party that Jon sent to them with the Iron banker. And so she doesn't end like on the craziest note. She doesn't end where you would naturally think that plot line was going. And so because of those reasons, I think that kind of holds Asha down. Number 4, I have as Barristan. Now, Barristan has 4 chapters, but it's kind of weird because all of Barristan's chapters come at the very end of the book. All 4 of his come in the last quarter of the book, but he's such an interesting POV. If you like Ned, for instance, if Ned's like one of your favorite POVs, you will love Barristan because it feels the exact same. And that feeling that I got when I was doing my reread of Game of Thrones and I was coming on here every week and breaking down the book, and especially Ned because he's so prevalent in that book, all of those feelings come back when you read Barristan because it's the same idea, but just in Essos. You take Barristan, who's a very honorable man, who's been through a lot of things in his life. He has a lot of knowledge on things like Robert's Rebellion, the War of the Nine Penny Kings, the Defiance of Duskendale, Aerys's reign. He has just so much knowledge that's fascinating. He also has some of this, old man kind of wisdom and how he views things like love and Ashara before the Robert's Rebellion stuff. He's just such a fascinating POV that I love to hear from. Like, he's one of those like grandpas that has really good stories that you just kind of want to like hear more about. That's Barristan. He's a character that can provide so much lore to things we just do not know in the story right now. Like the War of the Nine Penny Kings is something that we don't know all that much about. We know like the general outline, but we don't have specific stuff that Barristan would be able to tell us. And so you have that part of it. You then have the part of it where you put Barristan in a very uncomfortable situation. Daenerys is gone, and he's being pushed into acting because of his Dar and how he's managed Meereen. And, he's having to try and play politics, something that Ned struggled with a lot. Barristan's the exact same, and so their plot lines run very similar. Barristan has to do some sort of coup to get his Dar out of power, to put himself more or less in power, and then going to fight the slavers and all of that. I think the only knock and the reason that I decided to put Davos ahead of Barristan as the last 4 chapter POV is Barristan doesn't really end on a natural spot either. He's very similar to Asha in that regard, is that you would think, right, the ending point for Barristan would be the Battle of Fire, because we're building up to this conflict between the slavers and Meereen, and we're not going to see that till Winds of Winter. It would almost feel like if in A Clash of Kings, we were building up to the Battle of the Blackwater. We get, Tyrion and Davos having one chapter before the battle starts. and then just not showing it until the beginning of A Storm of Swords. It's what it feels like, right? We've been building up to this conflict the whole book, and then it's not going to happen. So those things really, I think, hold back POVs like Barristan and Asha from going further. Whereas for my number 3, Davos, who also has 4 POV chapters, he ends on a more normal note, right? His whole goal is to try and get Wyman Manderly to back Stannis, right? Okay, well, we get to about the middle point of the book. There's this whole North Remembers plot that comes out, and so Davos has to have this mission in Skagos, and we don't see him the rest of the book. It would have been great to see him, the rest of the book, to go to Skagos, but it's a natural endpoint that makes sense to then focus on other things going on in the story. So Davos, to me, is a more complete story, even though he's only in about half of it, than, say, someone like Barristan. Now, Davos has always been a favorite of mine. He's a POV into the Stannis camp. I love this character. Davos is up there as one of my favorites. And I just love what we get from his POV. I think everybody always looks at the stuff in White Harbor, which is fantastic, of course. Don't get me wrong. But I do like his opening chapter as well. And how that, him basically being at the sisters kind of, again, foreshadows Ned when he was there during Robert's Rebellion. I love that tie-in. I love the way that connects, this area on the north, building out the world a bit, but also making Davos go into more of this mode of being the smuggler and going back into what he used to be. And that kind of carries on. I will say Davos II is his weakest of the book because it's a chapter where he arrives at White Harbor, but not a whole lot happens. It's really Davos gauging what the public feel about what Wyman Manderly's doing and the state of the castle and all that stuff. It's more of a, setup chapter for Davos 3. And then Davos 3, his whole meeting with Wyman Manderly, it's so great because you feel like Davos, right? Because you have the phrase trying to say all this stuff about what really happened at the Red Wedding and all that stuff. And, you as a reader, what happened, right? And so you're there with Davos saying, no, Wyman Manderly, why are you going with these phrases? They went against you. They went against your king. They hold your son hostage. Why would you back them? And so then when you get to Davos 4, and you do think that Davos might die, given the fact that in Feast for Crows, in a small council meeting with Cersei, we do hear that Davos dies. And so we're sitting here going, okay, wait, Davos is now in prison. Is he going to die? And then you get, in my opinion, the best chapter of the book, which is The North Remembers. The whole plot coming out with Wyman Manderly and Davos. It's just so fantastically done, tying back to the Red Wedding and the whole North plot as a whole, adding to the conflicts that are going on with Roose trying to rally the North against Stannis. It's paced beautifully. The beginning of the chapter, Davos basically writing to, his wife and his kids because he thinks he's going to die. It's just a perfect chapter in my opinion. And so Davos has the best chapter of this book, which is why he has to be pretty close to the top in my opinion. I just wish we'd gotten maybe a little bit more of him, but he's one of those characters that usually doesn't get a big focus on. And so of the side characters, the characters with like 4 POV chapters or less, in my opinion, he is the best one. Number 2 is Jon Snow. Finally, Jon Snow is kind of the dominant POV of a book. And that's just the case here. He has the most of the book. He is the more entertaining of the main 3. Again, I have Daenerys at 10 and Tyrion at 17. So of the characters that have more than 10 chapters or at 10 chapters, he is by far the best. I think the North plot line is fantastic. And there's really 2 phases of Jon, right? The first phase is Jon struggling to figure out how to be the Lord Commander, figuring out what kind of Lord Commander he's going to be, and then managing both the Night's Watch and Stannis. Stannis is the kind of that first half arc for Jon. And there's just some standout chapters in those early points, right? When you have things like Mance's alleged death, seeing how that impacts a character like Jon, having Janos Slynt and his execution, something that we've been waiting to see for books now, seeing Stannis and Jon depart, and even Stannis and Jon negotiating about certain things. And then you see him then shift in the second half, which is all about the wildlings, trying to get the wildlings south of the wall, just so they're not added to the army of the dead, and seeing how Jon navigates that and the bad decisions he makes, his poor communication. I think that Jon is really good in this book. I would put this up there as his best book with A Storm of Swords. I think they're pretty equal. I lean towards A Storm of Swords. I like more some of the things that George explores more with the character in that book than this one, but still fantastic in this book. Every Jon chapter has something to offer. There is no bad Jon Snow chapter, in my opinion. I think there's some okay ones that don't really stand out all that much, and that's going to happen when you have 13 POV chapters. But the more likely than not, he has some pretty solid and good ones throughout the book that keep you pretty entertained. There's some great moments with like Alice Karstark and Jon and their kind of relationship, Val and Jon, Tormund and Jon, Mel and Jon, how that all works out. And then he has, in my opinion, outside of maybe Theon, has one of the best conclusions to the story, right? His death, all these events, how he's leading has led to this moment where people have turned against him and he dies at the end of the book. It's the big cliffhanger of this book. You look back at Game of Thrones, the cultural impact of Jon's death had at the end of season 5 and that time between season 5 and 6. That same thing happens in the books, except it's just way better done. So yeah, Jon Snow at 2 for me, just because I think number 1, Theon. Theon, to me, of the last 2 books, is the clear best POV. He is just, the way George wrote this character, it's just fantastic. This is his, I would say, some of his best writing of the entire series is Theon. Theon going from, the beginning of the book, where we didn't know he was even still alive. This isn't the show. We didn't have scenes in between Clash of Kings and A Dance with Dragons. We didn't know where Theon was. We didn't know how he was doing. And when you come back and he's this character who's missing fingers and, toes, and he's, old looking and super thin, and he's completely broken as a character of this Reek character. And George goes and takes this character on a journey of exploring his past, slowly breaking out of this Reek situation. And that slow burn that you're waiting for Theon to come back, or at least some part of Theon to break through. It's just really, really well done. And we see so much darkness through this character, of the characters like Ramsay, Roose, Barbary, Dustin. The list goes on in terms of the North. And he is our counter Asha POV, right? Because we're seeing, Roose and Ramsay through his eyes. And so some of his chapters, and the best ones for me, are at Winterfell. I think as Theon goes, he is the most, natural character of the book. He starts out, I would say, at his weakest in terms of as a character, but also how good his chapters are. And all of his chapters are good, by the way. When I'm saying his weakest, I mean like maybe his first chapter is like top 30, but by the end, every single chapter he has is like a top 15 chapter. He only gets better as the book goes, until you finally get to this point where, this Jane Poole character has been married to Ramsay, and that's the thing kind of pulling him out of being Reek until he's forced to help her escape, and he becomes, Theon, or at least a better version of Theon, once again helping to save Jane Poole. And that character arc, where you have such a compelling character arc, but not only that, you have a very interesting plot that forwards the plot in every single chapter, right? Whether that's the taking of Moat Cailin, whether that's going to Winterfell and seeing this fake Arya married to Ramsay, that is an extremely important plot point in this book. Whether it's Theon kind of exploring all these mysteries and murders that are happening in the castle, or going to the crypts with Barbary Dustin. So what I'm trying to say with Theon is, I think that, this book, Dance of Dragons and Feast for Crows, really struggled with how do you expand the world while also giving a very compelling character arc where you're also forwarding the plot. And sometimes George struggles with that. And I think he struggled a lot of that with a character like Tyrion in this book. But Theon is the perfect character in this book. Theon, I would say, for a good portion of this book, until A Dance with Dragons gets going, which is like that last quarter of the book, Theon carries this book. At the beginning of it, I think at the beginning, until you get to kind of like the middle area, Theon carries the book. From the moment he starts as a character, when you see that Reek, he is, in my opinion, the best character of the book. So that is my ranking of the POVs in A Dance with Dragons. Let me know what you guys think. Do you guys agree with me? Do you guys think maybe a character should be higher? Let me know. I'd love to hear your guys' ratings. And today's video, we're going to be doing my conclusion, my overall general thoughts on A Dance with Dragons. how does it measure up to the other four books of the main series? What are its strengths, its weaknesses? What is this book really trying to tell? What does George want us to come away with in this book, and things that I took away from it? So, my overall thoughts, my things that I came to when I got to the end of this book, and things that I compiled as I was reading it, this book feels like a more extreme version of A Clash of Kings. In every sense, it follows almost the same format. Clash of Kings, the people that really like it, they like it because of the high moments, some of the best written moments, specifically the Stannis plotline, the Catelyn plotline, Tyrion's plotline, the Arya plotline. People that don't like this book really hype on, really go on. There's some low points of the book. Daenerys' plotline. Some people don't really like Arya's plotline in Clash of Kings. Jon is probably at his weakest of the entire series. Bran is not so great in this book. So Clash of Kings, to me, of the first three books, has the lowest floor in terms of it has some of the weaker chapters. It's prone to having some weaker chapters here and there. But at the same time, it also has a huge high, right? Some of the high moments of Clash of Kings are really high. Dance with Dragons is very similar, albeit I think a bit worse. I think the floor for Dance with Dragons is incredibly low in terms of the quality of a chapter in a general sense. Like if you went to a random chapter in a Dance with Dragons, the chance of it being a great chapter or being a bad chapter, there's a wide variety there, right? It's either going to be one of those two. There's not a lot of, whereas A Feast for Crows I talked about, there was a lot of like middle chapters where they're solid chapters. They're not bad, but like they're not like anything crazy. Feast for Crows, the one issue I think Feast for Crows has is it doesn't have a ton of standout chapters that you remember. Dance with Dragons has that. Dance with Dragons has both of those things. It has chapters you remember that you really don't like, notably a lot of Tyrion's plotline, some of Quentyn's worst chapters, but it also has a ton of great chapters in there that really stick with you. You know, you think about the end of Cersei's plotline, you think about Theon's whole plotline, Jon's death, Daenerys riding Drogon for the first time, a lot of standout moments. And so Dance with Dragons, in my opinion, is the most inconsistent book of the entire series. It just varies wildly from chapter to chapter. Whereas A Feast for Crows, I talked about that, it was the opposite, right? It was a very consistent. We were already always like right here. Maybe we would dip a little underneath it or we go a little higher than it, but we never really, varied too much from just being a good baseline of that book. I compared it a lot to a Game of Thrones, even though Game of Thrones I think is better than Feast for Crows. Again, Dance Dragons very similar to Clash in that regard. Outside of that, I think Dance with Dragons to me is the book that has aged the poorest, in my opinion. I used to have Dance with Dragons as my fourth favorite book. I've always kind of gone between A Feast for Crows and Dance. They are fighting for kind of 4 and 5. I always like the first three better than the last two because they kind of feel like, one story is the first three. They feel very connected. And then the last two are, they're kind of very connected as well. So to me, I look at book 5 and I'm someone that personally didn't really enjoy the big low moments of this book. And there's a reason that when I was going back through this book, and I want to point this out, I'm not, hating on A Dance with Dragons. I'm trying to look at it from a critical point of view. I still really like A Dance with Dragons. It would still be probably in my top 10 favorite books. But in terms of comparing it to the quality of the other books in the series, I just had a tougher time with this one on a reread, especially in the first half. I started doing this retrospective back in, I believe, March or April of last year. So we're going, close to a year on doing this retrospective, which is completely different than A Feast for Crows. A Feast for Crows, I got through it pretty quick. It was, I kind of banged that out. I didn't take any, breaks. I just kind of went through that pretty quick. A Dance was not that case. I needed a bit of a break from the book. When you have that first half of the book and you have so many plot lines that are just not at their best, right? When you get to Tyrion after he leaves Young Griff, almost every time you see Tyrion as a POV, you just don't want to read the chapter. And you also have the exiting of really good POVs in the first half of the book. So there's this weird transition where, yes, when you do get to that like back 3/4 of the book, it's just great. Most of the chapters are some of the best of the entire series. But it's that transitional period when you start losing POVs like Davos, who is my third-rated POV of the book, Bran, who I was really positive of in this book. You lose both of those. They don't show up. right? They just kind of end halfway into this book. And, you have Tyrion entering that back half of his. You have Quentyn, who's still a very prominent POV, given that there's a lot of characters in this book that have just around that 2 to 4 POV length or count of chapters. And he's pretty prominent in the first half, especially. He kind of is weird because he has 2 chapters that are relatively close together in the first half, and then he has two chapters very close to the very end of the book. So he's another weird one as well. But to me, this book, when it was in its best, the things I love the most, and one of the things that I think George was trying to tell with this story was when we were looking at characters being put in situations where they have to rule, where they have to be the person in charge of a lot of different people, and trying to get cultures to blend together. My favorite parts of Daenerys' plotline specifically was when we were focusing on how does Daenerys, deal with this whole freedmen and slavery issue, right? You have a foundation, a city, or I would say more of a land mass in Essos that has known slavery for so long. How do you transition now to a period in which you uprooted all of that to have people that are all freed? How do you deal with those issues? How do you integrate those two cultures? How do you deal with, slavers rising up again and enslaving people, like what happens basically in Astapor when all those refugees are coming to Meereen? How does she deal with the plague that's happening right now, the flux? I loved those aspects of Daenerys a lot. It really took the foundations of A Feast for Crows and Cersei's plotline specifically of the struggles of rulership and heightened it in this book. And Jon also has to deal with that in a very similar but different way. Jon is Lord Commander. He has to somehow be able to manage Stannis and the Queen and their faction throughout this book. He has to try and get the wildlings and the Night's Watch to see eye to eye to fight this common threat of the others. And we see that both of these leaders, Daenerys and Jon, fail. By the end of this book, both of them fail. And I think that what George is trying to show us is how difficult things can be. Having ideas are great, but how do you integrate them? How do you be a leader? You have to have so many, different skills to make you a good leader. You have to be able to communicate effectively, right? Lead by example in a lot of ways. Something that Jon, I think, fails to do much later in the book when he's saying he's going to go to Winterfell and all this stuff when he's the Lord Commander, even though we understand those emotions. And so I think he does a really good job in this book putting us in that position. The other main part of this book that I really enjoyed that was definitely a big strength was when we took characters and we investigated their past, right? We looked at characters like Jon Connington and Theon. They're the 2 main ones in this book that we're looking at their past. We're having them visit places of where they used to be when they were younger. So Jon Connington, for instance, in his 2nd chapter, when he goes to Griffin's Roost, that chapter is great, exploring the decisions he made, the mistakes he might have made, and how those change him as a person. Theon is obviously, to me, the best POV of this book. He carries especially the early to mid part of this book. Every chapter that he has only improves and gets better and works on the foundations of the last. It ties perfectly into his Clash of Kings arc and, his whole journey of self-discovery, becoming, a better version of himself, becoming a new Theon, as you will. As he's leaving this character of Reek and this trauma that he's experienced under Ramsay, his chapters are incredibly dark. They're fascinating. And by the end of it, you feel very fulfilled by what occurs in this, right? You get this idea of Reek, breaking away from Theon, and now he's in Stannis's. And so a lot of those themes, when they're talked about, are really done extremely well. You also have things like greed, all as always, and you have, a lot of the other themes that George likes to do, anti-war. Those are not nearly as present as, say, they were maybe in the last book. Like, anti-war was a big one in the last book with Brienne's arc. We don't see Brienne outside of the very end of a Jaime chapter that we get in this book. We do have also a sense of, feuds. How do people put their feuds, away? How do those ties to histories of generations of violence between families, how does that get resolved? We see that a number of times, whether that's with the Bracken Blackwood issue that we see through Jaime's POV, which is one of my favorite chapters of the book, of course, but we only get one Jaime chapter, which is unfortunate. But learning this history between the Blackwoods and the Brackens, which it seems like neither side really has the full truth of what actually occurred, and this has caused violence between the two families for years now. We see the same idea with the wildlings and also the Night's Watchmen. We see that between northern houses in the north, for instance. We see this with the slavers and the freedmen and Meereen. It's a very present theme, right? Looking at how families and different people have had rivalries and issues with each other and how that affects their decision making. We kind of see that with the Dorne plot as well when we get the Ario Hoda chapter in this book. So there's a lot of those themes that I think that when he focuses on those things, he does a really good job. Talking about some of the things that, going back to what I really, did not like in this book is George definitely in A Feast for Crows and Dance with Dragons had much more of a focus on filling the world out, the world building, and I think it's not as noticeable in The Feast for Crows because when he's introducing these other plot lines, like the Dorne plot, like the Greyjoy plot, they serve a purpose to the overall narrative, and they also forward the plot while also building new characters. And one thing I didn't like in this book is, it seemed like George didn't manage that as well in this book. Tyrion to me is the perfect example. Tyrion, his whole journey is basically him journeying to Meereen. A number of characters doing that in this book. Think about how many characters are trying to reach, Daenerys in this book. You have a character like Quentyn, whose entire journey was foreshadowed in the last book with Arianne, and how he's going to try and fulfill this contract that was between Viserys and also Arianne. So it's kind of different terms. And so Quentyn has this little journey of trying to get to Meereen. That plot line is very convenient. Quentyn himself isn't that interesting of a character. His plot line isn't original, given the fact that we already have Tyrion trying to make his way to Meereen. Later on, we have Victarion trying to make his way to Meereen. And so, Quentyn, unfortunately, is, of those three plot lines, by far the most boring. And he's not a good character. At least with Tyrion, he's a good character, so we care about him more than we do with Quentyn. Victarion's fun. So, the thing I'm trying to get at, though, is the point is, like, a lot of these chapters feel like, oh, okay, we want to see more of Atlantis. This is George's time to show us more about how these other cities work. And the problem with that, like, that isn't a bad premise when you think about it, but the idea here is just not very good in execution, right? It's a lot of walking around, and aimlessly. Or it's Tyrion with Jorah, and they don't bounce off each other particularly well, and so it's not very interesting to read in general. So there's that aspect of it that I think really holds this book down, that there is a lot of chapters that the plot isn't moving all that much, character development isn't forwarding that much really, and it just feels like world building and just filling out the world. It feels like kind of stuff you'd see maybe in Fire and Blood, but with Fire and Blood it makes more sense because Fire and Blood is meant to be a history book. It's meant to like fill out the world and history of Westeros and all that. It just doesn't feel all that natural a lot of the times, or it's not very interesting or compelling to read in A Song of Ice and Fire, especially in Dance with Dragons. So, there's that part of it that I really didn't enjoy all that much in this book. I think that, this book, a lot of its problems really just rely on kind of Essos. I think the Essos side of the story in this book wasn't very good for the most part. Like, Daenerys is solid. I think that she's definitely a middle of the pack POV. I had her ranked like 10th, which sounds bad, given how many chapters she has. She has 10 chapters in this book. But at the same time, I mean, to me personally, she was solid. She just never really was that great outside of one chapter. I think Daenerys 9, where she rides Drogon, fantastic chapter. I just felt very mixed about Daenerys' plotline throughout, mainly because I think the love interest plotline just, to me, I just didn't enjoy reading it because of how much focus is on that. Not even in Daenerys' chapters, like other people's chapters, like I mentioned with Daenerys. Daenerys, like, she was fine in this book. I think that it's better than A Clash of Kings in terms of her plot line. But I think Storm of Swords and Game of Thrones are just miles better than her in this book, unfortunately. I think Jon in the North is where this book shines. And also the Feast for Crows characters, they get POVs in this book. Because one thing that Dance with Dragons gets that unfortunately for Feast for Crows doesn't get, and one of the reasons Feast for Crows, to me, doesn't really touch the first three books is because of a lot of the conclusions aren't really like wow, those are great chapters, best of the series. A lot of them aren't like that, outside of maybe Brienne. But when you have, for instance, Cersei's Walk of Atonement in this book, which is by far one of the best chapters in this book and of the series, it gets basically the conclusion of the feast arc, right? Cersei comes in for 2 banger chapters and fulfills her feast arc, and, we get into Winds of Winter. So Dance Dragons definitely has the luxury of getting to finish off a lot of the stuff that George spent an entire book building in A Feast for Crows. Arya's, storyline, her plot, her 2 chapters that she has in this book are far better than they are than in Feast for Crows with her 3. So, you have Arya's conclusion is solid in this book. The North stuff is great. Jon's good. Theon's good. Asha's great. Stannis' plotline is fantastic. So you have a lot of really good plot lines, in the North and, in those other characters that are coming back from Feast for Crows, Victarion as well. It's just the ones that have such a heavy focus in Essos. Quentyn, Tyrion, Daenerys, those 3 characters between them, they have a ton of chapters. Like, that's 26 chapters, and if I was to pick and choose out of those, I'd say, maybe 4 or 5 of them would be in my top 30 to 35 of this book. That's not great. And so I think where this book struggled was by far, I would say, some of the more main plot lines of the book. Daenerys, Tyrion, even though I think Daenerys is fine, again. So, long story short, when looking at this book specifically, I think your strengths were, I think there were some really good themes that George covered that I talked about earlier in this video. I think the North plot was a huge strength. I think the Feast for Crows POVs that came back in this book, great. I think a lot of those highs of this book were really high. Like, this book ends on a fantastic note. I think if you ask casual fans, people that have only read the books once or maybe twice, A Dance with Dragons, I think, would be more highly rated than me, for instance, because this book ends so well. Now, it doesn't end perfectly. I'll talk about that in the negatives, but it does end really, really good. Like, you have Quentyn's death, you have Barristan, they're about to fight the slavers. You have Jon's death, Theon and Asha, reconciling. There's a really a lot of great payoffs that's been built up throughout this book. Cersei's end, Arya's end. So a lot of great stuff that ends on a really high moment that makes you excited and wanting to read, especially the last chapter, the epilogue. Kevin, I think the best epilogue of the story outside of maybe Daenerys, even though I know it's not an epilogue. It's not, Daenerys is not the epilogue character. It's, doesn't carry on the tradition of the story. But Daenerys has the best ending chapter, I think, of all the books. But Kevin is second. And that chapter leads you on such a high note to wanting Winds of Winter. And so I did this as well, I think, I think it was my POV rankings, that this book ends so well that you remember it. You remember A Dance with Dragons more than you do A Feast for Crows if you've only read the books probably once or twice. And I think it sticks with you more. So I do the season 6 effect. Season 6 is not a good season of Game of Thrones. But because it ends on episode 9, which is Battle of the Bastards, and episode 10 with all the stuff, the Sept of Baelor, Cersei's plotline, some of the wrapping up of some of the other plotlines, which are really great, Jon Snow's parentage reveal, all of those things. So because season 6 ends on such a high note, most people will say that season 6 was better than season 5, for instance, right? Because of the way season 6 ended. Where in reality, I personally like season 5 better than season 6 because season 5 is more consistently has good quality moments outside of it all just being in like the last maybe episode or 2 of a season. And that's kind of how Dance Dragons feels with Feast for Crows. Like Feast for Crows is more steadily good throughout the entire book, whereas Dance is all over the place. It varies heavily from chapter to chapter. So yeah, that's kind of my strengths for this book. I think it has incredible highs. Some of the plotlines are great in this book. Some of the highest moments of the series. Some of the themes that are brought to the table were fantastic. Negatives of the book really do include, Tyrion and Quentyn. I would say the Essos plot in general could have been a lot better, could have been condensed more. I think that really would have helped this book as a whole. Again, incredible lows. The floor of this book is much lower than I think the rest of the series. I can't think of any other book in the series that has this amount of chapters that I would say is probably in the top 10 worst chapters of the entire series. That's not great in this book. I think, something I haven't mentioned, some of the finales of the characters get cut off. The Battle of Ice, the Battle of Fire, probably the Battle of Steel we should have seen with the stuff at Storm's End. All that stuff gets cut out of this book. And so you have some characters that end on really weird notes. Like Asha's been building up to this battle with the Boltons the entire book, and that gets cut off as soon as she meets Theon. Really weird way to end Asha, even though she's really good throughout the book. Weird way to end it. Barristan, albeit, I really like his POVs at the very end of the book. He ends on another weird note. It seems like with Daenerys, we've been building up to this conflict with the slavers the entire time. That never happens in this book. It gets pushed over to the next book. Jon Connington and the Young Griff plotline seemed like it still had more to do in this book and kind of gets cut off, which is unfortunate given it's one of my favorite plotlines going into the next book. And so I think this book, where it concluded some characters incredibly well, like best of the series, others you still are really anticipating them, but in this book as a whole, they don't conclude that great. It feels kind of weird where George, placed these characters to stop their story. And so, getting to the end of this conclusion and, all of that, I really want to say I was very critical of A Dance with Dragons. I think there's more to talk about in terms of what A Dance with Dragons does well and what it doesn't. And, it's very different from Feast for Crows, where I feel like A Feast for Crows, it's a consistent book throughout. So there's not a lot of like super huge negatives to talk about with that book. Whereas this one, there definitely is. I want you guys to know, regardless of what your opinion is of this book, I know a lot of people like this book, like in their top 3. I do like this book. I love this book, but it has flaws. I can love something and still point out things I didn't enjoy about it or things that had flaws in it, right? I love the Star Wars prequels. I can realize those have flaws in them.